Hey there. Welcome to Julie B. Deep Dives, and it is From the Man in Yellow story time with Doug night, a special night because we're going to be giving away a cameo from Doug. Thanks for joining us, Doug.
My pleasure.
Thanks to Dieter too, because Dieter is gifting a cameo, personalized cameo tonight. So we're going to be doing that. I'm not going to get it started immediately, but we're gonna put I still have to decide on a code word. All you have to do to enter the contest is type a code word into the chat, which I will give you, and then it will randomly start collecting entries. But I'll get that started in a few minutes.
I hope I win.
Huh?
I said, I hope I win.
You gonna talk to yourself?
Yeah, you could roast yourself. One of the options for cameos is that you can choose to get roasted by Doug or the Mini Man in Yellow or both. I don't know. And that's the option Dieter chose.
I've been regretting it ever since.
It was hilarious. He loves it. And I love mine. Dieter also got one for me from you, and it's lovely. I absolutely love it. I hope I'm not glitching again like I was last week. It looks okay. It doesn't look too bad. For a second, I thought I was like really freezing, but it's not too bad. It's just a little bit laggy, but that's okay. Doug, how have you been doing? Settling back into life after your trip, settling back into normal everyday life.
Good. It's been a little hard to settle into life though, because I'm going through one of those weird feast or famine moments where I'm getting a bunch of auditions thrown at me, and they always seem to come in packs. You never get like one on its own. Well, sometimes you do, but it always seems like, you go, there's nothing for ages, and then suddenly, wham, you get a whole bunch of stuff in a row, and suddenly you don't have a life. So a bit of that going on right now, but I'm hoping that we'll settle down a little, because I have a few household projects here that were not done before I went to Europe, and I'd like to finish that stuff up. So that's going to be happening over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. And I mean, you still haven't heard yet. I mean, I think if they don't say something soon related to From, then maybe they just don't need you yet in June. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're not filming in June, but they could be filming other stuff. We never got official confirmation anyway that From is filming in June. That's just a rumor.
Not at all. But even if they are, you're absolutely right. It's entirely possible that I won't be in until August or September or whenever. I don't know, or if I'm in at all. I mean, I know nothing.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, if you think things are crazy now, then it would be a lot crazier if you're already going to be needed in June and they're filming, and that's only a month away now. But we haven't heard anything yet, so who knows what's going on there. Fans just want them to throw us a bone, just a little something, little update somewhere. I don't mind waiting, but everyone else gets really restless, I know, and don't like to wait. But it's Dieter, I see your comment. We're giving it away while Doug is still here. We're doing that I forgot to tag everybody in the Discord, so I'm just doing that first so that everybody knows that we're live. And because sometimes people don't get the notifications. People say they don't always get them. YouTube is supposed to send them if you tap the bell. So make sure that, by the way, people listening, if you want to make sure that you know when we're live and when I drop videos, make sure you tap the bell for all notifications. Even then, once in a while, there's something weird going on and it doesn't always happen. But anyway, Scarlett, how are you doing tonight?
Doing okay. Had to get my bill.
Yeah.
I'm just tired. I've been playing a whole bunch of steampunk cons and steampunk events, and they're all concentrated in May and June for some reason.
Oh, geez.
So my schedule's going to be crazy the next month and a half.
Yeah. Well, between that and like live streams and like yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah. Teaching small
Anyway,
children.
yeah, and teaching and your day job, teaching small children, which is exhausting. I know I've done it. I used to do it. It's a lot. Anyway, let's check in with the chat and say hi. So Dieter here was first in the chat. Doug's dishing out Cameo magic. Get your one-of-a-kind video surprise. Yeah, so Doug is now on Cameo. And you can get, like, they're all different things that you can get. I don't remember the whole list of things, but one of them is just a roast. One of them is like a pep talk. I like the pep talks. All of mine are pep talks. Well, I think all of them were pep talks. I don't know how they were ordered for me, but they all seem like pep talks. So the pep talks are awesome. I can't recommend the pep talks enough. Seriously, if you're in need of like a pick me up and you want something that like you can really treasure and enjoy and watch when you're feeling low and watch your favorite actors from your favorite show. I know it's my favorite show. Talking to you. Well, the pep talks are wonderful. Hey, Miss J's reviews. Can't watch at work, but I hope you have a good stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. In fact, I'll invite Grant and see if he wants to join. I forgot to send him the invite because sometimes, he usually likes to join these. So if he's available, then he's welcome to join. Hey, Muncher Luncher. Been counting the minutes for this to start. Yeah, we were a little late. Sorry. My fault. As usual, my fault. Doug, the doctor, examined my blood. They saw all little men in yellow swimming in there. Can you explain? Maybe that explains why he's been sick for a month. Jeez.
I actually wrote him back and said, unfortunately, as I'm not a medical professional, I can't really comment.
Yeah. And he's got some poetry here. Doug's roast was fire, a savage feat. Turned my ego into minced meat. He grinned. I choked. My pride got toasted. Worst dinner ever, but man, I was roasted. Yes, it was a great roast. It was awesome. You didn't hold back. I loved it. I thought it was so funny, and everybody got a kick out of it. We shared it in the Discord.
I'm just thinking, it might be a bit misleading to say that I'm on Cameo. I think it would be more accurate to say the little man in yellow is on Cameo.
Yeah. It might be a little more accurate to say. I mean, Mini Man in Yellow was doing a lot of the talking in mine. I loved that.
He writes all his own material.
Yeah. Oh God. We were just watching some movies and shows related to evil dolls coming to life in the Discord during a watch party, and we're going to be doing more of those. That would be perfect. Like
and you didn't invite me and this guy.
It was just like it was a spontaneous thing after the Last of Us watch party. We talked for a couple of hours, and then when we were done, we were thinking we wanted to watch something else, and a friend of mine had suggested Dead Silence a long time ago, which is about an evil puppet that comes to life, an evil ventriloquist dummy, I should say. And so we watched that. But I'm going to do a watch party for more evil doll related movies and series because it's one of my favorite horror tropes. And I think the Mini Man in Yellow would be amazing starring in one of those.
Totally.
Hey, Doc. Nice to see you. Our friend Doc here. Hey, with Alice. Hey, Deep Blue Wells. That's a new name I haven't heard. I don't think I've seen you here before. Welcome. Nice to see you. Hey, Tabitha. Nice to see you. Hope everybody's doing well tonight.
Hey, Tabitha.
Hey, Kelly. And Alexis is here.
Hey, Alexis.
Alexis, and her. There's her profile picture has the Sarah doll. I see. There's that's one of her. What, Doug?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. I love the new pic. It's great.
Yeah, it's Alexis, and then one of her Sarah crochet dolls. She makes beautiful dolls for From. Anybody that most people listening probably already know that if you follow this channel, because we've promoted her beautiful work before. But check her out on Instagram if you haven't. Check out her work making these beautiful From dolls, including Doug's Mini Man in yellow, of course. And right now, I don't think she's taking new orders yet, but she will be eventually, and she'll have I'm sure, a wait list. So, I what should the code word be? It should be something simple that's easy enough that people won't mess it up, and then we have to ask them to do it again. I've had that happen before. The code word for the chat, something simple, maybe just
Cameo.
yeah, I guess
Cameo.
we could just make it hashtag Cameo. Yeah. Make it as simple as possible. Because
or you could do the musical version, Cameo with an exclamation point on the end.
Yeah, could do that. Because one time I picked something that was I forget what it was, but
Kier. We picked Kier, and nobody knew how to spell it, and they didn't know they needed a capital letter or not.
Yeah, so then I had to ask them to redo it. Sorry, enter again. Yeah, it was a pain. So I felt bad. So we need to keep it simple, and I ended up having to type in the chat to demonstrate for people and then explain to people I'm not actually entering my own contest. Don't worry. So we got to keep it simple. Anyway, yeah, I think we'll do just hashtag Cameo. So I just have to open the giveaway thing here, and we can get started.
And that's all lowercase, just for the record.
Yes, and it's always all lowercase.
Okay.
It's always all lowercase, just to keep it simple. Hey, Kelly. I don't know if I said hi, Kelly, but hi, Kelly. Hi, Ryan.
Kelly. Ryan, how you doing?
Ryan was kind enough to promote this live in his Facebook group, his very large Facebook group, and we really appreciate it. Thank you for doing that, Ryan. It was really nice of you. And my channel in general, promoting my channel in there too. That was so nice of you. Really appreciate Ryan's friendship and support. Hey, AAMM. Nice to see you.
I never know how to pronounce that. I always wonder if I should be saying I
shorten it as AA because I have no idea.
And I'm also thinking, with Zapton here, like it really should be pronounced kaboom. I mean, you can't just say it. You can't just say kaboom. I mean, you gotta do it. You gotta go there. A little onomatopoeia,
A Zapton kaboom.
There you go. Yes. Perfect.
You're right. It should have some oomph to it. That's a good point. So
we could do that with a lot of these names, I am Tab Smash. Wham! Or Peter the Goat. I mean, like,
goat.
Yeah.
Goat? Somebody said goat?
I loved the Tap Smash. That was great. Yeah, the Scarlett could, whenever I address Dieter, you could just play your goat noises.
There you go. There it is.
Need a ring. When we need a ring for Dieter.
Yes. Yeah, there you go.
We need assistance.
Hey, this one I couldn't figure out for a while, but I'm pretty sure it's because it could be either Trey in French or Trace in Spanish, but I'm pretty sure it's Trace. So, hi, Trace. And let's see, did I get everybody? Let's see. Alexis said to Doug, you have to be in it. Maybe weather settings or whatnot. They can't just throw in the main monster and forget about him, especially after the fan base you have now. Yeah, I agree.
Well, you never know. It may just end up being an underground Instagram thing, like you never know.
Well, oh God, I hope not. Jeez, that would be terrible. No, I think they have to bring the man in yellow back, and it's got to be for longer than 45 seconds. I mean, I don't expect you to be around all the time, but I mean, like you got to be in there more than 45 seconds, I'm sure.
Said the actress to the bishop.
Oh my God. I'm always walking into those things, you know. I am constantly walking into those traps, and then people in the chat say pause. I forget to say pause because I don't even realize what I've said. I learned that from Tony. You say pause after you say something sexually suggestive by accident or whatever. You say pause, and I didn't even know what they were talking about. They had to explain it to me. It came from rap musicians, because when they would screw up a rap in a studio, they'd pause for 10 seconds and then they'd continue and edit out the mistake. And then eventually, somehow, I don't know how, but it evolved to have this meaning instead. I don't know why, but that's where it originated from. Hi, Real Cinema Therapy. Good evening. That's our friend. That's Lori. Yeah, it's Loriella. Hey, Robert, my friend. Nice to see you.
Hey, Robert.
Let's see. Anybody else I missed? Kimberly, aka Compassionately. Hello, Fromily. Hope everyone is doing well today. Happy to be here with everyone.
Hi, Kimberly.
She is a sweetheart. She picked the right name for the right screen name, Compassionately, like I told her before. She's extremely compassionate and kind.
So what's the agenda tonight? Are we taking calls? Is that the plan?
Yes. So if people want to call in with a question or comment for Doug, you can call in. You can also put them in the chat, of course, as always, and I'll highlight them and read them for people who don't want to call in, of course. But I'm going to I'll do that now. I'll put the link in the chat and pin it to the top of the chat so you can find it there. And if anybody wants to call in and ask Doug a question or offer a comment, then you can do that. So let me hold on just a sec. I have to put it in the YouTube tab so that I can pin it to the top. StreamYard doesn't let you do that from here. Anyway, and then I'm going to start the giveaway too. We'll get that started, and we'll start collecting names. But I won't do the drawing immediately. I'll give people a chance to show up late, and then you can still enter and whatnot. So, and it's completely random. You'll actually be able to see it randomly picking a name live. It's fun. If you do one of these before, it's fun to actually watch it randomly draw a name. Sorry, my Wi-Fi is so slow tonight. What in the world? Okay, here we go. Here's the link. And I'm going to pin it. If I can get to it. Okay. Okay. Should be pinned to the top of the chat now, I think. So, yeah, there it is. So if anybody that wants to call in, you can do that. There it is right there. I'm going to open up the giveaway tab now, and so we can start that. So yeah, it's just going to be, don't do it yet. Don't start typing in this thing until I say it's starting to collect names. Should just be a few moments, and we'll get started with that. And other than that, as far as the agenda, we can just talk about anything, like any questions people have for Doug. Doug, you can share anything you'd like. If there's anything you want to share about how your trip went, any stories from that, or any other stories that come to mind.
We haven't really talked about the trip yet, have we? There's that too, yeah. Robert's got it here. He's asking if I've heard if MGM will be having a panel at the San Diego Comic-Con this July. I wouldn't know anything about that, Robert. I would be the last to know stuff like that. No, I will not be participating as a panelist. That much I can pretty much guarantee you.
Yeah. Okay, Rob. Yeah, I found the comment just to highlight it. Yeah. Things are a little sketchy right now about people coming into the U.S. and visiting. Like they're asking an awful lot of people right now, and I don't know. I don't know if I would count on a lot of most of the actors in From are from Canada, and there's just a lot of garbage going on right now. So I don't know if I would count on a lot of them coming, but maybe some of them will. I mean, it would be good for the show if some of them do it. I hope they do it, but I wish they didn't have to jump through hoops. Okay, not yet, guys. Not yet.
They can at
Not
least
yet.
get Harold. I mean, Harold's in the U.S., right?
Yeah,
Harold
several actors are. I mean,
Catalina.
Okay, so I have started the giveaway. So I actually didn't even realize this, but it was already collecting comments before I even start. I thought I had to click a button, but no, it's already collected 11 entries. So anyone who hasn't entered wants to enter, obviously 1 entry per person counts. But yeah, it's #Cameo, all lowercase. And a few people have already done it. It looks like 11 people have already entered. So yeah, there's that. You can just start typing it in the chat, and but I'm not going to draw it for a while because other people show up late and stuff like that. So I'll leave it there for now, and we'll check back in with that in a bit.
Jay's asking if I have any advice for first-time visitors to Toronto. I'll answer your question with a question, Jay. When are you thinking of coming, or when is this person thinking of coming?
Where is that? I'm looking for the comment, Jay. Is it just? Oh, I see it now.
I'm assuming with different seasons, you'd be doing different activities.
Well, yeah, like don't come here for the skating in July, for instance. You'll be disappointed.
Yeah. Yeah, there's Doug's right near a huge tourist attraction too. What is that right outside your building? The really tall
Oh, the CN Tower. Yeah.
Yeah.
And right next to it is the Rogers Center, which is where the Toronto Blue Jays play their games. In fact, they've got a game going on tonight. They were down 6-0 to the Red Sox, and then just before I came on here, they tied the game up at 6 in the 8th inning. So I'm missing a cliffhanger, apparently. Yeah, and it's really cool. If there's a game going on in the Rogers Center and they have the dome open, if you're up at the top of the CN Tower, there's a section up there. There's an observation deck, and part of the floor is clear. It's like it's not glass. I think it's some kind of like lucite or something like that. But you can look right down. You basically have an eagle eye view of the entire baseball diamond inside the Rogers Center. It's very cool.
Nice.
And from up there, you can, on a clear day, you can easily see like Niagara Falls and stuff. The view is amazing. Yeah.
I bet.
There's also there's a Ripley's aquarium right next to the CN Tower as well. There's a whole bunch of stuff in the immediate downtown area. Right across the street from me is the Lakeshore, and the area just on the south side of the street is called Harborfront, and it's a big tourist attraction as well. We also have Toronto Island, and just a couple of blocks east of me here, there are ferries that will take you over to the island, and it's a very short ferry ride. It's like 5 or 10 minutes to get to the island, and there are 3 different spots you can go to on the island, and there's like picnic tables over there and parkland. There are actually people who live on the island as well all year round, and there's a bit in the section in the center called is it Centerville? Center Island. Where they have like rides and stuff for kids in the summer, and it's very pretty. And there are, I think, 3 yacht clubs over on the island as well. So it's a nice place to visit in the warmer weather as well.
I bet. Well, there's some advice for you there, Jay. And welcome. And hey there, Jay Dean. And Jay Dean, did I highlight that? Okay, yeah. And Debbie Bobebby. Alexis, I am busy. I have to make Dale, Donna, and Victor in less than a month, and my yarn isn't here yet. Oh boy. Well, you're amazing, though. I mean, she crocheted almost an entire Jade doll during a live stream once here. So You
I
got
was
some
really
skill.
innocent. That girl was quick.
Yeah. I know we have faith in you that you can do it, Alexis. I know you can do it. Debbie says, "Hey Doug, Julie, Scarlett, love the crow pics. I just spent a glorious week with crows out at her cabin in the woods." She said, "Out at a cabin in the woods."
Oh, yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, nice. Love it.
JD was asking if I've ever been to Australia, and unfortunately, no. The answer is no. I would love to visit Australia someday. I was actually planning to do a bike trip of New Zealand back in 2007 at the end of my season at the Shaw Festival, and then I found out that it was my last season at the Shaw Festival, so I didn't get to New Zealand that year, unfortunately. But I will get there someday, JD. I would love to visit Australia.
Oh yeah, I bet that would be amazing. Absolutely. And hey, Nightman, LOL, the man in yellow. Yes, the man in yellow is here. Dieter posted the link to Ryan's From group on Facebook. Check it out. It's a nice big Facebook group. He was kind enough to promote this stream and my channel on it, and we really appreciate it. Debbie says, "Someone today found a man in yellow prediction. Season 2, episode 4, Donna tells Jim he shouldn't have spoken to the man on the radio because things out there act like us until they walk up to you and rip your fucking guts out." Yeah.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yes. Until they walk up to you and rip your fucking guts out. Yeah. I don't think that's going out on a limb that she would say that. Yeah.
That's very funny.
That's great, Debbie.
Hmm.
Oh man. That's wonderful. Hey, Mackie Vals, nice to see you. Now Mackie, this actually brings up a point. I don't know if it counts entries if it has other text in it. I'm not sure. Just in case, Mackie, type it in again if you're still listening, the hashtag Cameo. And everybody else, if you're entering, make it its own separate message because I'm not sure how that works. So, and it won't count Mackie's twice. It will only, it doesn't, it's automatically programmed to exclude multiple entries from the same name. So anyway, and Dieter linked Alexis's Instagram, even though she's not taking orders right now, but eventually she will be. So keep an eye on it. If there's one that you want, maybe you can get on a wait list. And yeah. Anyway, hi Scott. Thank you so much for saying this. Please hit the like if you haven't already. It really helps people find the stream. It makes a big difference, believe it or not. Every single like helps. So anyway, so I'm going to continue to collect entries, and in the meantime, we can just chat about whatever. Nightman, the show can't go on without the man in yellow. Yes. Now we have to have the man in yellow I mean, you can't make an entrance like that and rip Jim's throat out, one of the lead characters of the whole show from day one, and then just be gone. I'm sure you're going to be back. It's just how big of a part, how many times are you going to be there? That's what we don't know. I mean, who knows? It could be a little bit, but you're going to be there. I'm convinced you're going to be there. You have to be.
There was a question in the chat.
There was?
Tabitha.
Oh, okay. I must have missed it. What was it?
It's at 10:40 p.m. You want me to read it?
Oh, I found it.
Okay, cool.
Question for Doug. If you could have any superpower, what would it be? And would Mini-Man in Yellow have a different one? Would you be his sidekick or vice versa?
Got Batman and Robin situation.
Any superpower. That's tough. Yeah, I don't know. Because, choosing a superpower is kind of like getting a wish from a genie. Because when you start thinking about the different ones, they all have drawbacks. I mean, think of Tuck Everlasting, all those people thinking that immortality would be a great gift. And of course, it turns out to be a curse. My initial response would be invincibility, but that may just be my ego talking. I don't know. And would Mini-Man in Yellow have a different one? Oh, of course, he'd have to have a different one. Yeah, you can't have two superheroes with the same superpower. Would I be his sidekick or vice versa? I have a feeling I would be his, no matter what our superpowers were. I mean, look what happened in Spain. You know, I was even making jokes about it. I couldn't score a date to save my life, and he was collecting phone numbers like nobody's business. It's amazing.
Yeah. He was a ladies' man
So his
over there.
superpowers is his superpower charisma, Doug?
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah. He was a little ladies' man. Yeah, he was scoring with all the hot ladies. And
There's something about being 12 inches tall and fuzzy that just does it for them, I guess. I don't know.
yeah. I see something from Robert here. Robert has a question. Doug has all of the major characters died wearing black or red, including Jim, whom you dispatched with prejudice. Any thoughts on the color symbolism as a writer?
Well, they're both colors, I suppose, that are associated with death, but that seems a bit too simplistic an answer. I think I'd have to think about that. I mean, I saw that question go by in the chat, and one thing that crossed my mind was it reminded me of that image in the cave that is painted in red on black. The image that's been connected with, I think some people have connected it with Cthulhu. And do you know the one I'm talking about, Julie?
Oh, yeah.
The smiley rebirth, what we call the smiley rebirth.
Yes, that's the one. That's it. Yeah. And,
oh, yeah.
And the colors are red and black. So I don't know if there's any connection there.
Yeah, that's got to be the smiley rebirth thing. And we were convinced, you know, I was convinced that it was going to be symbolic, but a lot of people did expect some kind of squid monster to come on the show at some point. I don't think it's that kind of show. I just wouldn't expect it. It would feel out of place, just like giant spiders. Sorry, Scarlett. Giant spiders would feel out of place too. Scarlett wants giant spiders.
Well, you let me have my dreams, Julie.
It's
okay, just have my dreams.
I think the thing is that the images and the hints and the clues in From are almost never that literal. That's the thing. You know, that's one of the reasons why when I started seeing all this stuff after the season 3 finale about, oh, so-and-so is a reincarnation of so-and-so, it's like, oh, I see. We have a couple of people who've been reincarnated. So now everybody has to be a reincarnation of somebody else. They don't operate that way. They just don't, you know, like, I mean, it's fun stuff to speculate about, I suppose, but it's like, that's just too linear, I think, a take on how the thing works.
I agree. You know,
it is not a linear show, you know.
Right. You know, just because we saw enormous amounts of spider webs everywhere. And so, of course, naturally, in that moment, early in the series, not knowing what kind of a show we're dealing with yet, this is only season 1, we were expecting giant spiders then. And that's a normal thing to expect at the time. But as things have progressed, to me now it would feel out of place. It just doesn't. This show is not that literal and it's not that obvious. So I just don't think it's going to happen personally. But anyway, I saw another one. Hold on. I saw a couple other things go by.
And plus, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, Muncher Luncher just had a joke. Muncher Luncher just had a joke. Why do people keep calling him Man in Yellow? He's clearly wearing gray plaid. He doesn't wear yellow.
It would confuse people if, you know, every week I had to change my name compared to depending on what kind of shirt I was wearing. So didn't
you say that you don't even own any yellow at all? Sorry, Doug.
No, I have had yellow dress shirts in the past, but I don't think I have a single stitch of yellow in my entire closet right now. Not one.
It's too bad. You should get something, you know, like, you know, now that you're the Man in Yellow, you know, but I guess that would be too corny, but you should have some yellow in your wardrobe.
Well, the best idea I've come up with yet, because somebody said, you know, there's going to be a lot of Man in Yellow guys going out for Halloween. And I said, I should get a yellow suit and go out on Halloween just so that people could go, wow, that's amazing. You look just like the guy, you know?
Yes. Oh my God, yes, you have to. You have to do it. It would be epic. It would be epic. You have to. I would love to see it. I mean, just for the pictures alone, the picture you could take, the selfie that you could take with that.
I have a feeling I'd get in a lot of deep shit with MGM if I pulled a stunt like that. I'd probably have to clear it with them first.
Oh, geez. Well, I mean, no, maybe if it's not a suit, maybe if it's just, I don't know, a whole lot of yellow, maybe just a yellow shirt and yellow pants, just like something. Oh, it would be amazing. It would be amazing. But yeah, no, you got to be careful. Don't get in trouble with MGM. Um,
Yeah.
Tabitha says, Doug, mine would be a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde kind of thing. So I would want to be able to heal, and the alter power would be able to read minds selectively. Oh, okay. I like that.
Well,
Yeah.
I was talking earlier about superpowers turning out to be a curse. And actually, the very first screenplay that I wrote was called Hearing Trouble. And it's about a guy who has a hearing problem. He doesn't hear what people say, he hears what they think. So it's not telepathy in the traditional sense. He can't just sit there and read your mind. And when you're talking to him, if you're telling him the truth, if you're thinking about what you're saying, he hears exactly what you're saying. But the minute you lie to him or get distracted or start thinking about something else, he gets what he calls the Italian movie effect, where he sees your lips doing one thing, but he hears something entirely different. So, for example, to illustrate this, there's a scene early on in the film where he's in a bookstore trying to pay for a book. And the woman behind the counter is saying, "Will that be cash or charge?" And what he hears is, "My mother never loved me." So the way he deals with this is he wears like a regular hearing aid, and he pretends to have a conventional hearing problem. And he says to her, "I'm very sorry. I'm hard of hearing. Could you repeat that?" And she says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, my dear. I said, would that be cash or charge?" And of course, the second time he gets it. But when you start thinking about the consequences of what your life would be like this, it's a bit of a nightmare, because he hears what's going on inside people's heads, but he doesn't know what they've actually just said to him, which creates tremendous confusion. And so on the one hand, he has this tremendous insight into people, but he lives the life of a recluse, because speaking with people is always fraught with danger. And so he lives this extremely solitary life. He works as a computer programmer, so he doesn't have to deal with people, and pays a huge price for this so-called gift, And as it is quite a superpower. In the story, it's a bit of an adventure thing. It's his ability that helps him solve the mystery and save the day and all that kind of stuff. But it comes at a huge cost.
There's an episode of The Twilight Zone where a man flips a coin. Dick York played the role. He flips a coin and the coin lands on its side instead of on one side or the other, and somehow it gives him the ability to read minds. And he can't control it though, and he hears all kinds of crazy things. He goes to work at the bank and he hears this man sounding like he's plotting to rob the bank, and like it's not like one of the best Twilight Zone episodes, but it's a fun one anyway. So yeah, it can be problematic, let's just say, because what he overhears is completely wrong. It's misleading. He thinks that he's hearing him plotting to rob the bank, but then he winds up accusing this poor older man of something he's not even intending to do. It's just a fantasy he has that he's never planned on doing. But like, you go to work, if you work at a bank, you might your whole life just fantasize about robbing the bank and running off to a private island, but you're never actually going to do it. Anyway, I see more questions here. Real Cinema Therapy has a question for Doug. Did you go, I don't know how to pronounce that correctly in Spanish way, but did you go to
the Prado
museum? And if so, did you think of Goya's paintings?
I did go to the Prado. I try to go every time I go there. I didn't see a lot this time. I was only there for a very short time. I was very pressed. In fact, I had to flip a coin. It was going to either be the Prado or the Reina Sofia. And I thought that I was only going to get to do the one. As it was, I actually got a chance to get to the Reina Sofia as well, because I wanted to see Guernica. And anybody following me online would have seen the picture of the little man in yellow looking up at Guernica. So yeah, I saw some of the Goya stuff. Not much of it, mind you. As I say, it was a very brief visit to the Prado, but I always try to make a point of getting there when I'm in Madrid.
Yeah, nice. I bet that was awesome. Ryan says Gus the dog is reincarnated from Alma the goat. That just cracked me up.
There's the question. I saw that one go by earlier. Was the trip successful for my play?
No, there it
is. Too early to say,
yes.
Tabitha. I can say this much. It was certainly more successful than I thought it was going to be. Before I left, I sent out reams of emails to a number of theater companies in Madrid and also in Warsaw and in Krakow, and heard back from almost none of them. I heard back from a couple of guys in Madrid, and they both basically said the same thing. They said, we can't help you here at this theater company. Unfortunately, we don't, for different reasons. You know, they had different mandates or whatever. One theater, they produce all their own work, so they don't do outside playwrights plays. But both of these theaters said, you know, you're welcome to come and speak to us, you know, just to try and get the lay of the land here in Madrid. And I said, that would be awesome. That would be extremely helpful anyway. So I met both of these guys, and both of the meetings turned out to be way more fruitful than I thought they were going to be. To begin with, the guy who has the company that produces their own work, it turns out that, yeah, every once in a blue moon, they do other people's plays. So he was interested in seeing some of our stuff. So I sent him a couple of plays. But he also had connections with another theater company in town that he thought would be a really good fit. So he said, send me your stuff. I'll pass it on to them, which I did. And we had a lovely time. It's so great when you get to meet these people in person, because, you know, it's there's no comparison between that and all the emails in the world that you're sending to complete strangers. The other guy was a guy who works at one of the big publicly funded theaters in Madrid, and they're very constrained in terms of what they're able to do, communicating with other theaters and stuff like that, and producers and that kind of thing. So he wasn't very, he said to me before we met, I'm not going to be much help to you in terms of putting you in touch with other people here. And yet, despite that, as it happened, one of the people he did manage to put me in touch with was a woman in charge of the largest theater production company in Spain, this huge company in Madrid called Grupos Media. And I didn't actually get to meet her in person. We were trying to organize a time where we could get together, but unfortunately our schedules didn't coincide. But she did ask to see some stuff, so I sent her a couple of plays as well. Whether any of this stuff is actually going to lead to productions down the road, it's impossible to say. Whether they're actually going to read this stuff, who knows? And even if they do, most professional theater companies have already got their programming set up for at least the next couple of years anyway. So there aren't going to be any immediate results from this, but you never know. I also had a couple of really fruitful meetings when I was in Warsaw, so something may have come of that as well. We'll see.
Yeah, well, we're all rooting for you. We really hope this pans out, something out of this trip. It sounds really promising, the connections that you made. Sorry, it looks like my camera is glitching again because I'm uploading Dieter's Cameo, but it should stop once I'm done with that. But yeah, we're rooting for you, and it sounds like you made some great connections. So fingers crossed. Hopefully something pans out from that. Ryan has a question for you. Were you able to exorcise the ghost of Franco when you and the man in yellow went to see Guernica? I don't know what the reference is there.
Well, yeah, but when I started pulling out all the chicken bones and stuff, security asked me if I could leave. So that was the end of that, unfortunately. my voodoo skills were quickly curtailed. Oh, but you know, it's interesting talking about the ghost of Franco, because the Reina Sofia Museum is largely dedicated to the period of the Spanish Civil War, and there's lots of fascinating political art there. There's also a lot of Dali stuff there, which was cool, as well as the Picasso. But yeah, a lot of like propaganda type stuff from both sides of the war, the Spanish Civil War. It's really clear when you go there that this is a part of the country's history that still is very fresh for the people there, you know.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, propaganda stuff. That's got to be fascinating. And history, whoever wins any particular conflict, history is always written by the winners too. So you're going to have things that are slanted in their favor, which is some history books. I mean, they might as well be propaganda in a lot of ways.
The kind of propaganda we're talking about here is propaganda in the pure sense of the word, in that it's designed to motivate people. It's like, I'm talking about, posters saying "workers of the world unite" and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's quite blatantly propaganda. But in the case of the rebels in the Civil War, it's all, calls to arms and that, and trying to boost people's morale and that kind of stuff. It's not propaganda in the sense of misleading people or misleading facts or any of that. It's just, rah, rah, rah for our side kind of stuff.
Right.
But there was also a lot of like openly political art there as well, the sort of the Franco side, having these very religious type gatherings around a bunch of bombs and that kind of thing, very, very openly political art. Cool. It's a cool place.
Nice. Dieter said, Doug, when are you coming to this? I don't know how to pronounce that properly, but Bruges.
Yeah. I would love to come to Bruges, Dieter. I would really love to visit it someday. Not just because of the movie, which I loved, by the way, but it looks like a fascinating place. I would love to come to Belgium for longer than 15 minutes next time.
Yeah. It was so close and yet so far, the two of you,
ships passing in the night.
Ships passing in the night, indeed. He also said, "Man in yellow, what do you think of the lady in red, Dieter?"
I think if the two of us got together, our kids would be orange.
Great answer.
Real Cinema's asking if I've been to Paris. Yes, I have been to Paris 3 times, and I will go back to Paris every single opportunity I get. The last time was about 6 or 7 years ago now, which is too long. I would love to live there, actually, if I could. It's a very, very cool city.
Oh, God, I wish I had gone when I had the chance back in high school. And yeah, it must be amazing. Anyway, Robert had a question a little bit up that I missed. So he says, Doug, how do you explain the extra monsters if the 7 ghoulish kids had 2 parents, each meaning there should only be 14 monsters, but Geekademy has counted 22?
Robert, I have to tell you right up front, these kinds of questions are entirely outside my bailiwick. You might as well be asking me to explain string theory. I really have no idea.
Yeah. I personally, I have to say, I think that they've probably, since the monsters, we know that the monsters are extras. They've been extras from the beginning. I doubt that the show, I know the show is detail oriented and it's a mystery box, but I doubt that they've been paying such minute attention to things like that from the beginning. I think they probably just came up with however many monsters they felt like showing on any given episode. And so I don't know. Yeah. Geekademy is amazing at he dissects, he will find every minute detail in a show. So he's apparently counted 22. I don't think we're going to be able to get an exact count because I doubt they've been on top of that since the monsters are basically extras. That's my boring answer to that. That's my opinion.
Well, I thought it was more, it takes a village to kill their children. So it was everybody in the town's fault and not necessarily parents.
Yeah.
Everybody was cursed.
Yeah, anyone who participated, I figure anyone who participated in the sacrifice, they became monsters. Yeah. So, I saw another question here.
Or maybe Geek Academy just counted when he was drunk, Got the number right.
Maybe. Let's see if Ronnie's drunk.
Maybe. Tabitha has another question for Doug. You said Mini Man in Yellow got a bunch of numbers. Are you sure those aren't yours and the ladies were trying to be sly?
No, he didn't actually get any numbers. I did get a couple of numbers. I got a couple of WhatsApp numbers, but that's the only way I can talk to my friends in Poland. So
Nice.
That by the way, there's a picture that I posted of a young Polish gal with the Mini Man in Yellow. It was the picture that said something like, "Look at that face." These Polish, you can't scare these Polish girls, or words to that effect. That's a gal named Victoria who is a huge fan of From, and she found me on Instagram, and she lives in Krakow. So when she found out I was coming to Krakow, I was like, "You want to get together?" And she's like, "Are you kidding?" So we had lunch together, and actually we got together a couple of times. She showed me around town a little bit, but yeah, she was a sweetheart.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. That's amazing. She's lucky. She's lucky. And I know you met you met someone like, didn't you run into a few people who had either they watched the show From and were fans, or like one lady said her son was. So you actually did run into people who recognized you a couple of times, right?
Well, the first of those was in Madrid, actually. The guy that I went to see, the guy who worked for the government-funded theater company, is a huge From fan. And I didn't realize this when I showed up, but he already knew who I was before I got there, because he had seen the season 3 finale. So, of course, when I suggested that I get a picture of the three of us together, him and me and the Man in Yellow, he was all over that. He was very excited. But yeah, there was a woman, one of the volunteers in the program I did in La Alberca. She's from England, and her two sons are huge From fans. And they were very excited when they found out that I was there. And so they asked for a photo, which we sent them. She and I posed with the Man in Yellow. I think I posted that picture on Instagram as well. But then we shot a video for her kids, and that made their day. They were very pleased about that. And after I got home, one of the Spanish gals, sent me a message on WhatsApp to say that her husband, she didn't find this out until she got home, her husband was apparently a huge fan of the series and was all excited to find out that I'd been there too. So that was kind of cool.
That's awesome. Getting your first taste of being recognized from something. I think that's going to happen more as time goes on with season 4. When and if you appear in season 4, I know in Canada it's kind of weird, and even like the people who've been on the show for years can probably go around and not be recognized much, because for some reason From hasn't caught fire as much in Canada as it has in other places. But yeah, I think it will start getting recognized more. The show has gotten bigger too.
The stumbling block here is the fact that it's on Paramount Plus, and Paramount Plus is one of the lesser streaming services in Canada. It seems, anyway. I don't have any numbers to back that up, but my sense, most of the people I talk to, from a purely anecdotal point of view, don't have Paramount Plus, so they have no way of seeing it. That seems to be this big stumbling block. But it's funny, lots of people ask me, are you getting recognized on the street? And it's like, no, not even close. I would be extremely surprised if that happened, just walking down the street here, maybe after another season on the series, that would be the case. But right now, no, absolutely out of the question.
Yeah. It would be cool though. If it gets to that point, the show has caught on more and more. I've noticed something really interesting happening right now, actually. So not only did the show blow up in season 3, and I saw more people than ever covering the show. People jumping on the show who had never covered it before were now covering it, doing reactions or doing reviews, videos, breakdowns. Now I'm seeing reaction channels are starting to react to it from the beginning. In the off season, when season 4 is nowhere in sight, we don't even have of course we don't have a release date. We don't even know when they're going to start filming, but people are starting to do reaction videos to the series people who have quite a few subscribers too. And one, I actually know this guy already, not personally, but I know his channel. And so I think that's a really good sign. I think it bodes well for the show. More and more people are taking notice, even in the off season. And it's going to be bigger than ever in season 4, I think.
Yeah, I suspect you're right. It does seem to have been gathering momentum since, I mean, I started hearing this, I think this would have been after we shot the episode that I was in, but I started hearing through the grapevine that the numbers really picked up in season 2, and it had a lot to do with worldwide distribution, like big numbers in Asia, big numbers in Europe, that kind of thing. That was really boosting the series numbers. And then with season 3, that process just seemed to continue. So it seems to be on an upward trajectory for sure.
Definitely. It's great to see too. Sometimes, it's not often that a show really gets an opportunity nowadays to find its audience. If hardly anybody was covering it in season 1, and many streaming services would have just canceled it. If it had been on Netflix, I think it would have just been canceled. But since it was on a lesser known streaming service, thank God, it had time to find its audience, and now it's a lot more popular. So you can be thankful that it is where it is, MGM, and originally Epix, which is no longer a thing. But there was a question that was I was up a bit. I missed. That's just random. I hadn't heard of this viral question from Mackie, but 100 men or one gorilla who wins? Also, men in yellow versus gorilla who wins. Have you heard of this viral question going around? Because I haven't, Doug.
No, I have not heard of this question.
Yeah, I don't know what that means either.
I mean, if it's a battle between 100 men and a gorilla, I would think the sheer numbers would you'd have to side with the men. Me versus a gorilla, it's a coin flip, I think.
Yeah. And he says, Doug, you won me over. I don't care as much that you sent my boy Jim to purgatory.
Now, I have to take issue with that, Mackie. I did not send him to purgatory. The writers did. I was merely their instrument. I had no choice in the matter. I could have, been dying to save the guy's life, and I would have been completely powerless to do so. So, just want to make sure that responsibility is placed in the right place.
Indeed. Well, you're going to have us rooting for the bad guy, though. Now that we know you so well, it's going to be very difficult to side against you when the show comes back.
We got another question earlier, Kimberly.
Yeah. Yes.
Have any of my plays been in San Diego? I don't believe so. They certainly haven't played any of the big theaters there. It's possible there may have been an amateur production in San Diego, or maybe in a very small theater. I mean, we get occasional notices from our publishers of productions that are happening, but we don't always necessarily take note of them all. But I don't remember there being any, certainly no professional productions that I'm aware of in San Diego.
Right. Okay. What about have you had I know you haven't had any in my state in Rhode Island, but anywhere in New England? You've probably said this before, but I don't remember.
Yeah, there have been productions in Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, New York State, I believe. We've been in Ohio, of course. The first production, I think I told you this before, the first production of Deadline almost happened at the Purple Rose Theater in Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
They actually they were going to do a public reading of it at the library in the city there. I forget the name of it.
Chelsea.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And then because of COVID, that got canceled. We did a Zoom reading of it instead, which was a lot like watching paint dry. But yeah, they were looking at doing a co-production of the premiere with a theater company in Hamilton, Ontario, and then COVID hit and it all fell apart. And then the theater, all the administration changed at the theater, and the people we knew there were gone, and that was the end of that. That's why we ended up in Ohio instead. But that would have been very cool to have a production at the Purple Rose Theater. I would have really enjoyed that.
Mm-hmm.
It's too bad it didn't work out. Yeah.
We've been in a number of states. We've been in Texas. We've been in Tennessee, Florida a few times, South Carolina, a few others that I can't think of off the top of my head. California, it has been in California, just not in San Diego.
Speaking of Florida, Tabitha had said something. Wait a minute, where was it? Here it is. Tabitha said something I didn't catch earlier. I love Dolly, my fave for sure. If you ever get to come back to Florida, we have a cool Dolly interactive museum you have to check out, Doug.
Well, thank you for the invite, Tabitha. But again, my chances of visiting Florida in the near future are pretty close to absolute zero, I'm afraid.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, the state of things now. Better, the less said about that, the better, though. Hey, just me. Speaking of saying hi to new people, we are doing a Cameo giveaway right now. So the code word is Cameo, all lowercase. If you want to enter to win a Cameo, a personalized Cameo from Doug Hughes, then just type in the chat hashtag Cameo, all lowercase, and a winner will be randomly selected later in the live stream. And if you're not here, if you can't stick around for that, by the way, anyone who's entered, speaking of that, I should mention that anyone who's entered, if you can't stick around till the end of the stream, then you can email me. My email address is, well, I can type it in the chat. It's also in the description of this video if you scroll down way to the bottom of the description. But so anyone who's listening, I'm gonna type it in the chat too. It's just my channel name. So if you need to leave and you've entered the contest and you want to know who won, you can, I will also announce it. We'll also just announce it too, but if you have any issues, or if you have any, issues with being able to stay, then you can reach me there. Tabitha has a question here at Doug. Are you ready for the bad guy craze that's probably coming your way, like Jeffrey Dean Morgan had with Negan and Abby on the last of? Oh yeah, so Negan was a character on The Walking Dead, and then now we have Abby on The Last of Us. These are really vicious, fierce people who've murdered people in a horrific way, just like the Man in Yellow. So she's saying probably have to keep telling them I just portray a bad guy. Yeah.
Well, this question has come up a few times for me. Are you afraid of being typecast? And I'm not really. Number one, because at this stage in my career, that's one way of sort of guaranteeing a little more work instead of having to retire sooner than I intend to. But it depends on the nature of the roles too. I mean, if they happen to be, if it's stuff like From, I don't care if it's horror or not. I mean, if it's that good, sure, I'll do it. But I don't honestly think that will be a problem for me. I mean, yes, you're probably right that more things of that nature will cross my desk as a result of this, but I don't think it will be exclusive. That's never been an issue for me in my career in the past. Now, admittedly, I've never had a role of this kind of notoriety before, so that does change the math a little bit. But I don't think in my case it would be a big problem because, for the casting people who know me, I'm sort of known as a character actor, and that means being able to do a wide variety of things. And I don't think that their view of me is suddenly going to become narrowed just because of, the success of From.
Yeah. Hopefully not. Being typecast, and nobody wants that. And you've played such a variety of roles in different genres in your career, so you don't want to just be pigeonholed into one thing, I'm sure. Dieter posted the link to our watch party for tomorrow night. This is Doug's idea, actually. So we're going to be watching Monty Python and the Holy Grail in my Discord. And I didn't even get a chance to ask you off stream. It was originally going to set it for 9, but I thought 9:30 would probably be better if that works for you, Doug.
Yeah, sure. No, that 9:30 is fine. I love that
Yeah.
he's written the Holy Grail. I guess we're watching the dog version. I don't know.
Holy Grail.
Yeah. So didn't you say it was the 50th anniversary of when it was originally released this week, Doug?
Yes, it is. Absolutely. I think yesterday was the day.
Yeah. So great timing, and I've never seen it. My image keeps glitching. Sorry. I've never seen it before, so I'm looking forward to it. So anybody who wants to join us, we'll be watching that in my Discord, and Doug is going to watch with us. So it'll be fun.
Have you seen any Monty Python, Julie?
No, actually, I was telling Doug my only experience watching anything with related to that was just a few clips on YouTube. That's it. Just a few Monty Python's Flying Circus clips, and that's only because I saw a reference to it in Fringe when I watched it for the first time a year ago, and there was a parody, an animated parody of the intro to Monty Python's Flying Circus.
Okay, all right.
So I looked it up on YouTube, and then that sent me down a rabbit hole, and I watched a few other clips, including the Spanish Inquisition guys. That was really funny. I like that.
No one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Did you watch the Lumberjack guy? I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay.
No, that one I haven't seen.
Oh, that's a classic as well. Did you see the spam skit?
The what? The skit?
The spam skit.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
One.
How about the parrot sketch? Did you see the parrot sketch?
No, I gotta watch more.
Oh, sweetheart! Yes, your education is sorely.
We can have some scenes, some Monty Python scenes after the movie viewing.
Yeah,
a little anthology of stuff.
Because it's a short movie; it's only like 90 minutes.
Yeah.
So yeah, we could. The parrot sketch would be one. The travel agent would be another one.
Silly walks.
Silly walks. Oh yes, definitely silly walks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the Australian philosophers would be fun too.
Yeah.
They were just brilliant, you know. And it was funny because they started showing in Canada. I guess this was around the time shortly after they were released in the UK, and I was a teenager at the time, and my mother just could not understand this stuff at all. She didn't find it remotely funny, and I was like killing myself. I thought this stuff is genius. But you really do need to watch a few of the and you have to watch episodes, Julie, because one of the clever things about the way they constructed the show was, you know, the big challenge with sketch comedy is how do you end the sketch? And that's the biggest problem that Saturday Night Live has always had. It's been a structural problem with that show from the beginning. And they completely sidestep it in Monty Python and the Holy Grail by not having the sketches end. They all kind of segue into the next one. And actually, when we watch the Holy Grail tomorrow night, it's structured very much like an episode of the TV series, in that one absurd thing leads to another. Mm-hmm. I mean, it does have a narrative thread all the way through it, but that thread is very similar to like if you just sat and watched an episode of The Flying Circus.
Right. That's awesome. Yeah. Well, I don't know why I didn't watch more, because I loved what I did see. I guess, you know, I think I know why. Because right around the time I watched Fringe and I watched those sketches, then I discovered From, and I completely went down the From rabbit hole, and that was it. I went from series to series watching Fringe for the first time, and Severance and From, and then I went down the From rabbit hole and didn't watch anything else for a while. So I never came back around to Monty Python, but I'm looking forward to seeing more of that, because I thought the humor was hilarious, and the Spanish Inquisition guys, not the comfy chair.
The comfy chair. Poke him with the soft cushions.
And the fish slapping dance.
Oh, yes. Somebody posted a political version of that on Facebook the other day.
Yeah.
One guy with the little fish it said the US, and the guy with the big fish was Canada. And Julie, if you haven't seen the skit, it's these two guys standing beside a canal, it looks like, and wearing these silly outfits. And one of them has a fish in his hand, and the other one has this enormous fish. And the one with the fish, they play a bit of music, and he kind of dances up to the other guy, slaps him across the face a couple of times with the fish, and then backs up. And he does this several times. And then the other guy, the guy with the big fish, dances over, takes the big and goes whap and knocks the guy into the canal. And
yeah.
Oh my God. See, I need some of this humor in my life. I could use a good laugh. So yeah, we're gonna have to watch some of these sketches in addition to the movie. Yeah, I love it. And there are so many references, like people bring out like the bring out your dead thing. That's from the movie, right? Yeah. So I'll finally be able to understand some of these references. Even when I was a kid, people were making references, other kids in school, and I'm like, I didn't know what they were talking about, but I don't know, I guess other kids were watching this stuff, and I grew up, way after that time, but it's timeless. It's a classic. So, I mean, I used to watch classic TV. I just never got around to watching Monty Python stuff.
They used to show used to show Monty Python and MTV at like 2 a.m. in the morning. That's how I watched.
Oh, really?
They used to show it on PBS too, I think.
Oh yeah, on PBS as well. Yeah.
Yep.
Like that and Benny Hill for some reason.
Yeah, other end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Comedy spectrum.
Right. Compassionately had another question. Oh wait, not that one. Sorry, I already highlighted that one. J Dean, this is the one I was going to highlight. Doug, yes. What is your creative process when writing plays?
Well, there goes the next hour of this conversation. I'll try to give you the short version, J Dean. What essentially happens is either Marcia or I have a really clever idea, and we throw it at the other one. And the other one says, oh, yeah, that's kind of cool. Let's see what we can do with that. And so the initial process is just sort of figuring out the basic story arc, and having a rough idea of how many characters are we going to need, et cetera. And then we'll sit down and we'll try to flesh it out in a little more detail. So we'll do a sort of the first thing we set to paper will be like maybe a page, a treatment of what this thing's going to be about, just a basic synopsis of the basic story arc. And then we'll take that and we'll expand it slightly to a sort of plot point by plot point breakdown that might run about 3 or 4 pages, just to do the whole story in a little more detail. And then we'll do a very detailed cause and effect series of points, where this happens, which makes this happen, which causes this to happen. And we walk through the entire play that way, just, plot point by plot point, but in great detail. And that's a document that might be like, 15 pages long, something like that. And by the time we finish that, we've got a very clear idea of what the entire story is, who the characters are, what the relationships are, etc. And once that's all in place, that's when we start writing scenes. At least that's generally how we've worked. It was a little different with our most recent play because everything we've written in the past has been extremely plot driven. Farces and murder mysteries are all about plot. And so we've always started with the plot. But with this new one, it's a psychological thriller. And we started instead with the characters. And we spent the kind of time we would normally spend on just working out the plot in great detail. We actually spent figuring out who these characters were, like just writing these incredibly detailed biographies for all 3 of the major characters. And a lot of that stuff, I mean, this is stuff that you will never see in the finished product, but it all went into informing the story. So the plot kind of came out of the characters with this piece, as opposed to the other way around, which is how we usually write. So it depends, And then writing my 2 novels, that was another different process in that I sort of started out doing it the same way that Marcia and I do with our plays, but novels are a much longer story. And so there's more room to sort of leave space in between. And it's interesting when I hear John Griffin talking about the story arc for From, and carrying over 5 seasons and all that kind of thing, and how they know how it's going to end and all that, but there's room for, places where story elements can evolve. I know exactly what he's talking about because that's exactly what happened to me with both my books. I had the broad strokes all worked out before I sat down and started writing. But within that, there were plenty of places where, writers talk about their characters surprising them. That literally happened to me many times where, if you had told me 20 pages ago that so-and-so was going to do this, it was like, that never would have crossed my mind. And suddenly I get to that moment and boom, it happens, So it was kind of a mishmash between the 2 processes, because with the novels, I had the broad strokes of the story worked out, but there was plenty of room in there for new characters to be introduced, for characters to be developed in new ways, for the plot to maybe take a few left and right turns here and there. But the broad strokes were all in place. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Awesome. It's so cool, the idea of your characters surprising you, not knowing where they're going to take you. I love that. Yeah.
There's one example you're going to run into in the book you're reading where I guarantee you I had no idea that was going to happen until I wrote the scene. Like,
wow.
That idea I was like, where did that come from? That's so cool. It was one of those.
Yeah.
But it happened very late in the process. Like I was almost to the point in the story where that scene happens before the idea even occurred to me.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's so cool.
Oh, I think Julie just got booted. Yeah, I think so. Time to call those people with the new Wi-Fi router and take a strip off them, because this should not be happening. Well, Scarlett, it looks like you and I are hosting for the next few minutes. That is, if you're still with us. No, it's just me. Oh, well. Oh, God. So what should we talk about? Well, it's funny, one of the things I was going to talk about tonight, I was thinking about talking about my early days as an actor here in Canada, where I was doing a lot of school tours, because school tours, they're not something that happens so much anymore, at least in Canada. Back in the 70s and the 80s, schools in general had more money to spend on things like this. And so there were a lot of theater companies that exclusively just toured shows around to schools, kids shows. And that's how they made their living. And there was a ready audience for it. But over time, with school budgets being cut down, there was less and less call for that sort of thing. And there are still children's theater companies around, but not very many that are still doing tours, at least not that I know of. But when I was starting out, my God, I was doing school tours for years. She's back.
Sorry, my Wi-Fi cut out.
I knew
it. Still having Wi-Fi problems. Sorry about that. What did I miss?
Well, I thought, in the absence of anything else, one of the things I was thinking about talking about tonight, I think I mentioned to you, was talking about my early days when I was doing school tours. So I started giving them a bit of the lay of the land for what that world was all about, which largely doesn't exist anymore, because, as I was just saying, schools don't have the budgets anymore to bring in shows like that. And so most of the school touring companies that I worked for don't exist anymore. There are still a handful around the country, but not very many. There are children's theater companies, but they're generally, theaters that they've got a theater space somewhere, and the kids come to them. For example, we've got one in Toronto called YPT, Young People's Theater, and they've been here forever, and they don't show any signs of going anywhere. But I don't think they're doing any tours at this point. I desperately need to get some water, So I'm going to have to disappear on you for a second here, Julie.
No worries, Doug.
So did you freeze up when I was trying to take care of my cat upstairs? Or are you frozen now?
No. My Wi-Fi cut out briefly, but it came right back, thankfully. So I didn't have to come back on my phone like I was about to.
Can I promo really quick? Promo my thing on Sci-Fi Vision tomorrow?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, on Sci-Fi Vision tomorrow, me and Jamie are going to be covering the final episode of Agatha Christie's Towards Zero. And we're going to have a watch party before, and we might be watching all 3 episodes, so stay tuned. And that's going to happen. Our live is at 11 p.m. EST. And hopefully you can join in. And if you want to watch all 3 of them, just message me on Julie's Discord or JB's Discord at Sci-Fi Vision. Let me know. Because we can set that up if you want to watch all 3 episodes. They're all pretty short. They're all about 50 minutes apiece.
Cool.
Starring Angelica Houston.
Tabitha. Oh, nice. Tabitha, good night, Tabitha. Oh, by the way, so what I'll do is I'll just if the person who wins the cameo isn't here when I announce it, then I will just make a YouTube community post tomorrow so you can see it. If you go to my channel, that'll be the easiest way. I'll also announce it in Discord, but if you're not in my Discord, I'll just make a YouTube community post and announce the winner there if I can't reach the person in Discord. So I'll just do it that way, make it easy on everybody. So yeah, I'll do that. So good night, Tabitha. Hope you have a good night.
Hope she hasn't left already.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just a couple minutes ago, so hopefully not. Hey, Tony. Nice to see you. He says, writing a book is like taking a trip. I know how to get there, just don't know where I'm going to eat or stop.
That's a great analogy. That's a much more succinct way of putting it than I did.
Yeah. And if anybody wants to call in and talk to Doug, if anybody wants to call in and ask a question or comment or, participate in the conversation, you can click the link that is pinned at the top of the chat. It's still pinned there. And Doug said Scarlett sounds like she's 26, but she knows so much about movies and TV shows. How do you know all this? I just noticed that. Tony said that at some point.
I just know. Hey, Doug, I have a question for you.
Throw it at me.
What was your favorite thing that you ate on your trip?
Oh, that's a really good question. I have to think about it. Because I had some really nice meals. I had one in Krakow at the hotel. I can't even remember what the hell I had. I just remember it was delicious. The food in general was good. Everything from start to finish. This program that I do, the volunteer program in La Alberca, the hotel there, the food is always excellent. And that was true this time as well. In fact, I think they have a new chef because it was even better than usual this time. And one of the things I like to do is when I go, I take a little tub of maple syrup with me because they always have dessert after lunch and dinner. And one of the desserts they have is flan. And flan is kind of hard to describe. It's not quite the same thing that we think of as flan on this side of the ocean. It's a little bit like a cheesecake. It's kind of that consistency, and it's sweet. And I remember the first time I had it, I thought, oh God, maple syrup would be awesome on top of this. And so when I go now, I always take a little tub of maple syrup with me and I give it to the chef so that the day that they have flan, they can put a little taste of Canada on everybody's dessert. So we did that again this time. So that's always something to look forward to.
That's so great.
Oh,
like the
yeah.
fact that you have your Canadian carrying maple syrup. It's full of nutrients, I found out.
Oh, yeah. It's full of antioxidants.
It's like a miracle food. Oh, yeah. Because we have like a lot of syrup in Michigan, too. Gotta sell it.
Yeah, I always put a little bit of it in my breakfast smoothies. Not for the taste, because, you don't really taste it, but just for that, it's like a lot of vitamins. It's great.
Yeah. More healthy for you than
Real
so I'm having some.
yeah. Sorry, Julie.
I'm having some. Sorry, I was just gonna say I'm having some technical difficulties here with the giveaway tool. It froze when I lost my Wi-Fi. Yeah,
and you're
froze.
lagging.
Sorry, what?
You're lagging right now.
Yeah, and I'm lagging. I don't know what's going on with this lately. But yeah, so I don't know if Tabitha, I don't know if you're still here, but okay, you were here a couple minutes ago. I'm going to have to ask everybody to enter again because it doesn't look like it collected anything because it rebooted the whole thing. So, yeah.
It's going to be pissed.
Yeah. So yeah, I apologize. If you'd like to enter, please type hashtag Cameo and then it'll start collecting entries again.
Hey, I just had a thought. You know what? I'll enter, and that way, if I win, I can give it to Tabitha.
Yeah,
I'll be eligible, right? Like, there's nothing stopping me from doing it.
Yeah, no, you could do that.
I will do that then, because otherwise, she's going to be out of luck.
My idea was to write everything on paper, put it in a hat, and then I take it up to my boyfriend. He could pick a name.
Yeah.
Old school.
Yeah.
I also did that for one of our Severance ones, I think. Almost went back to paper and pen.
So
yeah.
Well, and speaking of which, you guys may be surprised to know this, but you know that in Canada, when we do our elections, we're still using paper ballots, right? Did you know that?
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
I usually still use them because I do proxy voting.
Yeah. Yeah. We do like we have paper ballots, but then we feed them into a machine. Like yeah. So it depends on where you are in the country. Some places still have paper ballots here too, but yeah. Sorry about that, guys. I see you. Good. I see you typing it in the chat. Hopefully, most of the people are still here. Anyway. I'm still lagging a lot, aren't I? I keep freezing. What the heck? Anyway. So
this isn't like the last time where you stuff on your Chromebook that you've got to dump.
No, I deleted everything, so I don't know what the problem is. I deleted everything, all the big files, and I closed all the tabs. But Robert had that question. Okay, that's an old question. Never mind. Oh no, it was this one I was going to highlight. Debbie said, at Doug, I had a Quebecois friend who was a great lover of bourbon. Oops, sorry. Wait, why? Why was? I wonder why.
Probably indulged too much in bourbon, maybe, is my guess. I don't know.
Oh no. Oh, that's not good. And earlier Tabitha had said, at that question regarding the bad boy thing, she meant like getting some shade from fans who can't handle some of the things you might have to do as well. I doubt it.
I would give people more credit than that. I think most people, most adults are able to separate fantasy from reality to the extent that, that shouldn't be too much of a problem for them. But maybe I'm just overly optimistic.
It's like, how dare you act, Doug? How dare you?
You'd be surprised that some of the actors on different shows who have gotten a lot of hate from fans who are like blaming them somehow for what their characters are doing on the show, and it makes no sense at all. So some people are really irrational about stuff like that. It's ridiculous, but I doubt that's going to happen in this case. You're way too nice, and you have that persona, you have that reputation already that precedes you online. So I don't think anybody's going to come after you for taking people out, even if you take out someone really beloved,
because nobody loves Jim, so that's cool.
Well, if I get any of that kind of stuff happening, I'll just say 2 words for you, pal: get therapy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, like
Seriously.
like get a grip, you know, like, yeah,
It's a creative work.
Yeah.
it's a
It's not
TV.
real.
Yeah,
It's not
exactly.
It's not real.
Just don't forget about
Yes.
it. You know,
Yeah, just me said, just don't forget about us, Doug, when you're busy, busy, busy.
I always find that an interesting comment because, like, you know, I would have a hard time forgetting the time I spend on here, you know, like just because I got busy, it's like something that's a part of your life, you know, you don't just automatically forget because, oh, something shiny. I mean, yeah, I mean, I suppose some people are that easily distracted, but like this idea of like forgetting about people, it's always a concept that I kind of struggle with, you know. I mean, yeah, with the passage of time, we all sort of lose touch with people and stuff like that. But I don't know. I find that a strange comment.
Yeah. No, I guess I don't know. Maybe in some cases, when people blow up and it's like that old expression, don't forget the little people when you make it big or whatever. I think that's kind of the sentiment behind it. But I we know you too well to worry about that now. That's not going to happen. I'm confident of that too. Um, when you make a connection with people, yeah, most people wouldn't turn into like a jerk and get a big head like, oh no, I'm too cool to hang out with you guys now because I'm so famous and all these people are after me. Nah, like you're not the type to ever be like that. So we don't have to worry about that with you. I know that.
It's funny, you know, one of my friends from theater school, we used to have this debate all the time because his theory, I think, was that absolute fame corrupts absolutely, you know. And I always took issue with that. I disagreed. I said, no, I think it depends on the individual. I mean, yes, that's absolutely a danger with fame, particularly with fame when you're young. But I said, you know, my position was it has a lot to do with who you are to begin with. I mean, you hear countless stories of very famous A-list actors who are absolutely lovely people, you know, and their fame hasn't diminished that. Now, that's probably because they were absolutely lovely people to begin with. But, you know, they didn't turn into assholes just because they became famous. I think the people that fame corrupts in that way are people that you know, if they became successful in any field would be the same way, you know, like the boss from hell, for example, if they were in the business world, who, you know,
Yeah.
was like really arrogant and, you know, put down the people beneath him and all that kind of stuff, you know. I mean, I will say that one of the things that troubles me about the industry is that sort of catering to the star is something that is so built into the way the system works that I can see people being seduced by that fairly easily, and getting used to it and maybe taking it for granted. But my trajectory in my career was very, very different. I mean, I think I've told this story before, but when I started out, you know, when I started working for the CBC, for example, doing TV stuff, at the very beginning, I was working for them as an extra. And then when I started getting roles, they were very small roles. I had never done anything of any great size for the CBC until I got hired to play a support role in a film back in 1992, this hockey film called Gross Misconduct that Adam Agoyan directed. And there was a guy playing the lead, Marcia's cousin, Danny Kash, and I played his twin brother. And so suddenly, for the first time in my life, I mean, this was about 15 years into my career, I was playing a major role in a film for the CBC, you know, whom I'd worked with many, many times. And I was always treated like one of the help, you know. And our very first day on set, we were up in the Yukon in this little town called Carcross, which is about a 45-minute drive from Whitehorse, which is the capital of the Yukon. We got there And this fourth assistant director came up to Danny and I, and she said, listen, I'm really sorry, but we're running a little bit late, and we're probably not going to get to you guys for about 45 minutes or so. I looked at her and I said, wait a minute. You're apologizing because you're not going to get to us for 45 minutes? I've never been on a set in my life where anybody has talked to me for the first 2 hours that I was there. why are we having this conversation? And she was all over. She was like, can I get you a coffee? Would you like a newspaper and stuff? And her name was Vera. I said, Vera, come here. I want to ask you something. I said, are you, when they train you for this job, are you trained to like that you have to do this for everybody, you know, for the lead actors? And she said, oh yeah, this is like drilled into us. I said, well, please don't do it with me. It makes me very uncomfortable. I know where the coffee is. I know where the newspaper is. Sit down, relax, have a break. We're fine. And of course, Vera and I became very good friends very quickly as a result of that. But I mean, like, it's that stuff that just makes me go, I don't know if I said this to her, but it was like, you know, every other time I've worked for the CBC, people like you would not even be talking to me, you know? And the only difference between that guy and this is the size of the role I'm playing. I'm the same person. Why should the rules be any different, you know? But that's the way the system is built, and that's the way people get treated. And so, yeah, I mean, I can see how people, when they're constantly being treated that way, would take it for granted and come to expect it and probably be miffed if it wasn't there. But, you know, if there's one thing this 40 odd years in this career has taught me, it's humility. Whether I was naturally that way or not, it was certainly been beaten into me along the way. And you learn that you can't take that stuff seriously because it's not real, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fame and being an actor can have its perks that could go to some people's heads, but it really depends on the individual. And you have too much character for that to ever happen. So I never worry about that with you. Jay Dean said we need Doug on the next White Lotus season. I've heard that's a great show. I've never seen it, but
yeah, I've never seen it either. I didn't realize it was a comedy, or at least I saw it referred to.
Well, it's a comedy drama.
A dramedy, I guess. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I've seen all three seasons. They're all really good.
Yeah, it's kind of on my list. There was something you mentioned earlier, Julie, and I wanted to ask you what streaming service it was on, but I can't remember now. Speaking of Fringe, by the way, do you know if it's on any of the streaming services? Because I would love to revisit that series. I adored it when it came out.
I don't know actually where it is like now anyway. I watched it, forget where I even watched it. It was a year ago. But Fringe, where is Fringe? It was originally on, what was it, Fox, I think?
Yeah.
And where do you stream it? Let me see. It says yeah, it's not that easy to find. So it looks like it's on Amazon Prime, but it looks like you have to actually not only have Amazon Prime, but you have to, it's one of those things where you have to actually pay
to ride the season.
Oh, I see.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah,
you get from the library, probably.
Yeah, on DVD or something, right?
Yeah. I record out my cable, and it gets really weird episodes every once in a while. Like Sci-Fi or something will run a bunch of episodes, and I'll have them on my DVD-R, like a whole season.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we don't Sci-Fi in Canada. We have we do have a Sci-Fi network here, but it's not Sci-Fi. It's the CTV Sci-Fi network.
Yeah. I got a couple more things here. Real Cinema said, Doug, are the black squirrels in Toronto still friendly? I had a funny encounter with one in the main park.
Oh, I wonder what you mean by a funny encounter. I actually hate I actually ran over a black squirrel on my bike a couple of years ago.
No.
And it was absolutely unavoidable, because they do this thing, and this is why they get run over by a lot of cars. You know, squirrels have learned that a great way to get away from a predator is to pull a 180 turn, because they're so maneuverable and they're so fast that most of the predators chasing them have too much momentum. And when they pull those 180 turns, they can't keep up with them. It's a great escape technique if you're a squirrel running away from a predator. But if you're running away from a car or a bicycle, it's absolutely the last thing you should do. And I had a squirrel literally run underneath my bike and pull a 180 and come right under, like my front tire went by. He came between the two tires and immediately pulled a 180 and got run over by the back tire. Like there was absolutely no way I could have stopped it from happening. So yeah, I felt about that, but what are you going to do? You know?
And
yeah, sometimes it's unavoidable.
Tell a cute story about how our local Trader Joe's has like they all have mascots, and our mascot's a black squirrel named Acorn. Because there's black squirrels all over the campus around here. There's this black squirrels everywhere.
I've never seen a black squirrel.
Oh, we only
have gray ones. Yeah.
We only have gray ones around Rhode Island.
Just gray ones and occasionally a brown one, but usually they're grayish here. Yeah.
I saw a red squirrel in Warsaw.
A what?
A red squirrel.
What kind?
Like a really reddish brown. Yeah, I took a picture of it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's so cool. Aren't there white ones too? I think I've seen pictures of white squirrel.
Never seen one.
Yeah. Not around here, but Kelly said I think Fringe might be on Hulu, so that's good to know. Okay,
yeah,
maybe it's there.
Hulu, because Hulu has a lot of things on it.
Yeah. And I wanted to highlight this from Ryan. Doug, I played juror number 4 in the play 12 Angry Men. In your view, is the play more about justice or about human nature, or are those inseparable in this context?
I think the latter. I think they're kind of interwoven together. I mean, yes, the play is a great examination of human nature, but given the way that they've chosen to end it, it certainly makes a real comment about justice as well. But I think the larger question is one of human nature, because I think the implications of that story are huge. It's something about the justice system that has always troubled me, in that, you know, human nature being what it is, people can so easily be led to one conclusion or another that it is not necessarily an accurate representation of the facts. And the way we've set up a adversarial system, you know, where the idea is not to necessarily get at the truth for both sides, it's to win the case, you know, whether you're the defense or the prosecuting attorney, you're there to win. You know, it's all about winning and doing whatever you can within the rules to get away with that. And the rules are supposedly designed to, you know, help people get at the truth. But we all know how easy those rules are to manipulate. And, you know, having people who come in during jury selection, who are experts at deciding who would be a good juror for your side and who wouldn't. What's that all based on? People's prejudices, you know, the things that the law is not supposed to be about, right? So, and I think the play does a good example of examining that, you know, how it's not black and white, you know, it's not just truth and fiction. It's polluted to a great degree by human nature, you know?
Yeah. Unfortunately, you know, that's right. You know, human beings are not naturally unbiased creatures. And so, and you know, you think about prosecutors and they're so focused on their conviction rate. It's like, you know, that they sometimes they campaign on it, like, and it's like, well, shouldn't it be about just making sure justice is done, not making sure you have a high percentage of convictions? Like that's not such a good thing. So yeah, there are a lot of issues like that with the justice system.
Well, and look at what happened to me with the bike story. You know, this whole idea of the presumption of innocence. Had it not been for the fact that I was able to categorically prove I had nothing to do with this bike theft, I would have spent at least a night in jail as a minimum, you know, and I would have had a police record as a result. despite the fact that I wouldn't have been convicted, I would have been charged, and that would have been on my record for the rest of my life for something that I had absolutely nothing to do with. And the only reason that didn't happen was I was fortunate enough to be able to prove that it had nothing to do with me. And it really put the fear of God into me, because it made me think, if I'm ever asked to produce an alibi, I spend 98% of my time alone. I don't have anybody to corroborate stuff for me, and that's kind of a scary thought, when you suddenly find yourself in a situation where you have to prove your innocence.
Right. You're needing an alibi. That's crazy. Yeah. You were accused of something insane. And there are plenty of people who are wrongfully accused and wrongfully convicted of things all the time.
Sure.
Unfortunately.
We've had several infamous cases here in Canada, guys who've spent years, decades in jail for crimes they had nothing to do with.
Such a shame.
Yep.
Yeah. On a lighter note, Dieter, and we've got someone calling into the panel, but before I and dropped off again. Well, maybe he'll come back. We've got Scarlett back, and Dieter wanted me to show his cameo, so I'm gonna share. So I think our caller is back. KP, I see you there. I'm just gonna play Doug's cameo for Dieter first, and then probably play mine too, so people can see what these cameos, what they can expect from them, or just examples of the kind of thing that you can get if you win this cameo that we're giving away. So this is the one that Dieter requested, and he requested it specifically to be a roast. So here you go.
Hey, Julie B. The man in yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY. We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts. We know you're going through a rough time right now, but you will get through this. And in the meantime, if you ever need to talk, you know where to find us. Anything you'd like to add? Yeah. Hey! Listen, kiddo.
What happened? It dropped. Oh, Julie, you got booted again.
Oh, I saw it.
No, that's not the right one. This is the one Doug made for me. This is the one Doug made for me. Yeah.
Oh, you stopped
I'll play
it.
this one. Yeah, I stopped it.
Though. It was nice.
I thought I realized it wasn't the right one, but I just thought you were going to let it play through and then play Dieter's after. But either way,
I'll let it play through.
Hey, Julie B.
I'll let it play through.
The man in yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY. We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts. We know you're going through a rough time right now, but you will get through this. And in the meantime, if you ever need to talk, you know where to find us. Anything you'd like to add? Yeah. Hey! Listen, kiddo. Like the man said, we're here for you, 24/7. Anything you need, you just get on the blower. And hey, don't take any crap. Anybody gives you any grief, you just tell them. They're going to have to answer to this guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Take care, sweetheart. We'll talk soon. See you later.
I loved that. I don't know if it was frozen for you in the beginning like it was frozen for me, but eventually it played.
No, it played.
StreamYard is active. It played on that end? Oh, good. Yeah. Good. StreamYard is acting up for me tonight. It is not running correctly at all. So I'm glad it played for you and everybody else then. I absolutely loved that. I loved that cameo. It was so sweet and lovely. And I was just so this is the kind of thing that that you can get if you order a Cameo from Doug, and we're going to be giving one of them away, and you can get all different types. I don't remember all the categories, but one of them is a pep talk. You can also get a roast. I had Dieter's clip loaded here, but now it's not there, so I'm gonna have to locate it, and I'll play you Dieter's in a few minutes when I find it. But in the meantime, I'll let KP come on and say hi to Doug while I'm getting that Cameo, so I can play Dieter's. And let's see. Hey KP, are you there? You there? Hello?
Done.
Hey, KP.
Hey,
Good
KP,
evening.
how you doing, KP?
I'm just next question. It's been one of those
Okay.
days. Doug, how are you doing?
I'm well, thanks, KP. How are you?
Listen, we're taking it one day at a time. We just had an election here. So,
We just had one too.
Same night, Monday night. So you know how hectic elections can get, especially in a small Caribbean island where there's a lot of oil and a lot of money to be won, basically, at the end of the day. So it's been stressful. But it's over now. I think the result was pretty good, so we're going to ride with it. I think I personally love Mark Carney. I think I've read his book. I mean, I disagree with him on some very minor issues, but I think he's a really excellent choice for Prime Minister, and especially in the climate that we're in, where we have a guy to the south telling you that he's going to make you Canada the 51st state, and all the Canadians I know are like, "Fuck no, you ain't."
Don't think that's going to fly. And I agree with you. I think that given the climate, Carney is just the right guy. I mean, I think the question for a lot of Canadians was, if it wasn't Carney, it was going to be the alternative, which was the conservative candidate, and that would have been a fate worse than death. So we're relieved
because they are very friendly with Trump, and his policies, his kinds of policies.
Yeah, ideologically, unfortunately, there's a whole lot of overlap there, and I really don't need to see this country turned into that.
Especially a good, beautiful part of the kingdom, still part of the kingdom, still, which I mean, I don't know how you feel about it, but I am a total royalist. I'm a huge monarchist. I love the stability that a royal family brings, and the little bit of that magic that was in the world back in the day that we hear about in history class and whatnot. It's a little bit, and they're not, they are a group, except for a couple. There's a few bad apples, but they are a group that, in general, are a good example of being human, being people. They're very relatable. But anyways, enough of that kind of talk. Let's get back to talking from. I just got home from work. I had not much to do, so I said, let me hop on and hear you guys talk. And if I have something to chime in, I'll chime in.
Sure, no problem. I don't think you and I have ever actually chatted before, KP.
I've said hi. I've said hi, but no, we haven't actually chatted. In fact, right now I have an aunt and two cousins that are in Trinidad here, who are Canadian citizens, and they're very very pro Canada, very, very patriotic citizens, and I've been to Canada a lot more times than I've been to the United States. So we are kindred members of the Commonwealth.
Where have you visited in Canada? Is it different places, or do you generally go to the same place?
So I have family in Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
In is it Mississauga?
Yeah.
I have family in I have family in Edmonton. I have
Oh,
I have a very lovely ex-girlfriend of mine who also lives in Edmonton, and my family has been over to see her family and spend some time. So I've been to I was at my God, what's the name of the college? It's Forest something college in British Columbia. I did a 3 month Simon Fraser University.
Simon
A
Fraser, right.
3 month like exchange program there when I was at university like a million years ago. So I'm not I haven't been to Quebec, although I definitely want to. I think I've been told that their carnival season is fantastic, and I'm a big carnival fan. So I'd like to go to Quebec, but um, I'm still I still have some time on the clock, so I can probably figure that out.
Hmm. Well, yeah, Carnival in Quebec is great. Of course, there is the fact that it happens in February that one has to deal with, but that's part of the fun, you know.
Our carnival here in Trinidad is, it is the greatest show on earth, as we like to call it, and it is to outsiders. It seems to outsiders they almost describe it as like a countrywide group orgy. It seems that way because you have a lot of beautiful women on the streets in bikinis dancing in a very evocative provocative kind of way, men dancing with them. You have mud being thrown, and literal mud or oil or paint or whatever being thrown in one part to the next. And I mean, it is a carnal celebration, but it's everybody that I have since I was maybe 18 or 19. I have been in and out of Trinidad for school and so on. So I've met a lot of people in the United States and Canada, Britain, different parts of Europe, Australia, and you spend some time in Riyadh as well. And one of my like favorite things to do is to invite a friend or two and say, you know what, if you get here on these particular dates, you have a place to stay, you have a costume, you have to spend no money. Just get here and you have to spend no money, and you're going to have the best time of your life. So I've done it maybe 10 times, and it's always been, they've always walked away thinking to themselves like, wow, I want to do that again.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but we have a big Caribbean festival in Canada.
Yeah, I've been to Caravan. My first Caravan, I was like 16, 17. Yeah, very young. So I'm very anywhere there's a party, anywhere there's a carnival, we know about it. And we judge it. We go, we partake, and then we come back home and we say, it was all right, but it's not like here.
No, I'm sure that the Canadian version probably seems a little staid by your standards.
A little slow, because I'll tell you why. I'll tell you one of the little things that people brag on. So the parade in Toronto basically is through Yonge Street most of the time. So that's one long street, right? And when you get to so you start at one side with all your music trucks, everybody's gathering together and getting into the spirit, and then you start to slowly just march across to the other side, which takes about 2 or 3 hours because we do it like literally inch by inch, because everybody's dancing, having a fantastic time.
Right.
But then that's kind of it. When it gets there, the other side, that's kind of it. With in Trinidad, it is, it's it's like a maze-like journey through the middle of our city of Port of Spain, and you walk something close to 15 miles, 20 miles.
Wow.
Like just on the streets. We've counted it. It's anywhere depending on what route you take, and you walk anywhere between 10 and 15 miles in that day while being heavily intoxicated. Fortunately, I haven't had liquor since 2016 myself, and do not miss it at all. But for my first couple carnivals, I was properly. I'll tell you how and the sun is so hot that this is what happens. Like I learned that you can have a mixed drink. So I would probably have Hennessy and Red Bull, and then have a mixed drink, then have a water and or Gatorade. And if you do that, if every time you have a mixed drink, you go and you get a water or a Gatorade, you're probably not going to get like hella drunk. You'll just be buzzed. But the weirdest thing happens because you're sweating so much.
Well, I was going to say you would need to do that. You'd need to do that just to rehydrate anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So like you're sweating so much all day that you don't need to urinate. Like you go all 2 days probably without urinating because there's no need, because all of the all that excretion is coming out through your sweat now, so there's no urine. But I mean it's fantastic, and the costumes are beautiful. I mean, no disrespect to Julie B. She's lovely. She's, a Rhode Island queen. But Trinidad and Tobago has the most beautiful woman in the world. I will fight anybody. I will fight anybody on that because we have just this fantastic mix of, African, Indian, like Indian from Indian, and then we also have Taino, which is like what you guys would call Native American. We have Taino peoples. Then we have a touch of British and Spanish. So we have some European blood, and it all gets mixed up into this whole pepper pot. And what comes out are just the most gorgeous women that you would ever see. So, and everybody works out and they get in shape for those 2 days, and it's not cheap by any means. It's for the least, it is like a $2,500 US weekend for the least. So it's not cheap, but if you can do it, I tell everybody, if you can do it once, come through to Trinidad.
Scarlett is back. Scarlett,
Hi,
welcome
Scarlett.
back.
Good evening.
Hello.
Welcome
So-
back. Welcome back.
I
Welcome.
was hanging out in the chat because I can't do both at the same time.
Yeah. No worries.
One or the other.
And Quan Solar, thank you for liking the stream. Please like the stream if you haven't liked it already. And anyone who has just joined us recently and you'd like to enter for a chance to win a cameo from Doug, just type hashtag cameo, all lowercase, in the chat. I haven't picked a winner yet. It's going to be random. We'll do it on the stream. So yeah. Anyway,
Well, I did an
So-
entry, Julie, on Tabitha's behalf. So if my name pops up, that's for Tabitha, just so you know.
great. Thanks for doing that. I felt bad because Tabitha, she and anyone else, I feel bad that if they came and left, but Tabitha was here for a while and just barely missed getting to enter. So anyway, so what was I gonna say?
So we have a giveaway, and the giveaway is a cameo video from Doug.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah.
And the little video you played just now, that was like a sample video.
Yeah, that was one that Doug made for me. Hopefully it came through okay and people could see it. It was glitching on mine.
It was very cute. It was very, very cute.
Hmm.
I'd love to do one to my daughter.
Yeah. Yeah. They
Is she
make great
from?
gifts.
It would be a fantastic gift. So I would like to. I'll probably be entering. How do you enter? You just type. Would you type? There's a code you have to type in to enter.
Yeah, you just type hashtag Cameo. That's it. Just hashtag Cameo, all lowercase.
Where in the chat?
In the chat. Yeah, in the chat.
Okay. That's easy.
Yeah.
I can follow those instructions.
Yeah. Pretty simple. Yeah, I was glad to see you do that, Doug.
As simple as you can make it.
Yeah, I was glad to see that Doug joined it. Because you were initially hesitant to do it, but a lot of the From cast is on there, and they really put in a lot of extra effort to make it special. And I know you do that too. Didn't you say that you were doing one that you were working on? KP, I'm gonna mute you a little bit because there's some feedback. So hold on. I'm just gonna mute KP while I'm talking or while other people are talking because sometimes there's feedback with KP when other people are talking. I was gonna say, Doug, didn't you say you were like doing some editing on one of the Cameo orders you had, and it was like getting kind of technical or something with the Mini Man in Yellow?
It was the one for just me because she wanted to know about my trip. So I edited in a bunch of pictures from the trip. First, I put up a map to show her where La Alberca was in Spain. And then I had a series of pictures. And the Mini Man in Yellow basically narrated it. So I had to sync up the pictures with his narration. So it took a fair amount of editing to get that to work. But it came out pretty well, I think.
That's awesome. Wow. See, really going the extra mile. See, this is what I mean. These cameos are well worth every cent that people spend on them. I treasure every one of my cameos from the From actors, including yours. Everyone just makes them so personal and thoughtful. A lot of cameos you see where people it seems like they're just reading, they just read off a script of what someone wanted them to say, and with no feeling, no enthusiasm. And this is just completely different, the way that you guys handle it. Dieter called in so that he could share his cameo, and for some reason Dieter's device is not connected, but I see the video is there, so I think I can actually play it. So let me see if I can try it.
Hey there, Dieter. Mini Man in Yellow here. So, I heard a rumor that you wanted to get roasted. Well, wrap yourself in tinfoil, buddy, because here it comes. So, you're from Belgium, right? I remember seeing a movie once that was set in Belgium. What was it called? In Bruges. Yeah, that was it, with Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson. And the first line of the movie was, Bruges is a shithole. And I remember thinking, copy that. I mean, look at the place. The buildings are so old, they probably got cave paintings in the basement. I mean, would it kill you guys to build a skyscraper or two? Maybe some apartment buildings? Join the 21st century? Sheesh. And speaking of Belgians, I remember seeing this episode of Monty Python once where they did this skit about a game show called Prejudice. And that week's episode, they were trying to come up with a new derogatory term for the Belgians. And one dude suggested, let's not call them anything, let's just ignore them. And the second guy, the runner-up, came up with the Flems, which personally I thought was genius. But the hands-down winner was miserable fat Belgian bastards. But listen, buddy, I gotta ask you about something. You and Julie B, from JulieBDeepDives, what is going on there? Oh, she's so beautiful. Oh, I adore her so much. Dude, you're a family man. Get a grip. I mean, you live on the other side of the freaking Atlantic, for God's sake. Let it go. But I'm a romantic soul, and I gotta say, this unrequited love of yours has inspired me. I've written a poem about you. Do you want to hear it? Of course you do. Okay, here it goes. This crazy-ass Belgian named Dieter fell in love with a content creator. But he felt so afraid that the dude never paid for a flight to the U.S. to meet her. What a pussy! But seriously, dude, I gotta tell you, I really appreciate everything you've done for Julie B. And I know she does too. Your support has just been amazing. You were there for her all the time. You are a rock, my friend. And I just want you to know it hasn't gone unappreciated. So, how's that? You feel sufficiently roasted? You know, crunchy and brown on the outside and pink and squishy on the inside? Take care, my friend. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Bye for now.
I didn't know we could request the Miniman in yellow.
Yes, you can. You can
That's a
indeed.
game
Okay, I gotta take
changer.
that down. What was that? Oh yeah, you can. So
He-
that's
he-
another another option.
I love the voice. The voice is great.
yes, Dieter didn't specifically request the miniman in yellow. He just got him anyway.
Oh, he
Which
just showed up.
That's
He
right.
just took
And
over.
that's probably going to be the case for a lot of people. So if you're in the contest, you know, be forewarned. It may happen to you.
Oh yeah.
It's great. I loved how mine. I liked the combination you did with mine. It was part you and part Miniman in yellow. It was perfect. I loved it. Muncher Luncher says, "I want Miniman in yellow." Sorry, I keep trying to highlight it. I want Miniman in yellow to recite Shakespeare to me.
That could be arranged.
Sure. Doug is well versed in Shakespeare, so indeed. Doc said, "Does Miniman in yellow charge more than Doug?" JK.
Well, you know, he just might. We'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah. Just me said, maybe I'll get a roast next time. Everyone enjoyed it. That was great. Yeah, I knew it was going to be amazing. I knew you would be, with your wit, your razor sharp wit. I knew you would be great at roasting people, so I'm not surprised at all.
Well, it's tricky because, you know, like the most successful roasts, I think, are from people who really know the person that they're roasting, and you're kind of doing it with one hand tied behind your back when you don't really know the person very well. I mean, for the purposes of a short little video like this, I certainly knew enough about Dieter to keep the bases covered, but it would be tricky to do that for a stranger, you know?
Yeah, because you've had a lot of contact with Dieter, so it's a lot easier to roast. Michael said, "Surprised you didn't work in, but every time he tries to pick up the phone, the Belgian waffles and just can't bring himself to do it." JK. Nice. I see what you did there, Michael. That's great. Yeah. So if you want a cameo from Doug, Dieter's been dropping the link in the chat. If you don't win one tonight, you can get one. They don't cost much. I think it starts at like $30 or something like that. And Doug puts in a lot of time and effort, so trust me, it's worth every penny. Just me, so the roast was spot on. Doug said, "Doug, you know me. You went to Belgium for me. You left after 40 minutes because you were sick of me, though."
It wasn't you, Dieter. I was just sick of Belgium.
Yeah. It was great.
Anyway, listen, I'm going to have to bail, I'm afraid, because I've got to get up in the morning and do some work, but it's been fun as usual.
Yeah.
And, I'm sorry I'm not going to be here to see who wins the thing, the draw, because that would be kind of fun.
I mean, I could do it. It only takes a minute if you want to stay. I could do it right now.
Well, it's up to you. If everybody who's going to sign up for it has had a chance to put their name in.
I think we've had enough. I mean, it's been over 2 hours. I mean,
Maybe leave it till the end of the stream and have it be like a surprise in the morning. Because a
Yeah, I
bunch
could
of
do
people
that.
dip into your stream at like the 7 hour mark.
That's true. They do. They do. But it would be fun for Doug to get to see it, though. So, I mean, I think I'm just gonna do it now. I'll do it now so Doug can actually watch it because it's fun. It's fun. Amy. Oh, good, Amy. You just entered. Good. So Doug, if you want to watch it, I'll just do it now.
Sure, go for it.
Okay. So I'll share my screen so everybody can actually see the giveaway tool. And let's see, is it sharing? Should be able to see it in a sec. My Wi-Fi is not great, but okay, it should be there. Can you see it?
No. Oh, now we can. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, now it's going to draw randomly right here. Drum roll.
Kimberly.
Oh, we got a winner. Kimberly, aka Compassionately. Yeah. There we go.
There you go.
Congratulations,
Yay!
Compassionately. Yay, indeed. So I think she went to bed probably earlier, so I'll contact her on Discord and I'll announce it publicly in the morning. But yeah, I just thought it'd be fun to do while Doug is still on stream. It's fun to to watch it in real time and the confetti and everything. It's cool. We've done these a few times. So yeah. So Compassionately, we'll get a cameo from Doug, and anyone else, if you want to get one, we'll link Doug's Cameo account in the description.
She's here.
Oh, is she here?
Yeah.
Oh, yay. Still here. Awesome. Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations. So, yeah, I can't think of anyone more deserving. She's a lovely. Compassionately is really an apt screen name for her. She's extremely compassionate. So yeah, maybe not a roast for her. I can't think of anything you could possibly roast about her from all my contacts.
To see what Kimberly asks for.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, so she can. We're gonna, when the stream ends, I'm gonna put Doug's link to his Cameo account in the description of this video. So anybody who wants to order one can find it in the description of the video. And Dieter's been dropping the link all night too. And Kimberly, you'll be able to go on and select which type you would like from Doug. So thank you so much for being here tonight with us, Doug. And also, I've got all your links, as always, in the description of the video to where you can find Doug's plays, including Deadline on playscripts.com. That's in the description of the video. You can read a 32-page sample of Doug's play, Deadline, order an e-copy or a print copy like I did. And also the link to where you can find Doug's first, I believe, 5 plays at Concord Theatrical's website. So all those links are there, and also the link to Doug's website with all the information about him. All of it is there as always. And it's been awesome. Good luck with finishing your audition, your Zoom auditions you got to do. I know what a pain that is.
It's all good. Hey,
Yeah.
it could be a job. So there's that. So tomorrow is Monty Python night. Is that right?
Yes.
9:30.
Tomorrow's Monty Python. 9:30 in the Discord. We'll watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
I will be here with bells on.
Awesome. And hopefully we'll have you on stream again soon. And we'll keep everybody posted on when that's going to be. So thank you. It's been awesome. It's been a pleasure as always, Doug.
Same here. Good night, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Oh, Scarlett is
Night.
back.
Just say good
Buenas
night.
Scarlett
noches,
probably
buenas noches, buenas noches.
Just say
she wanted to say
goodnight.
goodnight.
Take care.
Good night, Doug. Just in time.
Could say goodnight.
Yeah. And the kids say goodnight too. That's great.
Yep.
Oh, and yellow hearts for Doug. Yes. Loads and loads of yellow hearts. Yes. And everyone's saying goodnight in the chat. It's always awesome to have him on stream. And he needs to get up in the morning to record another Zoom audition. He's been doing Zoom auditions for some things lately. A lot of stuff's been getting thrown at him at once. He said it's like feast or famine. You know, he'll have long periods where he doesn't get any auditions. And good night, Debbie, Babby. He'll have long periods where he doesn't get any auditions, and all of a sudden he gets a bunch at once, and he's got to rush and do them. So he's recording 2 auditions. One of them he did today. The other one he's got to record in the morning and then submit it. And they're for like little things like one of them is an indie film that he has to audition for. So I'm so happy for you, compassionately. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, can't think of a more deserving, lovely person to win. You're all lovely, lovely people, though. This is the best community, and I'm so grateful for you guys. So grateful for everybody. I mean, everybody is so kind and compassionate here. Teeter, you forgot to enter. Yeah. The fandom around From Severance, like, it's just the kindest community I've ever been a part of. I can't, and those of you who watch The Last of Us and join us for the lives are awesome too. But unfortunately, the fandom of The Last of Us at large is not so kind. Luckily, I haven't had any of the toxic people join our streams. Everyone here has been awesome, but there have been some pretty nasty fans of The Last of Us in the community. A lot of them. Hey, Carl Away. Howdy, folks. Looks like I arrived just at the end. Yeah, you did. You did. Just missed Doug by a smidge, Carla. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Well, glad you could make it, Amy, for a little bit. Yeah, gotta work in the morning. Well, good night, Amy. Eventually I'll get around to watching Yellow Jackets. I will. Now there's really no rush. I'm not sure if Yellow Jackets has been renewed for another season. I'm guessing yes. I'm assuming yes. So I'm sure there's plenty of time for me to get on board with that before another season comes out. And everybody's saying goodnight to Doug. What did I say? Snoop Dogg is on Cameo? Are you kidding? What the? Oh my God, that must cost a fortune. I can only imagine, because I think the prices are kind of based on my cat is in the background and it kind of looks like she's on my head. If you can see that, my cat Boo is laying on a shelf with a tub on top. I have this little plastic tub sitting on my bookshelf. She's been, ever since it's gotten warmer in here, she doesn't want to lay on the bed anymore. She doesn't like the warmth. So she's been sleeping on a plastic tub back there. She's behind me. Anyway, the prices on Cameo are based on how famous people are. And Snoop Dogg is like crazy famous. So I can only imagine how much that costs. My God, probably like hundreds and hundreds of dollars for a video. That's crazy. Like I gotta draw the line somewhere. I don't care who it is. I wouldn't pay hundreds of dollars for a video, like 500, 600. Who knows how much it costs, but it's probably a lot. I've seen some crazy prices before. And welcome back, Scarlett.
Yeah, I was going to reply
Anyway.
to AAM's comment. They have a comment. It says, all the Yellow Jackets YouTube content is dying now, but I know with you, when you love something, you keep it alive. Well, guess what? We're going to keep it alive because me and Jamie and I think Lori are going to be doing Yellow Jackets videos maybe in a little bit, maybe in June.
Videos,
about the characters and stuff, like deep dives. But like Lori wants to do personal relationships with different characters, like Shauna and Jackie, and Lottie and Shauna and stuff like that. Maybe Shauna and Callie. Yeah, I just have so many like steampunk events and stuff coming up, and they're all like May and June. They used to be spread out. Like one was like in February, one was in March. So there'd be like maybe one in July. They're all now in May and June. I don't know why.
Wow.
It's just a massive concentration of steampunk stuff and like other festivals and things. It's very weird how it's all just converged. And it's not easy for me because there's Memorial Day weekend. I'm not done teaching school yet for the year. It's hard. It's hard to figure it out.
Oh my, yeah.
Complicated.
Sounds like it's gonna be hectic time.
I mean, who does events around Memorial? It's like, it's so hard when you're a teacher to get days off after a holiday because you just had a holiday and they just look like administration will look at you like, what? You just had a day off.
Yeah.
So, well.
That's tricky. Yeah, it just, because then it just looks like, oh, you just want to extend your time off, but you might just need the time. Coincidentally, it happens to be near a holiday. So I imagine those are difficult days to get off. Yeah. Because some people do just want to extend their long weekend or something. So they'll try to take an extra day off.
Luncher asked me what steam. Oh, sorry. Luncher just asked me what steampunk was, and I'm like, it's like a retrofuturistic Victoriana, like H.G. Wells, like who else am I thinking here? H.G. Wells, Jules Verne, that kind of style. Except we all dress up. It's a big party. We all dress up, kind of Victorian, futuristic Victorian. There's sometimes airship pirates. There's some furries have actually shown up at some of these things. Everybody can just be whoever they, feel like doing. That vibe. Mermaids. There'll be mermaids in the pool. There'll be what else goes on there? A lot of Cthulhu stuff. It's a mismatch, but it's a huge party for like 4 days. And I do workshops and lectures about Victorian things, and do custom perfume workshops and stuff with people. And gaming. We do some gaming.
Yeah.
If you're into that kind of thing, there's like conventions all over the US. You just have to look up like Steampunk Explorer or something like that, and there'll be a whole website full of things by your city, events, all that. Excuse me.
Cool. Well,
sorry.
It's okay. This is insane. Muncher did a Google search and it's $1,200 for a cameo from Snoop. That's nuts.
Money well spent.
Oh my God. Yeah. Mackie, 12,000 is, well, it's not 12,000, it's 1,200, but 1,200 is crazy for Snoop to call you nephew, right? Oh my God.
Nobody is less than Taylor Swift. I thought Taylor Swift was the most expensive one.
Oh, I bet. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm sorry, but no video is worth $1,200. That's insane. Like, yeah. Carla said that would be $1 million Aussie dollars. Yeah. That's so crazy. I don't understand. Like, I guess if you're rich, fine, but like if you're not, I also don't understand why people pay thousands of dollars for concert tickets, but people do that for Taylor Swift too. Thousands of dollars. Like, no joke. And I don't understand that. Let's see how much her cameo price is. I'm curious now. Taylor Swift cameo price. Actually, it's not that bad. What the hell? How can that be? How can she be less than Snoop? It's not bad. It's oh wait, no, this is an impressionist. So what is so that's not right. Google AI gave me
Somebody's like, this is a great day for Taylor Swift, and then they're like, oh, wait a second. That's
yeah.
not Taylor Swift.
No, it's they have an impersonator on there for $115. You can get an impersonation of Taylor Swift, and she doesn't even look much like Taylor Swift either, for $115. Why
Well, maybe I
would
should
anybody?
I'll put myself on Cameo, and I'll just say I'll be doing Taylor Swift impressions.
Yeah,
For I'll cut $110.
that's ridiculous. Wow.
I'll sing you
I
any
guess
Taylor
she-
Swift song you want, but I'll sing it so badly that it won't be a copyright problem.
Yeah. That's crazy. Oh my God. Yeah.
I'll just wear a wig.
The impressionist is more expensive than Doug. Yeah. You can get a Taylor Swift impressionist for $115.
Well, yeah.
Oh my God. Or $30 for a Doug Hughes cameo. I'd go with that. It's worth it. Temu Taylor Swift for hundreds of dollars. It's ridiculous. Oh my God. It's crazy. You can see free
Who's Lee
impersonators
Thomas Palmer?
on YouTube.
Who's Lee
Huh?
Thomas Palmer? It says
I
you
don't
look for
know.
actors, the most expensive one is Lee Thomas Palmer.
I have never heard of that person.
It says 2,675. Yeah, now I'm gonna look up who that is.
Yeah. I don't even know who that is. And then they're 26. Who the hell is Lee Thomas Palmer? I mean, I know there are plenty of people and I've never heard of, but wait a minute. Lee Thomas Palmer. Yeah, I can't even, I Googled it and I can't even find anybody. So I don't know. Are you sure about that, Dieter? I Googled it and I'm coming up with nothing. Lee Thomas.
Well, I'm gonna be a Lee Thomas Palmer impersonator.
Oh wait, I typed it wrong. Hold on.
Oh.
Yeah, Lee Thomas Palmer impersonator. I have no idea who the hell this person is, and it doesn't even come up with anything that he's done. He's an actor and choreographer whose career has spanned over 30 years. He played a judge on Chicago Fire.
Okay.
And he's also been on Empire, Olympia, and Small Town, Wisconsin, and he's done a lot of theater.
Okay.
I'm guessing he doesn't get a lot of orders on Cameo if he's charging that much, and most people don't even know who the hell he is.
Oh, he is one.
Yeah, that's really nuts. It is true that there's this crazy celebrity worship, so that's why they pay that much, but it is insane to me too. Yeah. I don't understand that. Yeah, Doc, $300 for a concert ticket, that's worth it to me, depending on who it is. Resale prices right now for Kendrick Lamar tickets. Some of them are a few $100s. It depends on who it is. I mean, it's worth it if it's like a once in a lifetime experience for you and you absolutely adore the artist. It's worth it for that. $300 is worth it. But there are people who have spent thousands on Taylor Swift tickets, and I just think that's insane. People were no. I'm not a Swiftie, and even if I were, I would never pay that much to go see her.
I didn't go to a steampunk convention in Cincinnati because it was the same weekend as the Taylor Swift concert, and they wanted $350 a night for a hotel room, like a typical Holiday Inn type hotel room.
Are you serious? So they jack up the hotel.
I didn't go to the steampunk convention because of it. I was like, I can't afford that. That's because they wanted all those rooms for the Swifties.
Oh my God! So So literally, like, just when she comes to town to do a concert, the hotels in the area
Oh,
just
yeah.
jack up the prices.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy. Wow. Because that many people travel to see her shows, that's wild. She's literally like screwing with the hotel market.
The economy.
Oh
Well,
my
she's helping the
God.
economy, I guess. If you were gonna pay $350 a night.
Yeah, she's helping the local economy every time she does a concert, creating massive amounts of jobs for people and like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, all the local businesses get more money, and yeah, the hotels start what's the word, scalping you, you know, they start, yeah, scalping. It's like scalper
People
prices.
buy
They
hotel
start
rooms and then stand outside with signs.
yeah,
Stand outside. You want a hotel room?
highway robbery. People wear diapers to her concerts. Why? Just me. They're afraid they might have to use the bathroom and miss a song. Oh my God. That's wild.
Is it like Taylor Swift branded diapers with like her face on them? What era
I mean,
diaper?
yeah, is it a certain era? Oh my God. You know, I've never actually had that problem. I haven't been to that many concerts, but I've never actually had that problem, come to think of it, where I've been to a concert and I'm like, oh shit, I have to go use the bathroom and miss part of the show. I think it's my chronic problem with not drinking enough water. I never remember to drink enough water, so I'm just dehydrated for the whole concert, I guess. Not a problem for me. I've never had that problem, not even once. And right now I'm most likely going to buy that ticket to see Kendrick Lamar on my birthday. I still haven't bought it. I know I need to hurry up because it's May
Yeah, you need to
12th.
hurry.
It's May 12th. There are still a lot of tickets on sale, but I'm getting worried. I need to see, my curse is being an indecisive person, and then I wait too long to do things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to pick a seat in a stadium. I've never been to a stadium concert before. There really are no good seats in a stadium concert. They're not really built for concerts. The only good seats are the seats in the front few rows. That's it, on the floor. Like, other than that, you buy a seat to
Unless
one
they have
side.
those little outcropping things for like wheelchairs and different able people, and I tell you to call that to figure out where those are, because
I
those are right
know
up to the front. They're right up to the edge.
I have to make that call. I really have to make that call. I've got to call them in the morning and ask about that to see if they have like an area for people with disabilities. But yeah, I don't know how to buy. I don't know which seat to buy if that's not the case. Like, there are seats that are to the left and the right, that are elevated a little bit, so I'd be able to see over people's heads. But then you can't see the screens, the big screens with Kendrick on them, and Kendrick would look pretty tiny. If you get a seat to the far back, facing the stage, then you're really far away and you're only relying on the screen in the distance. Stadiums are gigantic. Stadiums are not built for concerts, so I don't know what kind of seat to get. I can't get a floor seat because I'm too short to see over people's heads, and I'm in too much pain to stand up for a concert. I can't do that. So, oh shit, what happened? I'm too big. I gotta make it smaller. Okay. I'm thinking I'm gonna shut my camera off because it's lagging a lot. Like, I don't know why. Is it still lagging? Yeah, it's still lagging a lot. So I'm just gonna shut it off because it just looks stupid. Oh, and KP is back. I don't know why my camera is lagging like this lately. I've got to call the internet company and complain. Because the Wi-Fi, they said, hi KP. Yeah, my Wi-Fi was supposed to be sped up, but now it's even worse. So I need to call and complain, ask them what's going
They
on.
have sped it down.
What?
It seems they may have sped it down.
It's what it seems like. Yeah, it's worse now than it was before. Yeah.
But Julie, quick question.
Yeah.
Do you know Mr. Bean?
No.
What?
Mr. Bean, you said?
Yeah, Mr. Bean.
No, I've never seen any of that stuff.
Do you know Rowan Atkinson?
I've seen him. Yeah, I just never actually watched any of those.
So I don't know how you people in America live. I don't know. I mean, I guarantee you, Doug. I guarantee you, 100%. Doug knows Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean was the. I think it still has a record for the most viewed comedy series in the world. I think it still holds that record. I mean, some that has been the record since I was like, a teenager. So I'm sure some other show has overtaken them, but it was a very big TV show out of England, and it starred Rowan Atkinson, and he played a character called Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean drove the smallest little car you would ever see. He had a little teddy bear as his friend, and he never said words. From time to time, he would do some animalistic type grunts, but he communicated, in the most part, 99% of the time, he communicated through body language, gestures, and facial expressions. And that is a art in itself, obviously, to be able to make people laugh simply by making a particular face or making a particular hand gesture or both or whatever. Like, that by itself is a level of genius. But then to do it over what I think was 128 episodes for years and years and years, and be the biggest show in the Commonwealth. And when I say the Commonwealth, I mean, all the countries upon which the British Empire crown stood. So yeah, it was fun because and I brought the question up because I know you're talking about these people, Monty Python, and Monty Python. Mr. Bean comes after Monty Python and also during Monty Python. So, but there are clear, there's similarities between them, especially like the all of the physical humor, throwing yourself on the ground, or like getting yourself trapped in some sort of contraption and like randomly flailing your hands about to try to get it off, and track it. Like it's just something. It's something amazing. And Rowan Atkinson also is probably, I think, the best stand-up out of England or Europe in general ever. But his stand-up is not like American stand-up.
Okay.
His stand-up it's not him with a mic being himself, being Rowan Atkinson and telling you jokes. That's not his stand-up. His stand-up is, all right, Anglican priest. I'm dressed as an Anglican priest, and I'm going to be at the pulpit, and I'm going to do a sermon and like include the oddest, weirdest grossest jokes every so often while I'm putting forward this fantastic sermon. I'm taking jabs at people in the congregation. So I'm saying, like, and Mrs. Smith over there, she will certainly be warm forever after death. One wonders why. Like things like that. Like, obviously, why is she going to be warm? She's going to be in hell, and because she's a bad person. So it's like so his stand up is him. So like that'll be one person, and then he plays a character called Toby, and Toby is the devil, but he prefers that you call him Toby, and he does this skit. No, it's just a one-man show. There's nobody else on the stage, and I mean the crowd is 3,000 people in a theater, but there's nobody else on the stage, right? So he's pretending to be interacting with other people, and so he's saying, "All right, well, welcome to hell. I know some of you are confused about why you're here. Perhaps you didn't realize, but well, I guess you chose the wrong religion."
Yeah.
I believe like there's an American actor that kind of stole that. Like, I can't remember who it was. It's American that kind of stole that template, but did it in a more American way. It was South Park. South Park stole it. Well, not stole it, but like, because if you remember one of the very earliest episodes of South Park, when the first episode where they went to hell, and like the first episode, the episode where Hitler and the devil are, in a romantic, an intimate romantic homosexual relationship in hell, and
Oh my God.
you haven't seen that?
No.
Where have you been? What is wrong with you? Like every time almost every time we ask you about like a really classic show that we think everybody knows, like you come back and like never seen it.
Never seen it.
No
It's
idea.
a running joke on here. Yeah.
Like no idea what it is. Just nope, never heard of it. What is that? Like what? Because Mr. Bean is, but I mean, America has so much that I could understand why Americans very rarely look outside for things, because there's so much stuff to do right here that it's sometimes this has so much of your attention that you don't even think about flipping the TV to BBC or flipping the radio station to BBC back in the day to hear what these dumb Brits are talking about. So it's very interesting because like I'm picturing my life without knowing Mr. Bean or without South Park or without Game of Thrones, and it's like that's a different life.
Yeah.
But and obviously you've watched some shows that I haven't. That a lot of people haven't really spent time to watch. Let me ask: is it that were you into? Because you're clearly into film and TV. But
Yeah.
were you much of a TV watcher as like a kid, a teenager, a young adult, or has TV watching become a more fabled pastime for you because of some of the like paying things that you've had going on?
Oh, I've always been a TV watcher since I was a kid. But I would always watch like the same kinds of things all the time. Like, so I'd watch. I grew up watching Nickelodeon religiously, lots and lots of Nickelodeon kid shows, and the
Gomez
classic
and Hannah Montana stuff, and I'm Nick at Night, and
Nick at Night.
Are You Afraid of the Dark, and
Yeah,
Keenan and Kel, and
yeah.
the list goes on. Yeah, like those are all
And
fantastic. Yeah,
Rocco's Modern Life, Ren and
Rough.
Stimpy, all that. I loved Are You Afraid of the Dark? That's one of my favorites. I
Yeah,
still
like
like it to this day.
you know, that's almost like a piece of lost media because they don't sell. I have never seen it on any streaming platform. I've only seen it on Pirate Bay. Like and it's grainy. It's not fantastic. It's the quality is obviously like 360p, but I mean
Um,
this is the 90s.
it's out. It's on Paramount Plus, and I think it's on
Oh,
Amazon Prime Video now.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have
It used
I have both of those.
it used to be harder to find, but now I believe Are You Afraid of the Dark and a lot of classic Nickelodeon shows are on Paramount Plus. So
Now,
a lot of 90s shows are on there.
I need to plan some time and get my dumbass children, these stupid children I have, these idiots, these horrible children, these mendicants, these reprobates of society that this horrid excuse for progeny.
Oh my God, KP.
Yo,
That is what?
in our family, like roasting is a warm hug. You know what I mean? Because we've had some not so fantastic times, and we felt. I mean, I think we've all realized that sitting and crying doesn't help very much. So
Yeah.
fuck you and fuck your feelings. I don't like your hat, you idiot. Now come, let me go buy you some ice cream and let's talk about your life. Like that is kind of the average conversation in my family, and I think it works. I mean, I mean, obviously there's times to be serious and say I love you and say I care about you and I want you to be happy, all these different things, but for the most part, like keeping it light, keeping it, fun, having somebody say something that would be extremely rude and offensive if anybody else were to say it. But because it's you and because I know for a fact you love me, then nothing that you say could ever be meant to hurt me. So it has to be a joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
Families that are.
AA.
Mhm.
Huh?
Go on.
Sorry, you cut out. I couldn't hear you. What were you saying?
Oh, no worries, no worries. What was the last thing you heard me say?
You were talking about families that I heard families that, and then you cut out.
Oh, I was just simply saying like that is the way my family is. When we have to when we do have to get serious and really say I love you, whatever. Yes, we do that. But like in general, we like to keep it light because, I mean, all you have to know that you love me. I know that nothing you say is meant to hurt me, so it has to be a joke. And that just strengthens like the camaraderie, at least in this house. I don't know, maybe other houses are different, but I've always found it where like when I would have friends and go to their house and whatnot and that they would be just so, it would seem almost like the husband, the wife, the kids, whatever, were walking on eggshells talking to one another because they didn't know if something they said would upset another person in the household and cause an argument, whether it's between the parents, between the kids, or between a kid and a parent, or between the parents and the kids in general. Like you're walking. Sometimes you go into these homes and you have to walk that tightrope, but
Mhm.
I want to make a joke about you. I want to point out something that you did just now that was so outrageously stupid that you should know about it so that you don't do it again. And on top of that, it's kind of funny, but I'm not going to, because I think if I do, you'll get angry at me and it's going to make a whole big fight. And if that's the case, then what's the point? Like, best I just ignore it and we keep going, right? And I think I don't think that's the way family should be. But
No,
enough of my
I agree.
enough of my postulating. Let's get back
Yeah.
to what we're talking about.
No, yeah, it's good to be. Nobody should be walking on eggshells. That's a really, that's how I grew up. And walking on eggshells, it really makes you, it messes you up. You grow up afraid.
Anxiety up the wazoo.
Yes, you grow up afraid of confrontation and you know, and not assertive enough and afraid people are gonna freak out if if you say anything that could upset anyone, like you expect everybody
You
to
try
be.
to hide all of your emotions.
Yes,
Not
trust
just It's not just sad and angry, but even happy
yeah.
and content. You also hide all emotions and you pretend as though nothing hurts you. So like y'all could say what you want, y'all could do what you want. I'm not hurt by anything. Ha ha ha. When deep down inside, you really do crave that like intimate, familiar.
um KP cut out again, but I was gonna say yes, I did watch
Oh no,
Clarissa Explains It All. You cut out again. You cut out. I couldn't hear you.
oh no.
But I was gonna say yes. I watched Clarissa Explains It All. I loved that show when I was a kid. I absolutely loved that. So you're not the only one. Trust me. I've heard other people mention it too.
I
Um,
love it. Anything on Nickelodeon in the 90s, I loved.
yes. Adventures of Alex Mack. That one was pretty good. Hey, I loved Hey Arnold. I wasn't really a big fan of Real Monsters. I didn't really care for that one, but I loved Ren and
Rugrats.
Rugrats, Rocco's Modern Life. I'll watch that to this day. I'll watch Rocco's Modern Life, Ren and Stimpy, Are You Afraid of the Dark? Pete and Pete. Anyone remember The Adventures of Pete and Pete? That one is a classic, and it was canceled after only 3 seasons, so there really are not that many episodes. There were only like maybe 12 episodes per season, and yet it's like a cult classic. It didn't have that many episodes, it wasn't around that long, and yet Pete and Pete, there's just something about it. Like those two guys who played the two brothers, both inexplicably named Pete, they still like have a podcast together to this day. They still hang out, and people love them. Like that's how much of an impact this quirky, awesome show had, even in the short time that it was on. Like it still was on in reruns for years. Did you ever see that one, KP?
Say name one more time. Pete and Pete.
Yeah, The Adventures of Pete and Pete.
I'm sure I've seen it. I'm sure I've seen an episode or two, but I cannot um I cannot I can't think of I can't remember anything about it. No.
It just created this bizarre, quirky world, like this town that they live in. Everything is so offbeat and weird, and there's just something so special about it. And the family named both brothers Pete. There's an older brother and a younger brother, and they're weird friends and bullies at school, and like it's one of those things that you can't really understand unless you actually watch it. I can't describe to you even what it's about and how great it is. You'd have to actually watch it and see for yourself. But I
Yeah.
watch that to this day. Um, yeah, Doc and Just Me. Salute Your Shorts. I wasn't a big fan of that one, but
I'm reading the blurb for Pete and Pete. So yeah, I have seen this. I just not very many episodes, and it didn't like resonate with me as a 10-year-old. But there are also some very obscure Nickelodeon / Cartoon Network like titles that I wonder if anybody remembers. Like, for example, The Critic. Do we remember The Critic?
No. What was that on? What channel was that on?
Oh man, it was you know what? Let me ask ChatGPT.
The Angry Beavers. Yeah, I like a few
ChatGPT,
episodes.
what channel was The Critic on, the animated series? Let's see what ChatGPT says. Her name is Paige on this site. No, Paige, listen to me. Hold on. Hi, Paige. Can you tell me what channel The Critic, the animated series?
Doc, yeah, you got to go back and watch them. Are you kidding? I guess I'm just a big kid because I've watched a lot of these shows as an adult many times. I'll still watch Rocko's Modern Life. Are You Afraid of the Dark? Ren and Stimpy, Pete and Pete. Those are the 4 I think that I've watched the most as an adult. Maybe this is why I haven't watched enough classic movies because I'm too busy watching like an overgrown kid. I'm watching these old shows from when I was little, and also I grew up watching Nick at Night, classic TV shows. So I grew up watching like I Love Lucy, Cheers.
Nick at Night was like stealing a little. It was like stealing a little bit of the 80s and 70s that I wasn't around to actually see for myself, but I got to go back in time and steal a little bit of it and bring it back into my time and enjoy it, along with like my Family Ties. Remember Family Ties? That was beautiful. I loved that show. Loved that show. Loved it. Because it was not, I mean, it was obviously PG-13, but it still felt like the way a family feels. It was a little bit, it was such a good show. And Michael J. Fox, and the rest of the cast is fantastic, but Michael J. Fox really shone out there, and like that, and then The Critic was actually an ABC series. It started in 1995, is what they're telling me. So it was it went to a Cartoon Network / Adult Swim at some point, and it also went to HBO at some point. But The Critic is about a guy who's a movie critic, basically. He's voiced by a very popular comedian whose name I can't remember right now, and it was kind of like a Seinfeld-esque show where it was kind of about nothing. It's just this guy who is a movie critic, so every week, like a movie or two comes out, and he has to review the movie. And at some point in time in the TV show, he reviews the movie, and then the movie or the themes from the movie have some kind of impact on his life. And he then comes back on to do another movie and complains about how bad the last movie was because of X, Y, and Z, because he's so pissed off that it affected his life in that way. And it was just a vicious cycle of that. So it was like a show about nothing type Seinfeld kind of show, but just the conversations they were like being a fly on a wall in a room filled with adults that, who were always doing, like when you were a kid, adults were always doing mysterious things. They were always doing things that just, you're like, how do they do that? Like, they'd start a car and they would drive it, and you'd be like, what witchcraft have they conquered?
I remember that. Yes.
Yeah. So like being able to like be a fly on the wall for an adult conversation was just always so rebellious that that's how that show made me feel. And then there's another show called Home Movies, which I'm sure you haven't heard about Home Movies. I'm sure you
Nope.
have. It
Never
was a
heard.
three season show, and it was about a boy who was going to like either elementary or middle school, one of those, and he was kind of he likes to make movies. His mother bought him a video like a camcorder, as one did back in the day. Remember the big camcorder that people would have? His mother bought him one of those, and he starts to like, him and his friends start to do like, they start to do little parts in like Arthurian plays or Shakespearean plays. So like in every episode, he's planning and performing another play, but then he's also going to school, and he has the gym teacher that is called Coach is very much in love with his mother. So the gym teacher kind of lets him do whatever he wants to do. And what he wants to do is to be on the soccer team, but he's really, really bad at it. But it doesn't matter because like the coach likes his mom. So, whatever. If we lost, we lost. If we win, we win. I don't expect you guys to lose. You guys suck anyways. And it was just, again, another kind of show about nothing. No character development. No, just like a kind of formulaic episode by episode kind of thing. But just the way they put it together, the animation, and the conversations that were happening, the conversation were happening with mother and son, which were very similar to the conversations I would have with my mother when about like me wanting to go to Frank's house to have an overnight sleepover, or me wanting to get my ears pierced, or stupid stuff like that you as a kid that you want to do because you think it'll make you older or more mature, and then your parents have to be like, that is stupid, go have a nap. and then it comes full circle where now I'm the parent saying, that is stupid, go have a nap.
Right. Pete and Pete was pretty much a show about nothing too. Like it didn't really. That's why I don't have. It doesn't have a concept that I can really explain. But it was just quirky and weird. It's like, what planet are these people on? It's just, there's something so offbeat about it. There was one like the Christmas episode. The Christmas episode was just, like, they just decided one day, no, they're gonna have Christmas every day. It's never gonna end. So the entire town had Christmas every single day, because they were too depressed when Christmas ended. So they kept on going. Nobody went to work. But the garbage man was like the evil nemesis because he wanted to collect everybody's Christmas trees. And so he was like,
why?
I don't know. He was like evil and he hated Christmas and he wanted to take everybody's Christmas trees
after Christmas.
After Christmas, yeah.
Well, that's not being evil. That's a helping hand. Take the tree. It's
But then
18th of January. Take the goddamn tree.
but they didn't want to give up their trees. So he stopped collecting the garbage. He refused to collect anybody's garbage, and it started to reek so badly that everyone was starting to crack and say, okay, we're going to give up Christmas now and give up our trees. But at the end, they all decorate their giant piles of garbage like Christmas trees. So every house had a giant pile of garbage lit up like a Christmas tree. It was weird. It was just a weird show, but in the best way.
Oh,
It was great.
It reminds me. Well, Mama had a chicken, mama had a cow, dad was proud, he didn't care how. Dun, 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 dun. Cow, dun, 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 dun. Chicken.
Chicken, yes, Cow and Chicken. I watched Cow and Chicken.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was a big one. Courage the Cowardly Dog was the scariest shit I've ever seen in my life. It's like second only to probably um 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 like Salad Fingers and Salad Fingers wanting to touch Rusty Spoons. Like that
Oh,
that was
geez.
freaky as hell. Do you remember that video?
Yeah, that was disturbing.
Salad Fingers was like, I remember being like, again, a teenager, maybe teenager max. I was maybe 20 years old, but more likely I was a teenager. And seeing that and being like, what the hell is this? Why is this on my computer screen? What is going on here? Is this some sort of satanic ritual? What is does the devil own my soul now that I've seen this? Like what is let's watch it again.
Right. What the hell? And I never watched. I only saw little bits and pieces of Courage the Cowardly Dog, and then I would change the channel because it looked it looked a little too disturbing and weird
Yeah,
for me. I didn't like it.
It was very, very Kafka-esque, and like it's because nothing good happens on that show. Like the devil comes and tells Courage, "Yo, like send me souls," and Courage, or send me souls, I'll take yours. And
That's what it was about? Oh my God.
well, like it is what it's about, right? But like it's in the subtext.
Wow.
It's not blatantly said, right? But this guy in a red suit comes up to him out of nowhere, and like it was obvious. It was obvious that it was an allegory. It basically, as far as, and this is not to get into overly philosophizing a piece of like an animated series on Nickelodeon as though it was some great great existentially important piece of art. But from what I took away from it was the fact that the world will approach you as cowardly as you are, as cowardly as we all are in general. The world will approach you and invite you and give you a deal and present you with a deal. And you're going to have to become as strong as possible to push that deal away. Because even though that deal will probably in the short term give you some kind of benefit that you sincerely desire, in the long term it'll destroy you, because you won't the guilt of what you had to do to get what you got would make it impossible to enjoy what you have.
Right.
And that, so isn't that sounds like such a pretentious, pedantic, overly intellectual, pseudo-academic kind of like explanation that it would only come from the most liberal of liberal arts, English literature or sociology, or English literature and sociology, like college class. I know it sounds like just creating meaning where it isn't. Maybe these guys were just they were just doing a show about nothing, and like they just did make funny things happen. But I think it's
You're
much deeper.
probably right.
Well, the creators kind of came out and said as much, right?
Right.
But can you?
I feel like there were so many shows that were just not suitable for children in the 90s. It was so crazy. Like, looking back on it now, I'm like, what the hell were they thinking? Even Cow and Chicken. I went back and looked. Like, Cow and Chicken, they literally have like the devil, who they call the red guy.
Yes. Like
The devil.
Cow and Chicken is along the same lines of like
Yeah.
Courage Cowardly Dog. It's an abomination of God. An
Yeah.
abomination of God that has now entered into the world.
Yeah.
And who do you think would target that abomination and try to use it for their will? I mean, the devil is a good candidate to want to do that, because you are different, so you'll be scorned.
Yeah.
And because you are scorned, you'll be resentful. And because you're resentful, you'll become hateful and angry. And because you're hateful and angry, you're a great candidate to be used by the devil.
And the devil was
And-
like the nemesis of Cow and Chicken. The devil was like, he had like a million different jobs. He'd be in every episode. He'd be somewhere else.
Which is again more proof that he actually is like the real devil, because in theology, when they talk about, especially Christian theology, when they talk about the devil, they talk about him like in the Bible, when they talk about like the temptation, they talk about the devil taking his form of a snake, and then he takes the form of a beautiful woman, and he takes the form of somebody that looked exactly like Jesus. Then he took it took the form of a dark angel, and so on and so forth. Like it's a common trope. In any kind of literature or any kind of media that portrays the devil, it's a common trope to have him either working out in the real world, holding down like if not one job, then a bunch of jobs. It could be a bunch of jobs, or it can be one job that gives him access to a bunch of different kinds of opportunities. Like in Lucifer, the TV show, he owns the nightclub because all of the big business in that city goes down at the nightclub. So he owns the nightclub because that's where people come to congregate to make plans about things. And where would Lucifer prefer to be, apart from the place where people are making plans that he could hijack and then use them for his own personal gains? So like it's not necessarily the jobs itself, but it's that the fact that he can change jobs gives him access to different things. Or in Lucifer's case, he doesn't have to change jobs because the job he has gives him access to different things that he needs and wants to use for his particular purpose.
Yeah. The crazy thing is, who the hell thought that this would be suitable material for a children's show, to have the devil in Cow and Chicken, and like it's crazy the stuff that was on kids' TV in the 90s.
Once it was in cartoon form, our parents were like, it doesn't matter what it was. Once it was in cartoon form, our parents would look at it, oh, it's a cartoon, and walk away. They would not sit and watch it for like an episode and then like see something weird and then get on Facebook and tell their other friends, hey, have you seen this TV show? Isn't it kind of weird? What are they talking about? Do you think we should go out here and watch that? No, we didn't have that back then. Our parents were working, 57 hours a day, 72 days a week, 8 million days a year. You know what I mean? So and it was the start of hypercapitalism, and the fact that at the point where a single earner household just couldn't make it anymore, and so now the maternal caretaker is also out of the house trying to work so that people could eat, which is kind of important. So they needed things to babysit us, and actual babysitters cost a good bit of money. So instead of that, you already had the goddamn TV. Well, all right, flip Nickelodeon on. Or guess what, son? I'm going to work the night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. But here are 2 movies. Here's a bunch of here's a videotape. Here's a VHS. When's the last time you've seen a VHS, by the way?
It's been a while. I used
Here's-
to collect them like crazy. I used to record so many things on TV when I was a kid, and I thought I would keep all these tapes forever, like an idiot. I never dreamed we'd be able to just push a button and watch anything at any given time in the future. All those what a waste
insane,
of time. Oh my
insane to get movies. And so I lived in Trinidad. I've lived in my youth. I was born in Venezuela. Came to Trinidad when I was 3 years old. Stayed in Trinidad till I was 17. Went to London. Went to London. Came back to Trinidad. Went to Miami. Came back to Trinidad. Went to San Francisco. Came back to Trinidad. And then now I'm here. Why was I saying that? What was it? What was I getting to? Jesus Christ! Something distracted me. I'm so old, so I'm distracted me and threw me off. Of what were we saying? Stuff about our parents working long hours. Anyways, like they wanted us to, so long as we were kept company by this TV, and
Right.
we liked it. They did not. They had to go to work. So
Yeah.
but you're watching the cartoons, she give you a VHS. You have Ren and Stimpy on one. You have Courage the Cowardly Dog on another one. You have maybe a Powerpuff Girls one. You have Dexter's Laboratory on the next one. You have if you have 6. If she gave you three VHSs, you have 6 hours worth of like quality TV watching.
Oh
And
yeah.
by the time you get to the 4th or 5th hour, you're probably passed out. So like, yeah, and I like the freedom. I mean, because you can say that it's better today because we don't expose our children to certain things until they're ready for it.
Right. Yeah.
When are you ever ready?
Yeah. But some of the stuff was crazy. Like some of the stuff really shouldn't have been in a TV show. But I'm glad because I'm watching it as an adult now. I get the jokes. I think it was okay because stuff like this went over my head. Like Maggie,
Yes, a lot of it went over your head too. So it's like big deal.
Like Maggie here said, Rocco had an episode where he was literally a phone sex operator. They were writing insanity. Yes.
Yeah.
He was sitting there saying, "Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby," and then there was a sign next to it that said, like, "Be hot, be dirty." I forget what it said on the sign, but it was obvious he's a phone sex operator.
Yes.
And then he was embarrassed to realize
Anybody that knows what a phone sex operator is would see that and be like, "Oh, he's definitely one." But we didn't know what.
I didn't know what the hell that was.
We just saw him reading out a script because he's trying to pay up. He's trying to get some money to pay a bill to buy something for his mom or some. He needs money for some odd reason, and like this is the way he's getting the money by talking, by having really weird discussions on the phone with random people for money. Like that's all we got from that. We didn't automatically go to, oh my God, he's a sex worker now? Is this a good portrayal of sex workers? Like, is this how we want sex? It's like, it's not that deep, bro. It's not that deep. It's really not that deep.
No. Like it was stuff that would definitely go over most kids' heads. I didn't get any of this stuff till I watched it again as an adult, and I was like, oh my God. Like, there was an episode where Rocco and Heifer stayed at the no-tell motel, and it said hourly rates, and like And there was this vibrating bed, and like, and there was one scene that actually got cut from episodes that are now aired on streaming services. There was a part of that Nickelodeon finally realized, okay, yeah, like we better cut that out. Like, they cut out part of the motel scene. It was implying that like they were, people were screwing each other. It's like, how what's crazy to me is, who thought it was a good idea to put this in TV shows for kids? I find that hilarious. Like, why were they doing this?
Well, this is a question that we ask a lot. Like, how are we so stupid to put these things in TV shows, or these things in books, or these things? Like, how are we so stupid to do that and expose our children to it? But I disagree with that sentiment. Anybody who has children that believes that our generation, millennials especially, because we lived at we remember we're without internet, and we remember when we had like slow internet, dial up. We remember that, and we remember trying to send an ICQ message to some chick called Priscilla from the Dominican Republic, who's told you she was 13F DR or whatever, and having to wait like 17 minutes for it to connect, and having to disconnect every 12 minutes or so. So you had to hurry up and send your email, or send your little chat message, and you had to hope that she was online at the point in time to see it and all that stuff. Like, we remember that. And then we also know the world where we can do this. Like, we could just pull a phone out and have a conversation, like not just a conversation, but like a conference call, book club, basically, where we sit and talk about nonsense with people who live literally thousands of miles away from us, that we have no reason whatsoever to know if we did not have this thing, these inventions. There's absolutely no way I would get to know Julie B, or Scarlett, or Tony, or anybody from, like, this would not exist. This did not exist 30 years ago. It didn't. It just did not.
Right.
So we remember that. And I think today all parents kind of know that if you think we were seeing odd things or hearing odd things on TV and on different shows, well, 6-year-olds are watching pornography.
Yeah.
Often together.
Yeah.
Not necessarily understanding what they're seeing at all. Like, it scares me, because
Yeah.
I have 2 daughters and a son. It scares me to know that they probably have they've probably seen through some, because they go to school. The eldest is 16. She's in high school. I remember in high school, we would steal or save up our money and buy dirty, like little playing card sets where the back was a naked woman. I remember, and
Yeah.
that was our big thing. Somebody's dad would have snuck a Playboy into his backpack when he was coming back from New York, and like stuffed the Playboy in like the back of a cupboard. And because kids are kids and are always digging up into things, they find it, and now they've hit the treasure trove, right? Yes. But so I know what I saw at those ages, and I know what is now available to be seen. And I know that my daughters have seen a hardcore BDSM.
Oh my God.
No, like, I'm not that, but it's true. Like, you have to imagine that if you have kids that are teenagers, you have to imagine, no matter how strict you run your household, when they leave there and they're amongst friends who may not come from households that are as principled as yours, perhaps, or
Yeah.
or they may just be like naughty kids and they like naughty kids and smart and they figure out how to get over the privacy thing that their mom put on their phone, and then some cousin of theirs, they're 13 and some 18-year-old cousin of theirs tells you, hey, you can go to this website and you'll see some stuff, and they go to it and they see their stuff and they get hella confused because they have no idea what's going on. Is he killing that woman, mom? What's going on here? Are they killing one another? Why are they screaming? She's screaming. Shouldn't somebody help her? Why is nobody helping? What is he doing to her? Like, that is what you, as a kid, if you saw one of those things, that is probably how you'd react, right? And then at some point you kind of figure out that it's something that you like, and it doesn't. You can protect them as much as you want. There's going to be some wayward person somewhere that just randomly shows them some video on their phone that is unseeable. And if you have a generation growing up like that, it's no wonder that kids are growing up not certain about like their sexuality and things like that, because they've been over-sexualized at a very young age.
Yeah.
And now they have no idea because they've seen men with men, women with women, women with men, women with 17 men, man with 17 women. Like,
Jesus.
they've seen all of these things, and they've seen all of the different permutations of the way people couple. And they wonder to themselves, well, which one am I?
Right. That would have traumatized me, honestly. Like, I was very innocent, and I accidentally stumbled on I can't say the word, but like without getting the YouTube thing taken down, but adult content. I stumbled on some very explicit adult content when I was in 7th grade, and so I was maybe like 12 years old, and it actually like really it freaked me out. I didn't want to be looking at these things at 12 years old. And then I would hear boys in school talking about watching this stuff on the internet, and they loved it. And I was just too innocent, I guess. And this was before social media, but we had the internet.
This was a magazine. This was a magazine, more than likely, right?
This was websites. I accidentally stumbled on websites. I online when I was 12 years old.
Girltown.net or girltown.com or whatever.
Yeah.
I have a distinct memory. Back in the day, you only had one computer, and the computer was like in the middle of the living room or something, because it can't be in anybody's room. Because if it's in anybody's room, then they'll use it forever and they'll never go to sleep or whatever, right? So back in the day, we would most families would put the computer in the living room, the drawing room, the family room, whatever, a communal space, not in somebody's bedroom.
Yeah, we had ours in a spare room, so
Right.
like it was like an extra room. So yeah, we had that, just the one computer, and initially you couldn't use it and be on the phone at the same time. So,
yeah,
so if someone's on the phone, they gotta get off.
If you were connected by and you were always connected by a thread. Anything that happens in that connection just goes. So if you could be in the middle of giving your greatest soliloquy to your beautiful 17-year-old older girlfriend from Nebraska who you've never met, but who says she loves you, and she sends you pictures of herself from a really blurry webcam. And then in the middle of it, some idiot picks the phone up, and you're like, no, that was a real interesting one. But like, I can't imagine like if you like, I think Billie Eilish came out and she said it. She says one of the reasons why she dresses the way she dresses with the baggy clothes and whatnot is because she, at a very young age, she was exposed to pornography, and it caused it confused her to the point where like she didn't know what she didn't know what to do with the things she felt about what she was seeing, and she couldn't stop watching it because she wanted to figure out what to do with the things that she was feeling.
Right.
And well, she got into some solo activities and so on, and she started watching darker and darker material. So not just a loving romantic scene, but a violent BDSM type scenes. And she said she kind of identified, love with pain.
Oh.
That love has to be painful, or the more painful, the more extreme the sexual experience is, the more you love the person, it seems.
Yeah.
And that caused her to have very feeling that she didn't know what to do with.
That'll mess you up. Yeah.
And she found that when she wore baggy clothes, because other men didn't, or kids her age at that point in time, did not initiate certain kinds of discussions with her that were uncomfortable because of the kind of material she was introduced to.
Yeah.
That made her feel safe.
Yeah. So she covered up her body like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. And she didn't want to be sexualized from a young age as a pop star. So she was afraid
Well,
of
I think that part, I think, was this kind of the excuse. That was the scapegoat type, the scapegoat-esque type excuse, right? I don't think that was the problem. I think the porn thing, I think, was the problem. I think this is I match from what I read in that article. That is kind of what she was making a point to say, that yeah, maybe I mean, how she said it I can't remember, but the idea was, yeah, maybe that had me not wanting to be over sexualized at a very young age, because when she entered into, like, when she exploded onto the scene, I think she was 15 years old.
Yeah, she started. I think she got a record deal like at 14, and then at 15 she was already putting out music. So
and she was fully developed, but she was fully developed as a woman, so she was getting womanly attention now, not necessarily, not just like girl attention, because she was she was filled out already. So I could imagine, like, maybe me not wanting you to sexualize me, or me not wanting to be a sexual idol, a sex idol, maybe that has something to do with it. But I think she was like, I think more than that, it was the idea that I didn't like. I was exposed to so much of this that I kind of felt dirty even to show my body, because it would invite discussions that I did not want to have, because I only have bad memories of those things, even though nobody ever touched her. Like this is, which is interesting, because
you would think that she was abused or something.
Yeah, because that is the kind of PTSD you see with somebody that's been actually abused by a physical person, right? But it seems that early being introduced to material like that too early seems to have the same effect of being SA'd.
Well,
seems to have almost the same effect if you are introduced to that stuff too early.
Well, maybe that's why I became a ridiculous prude, and I don't know, because I was kind of traumatized by seeing this stuff online, and it's interesting because now, hold on, I'm just gonna mute you because there's some feedback. Now kids content is so sanitized, and you would never ever see adult jokes and adult material to the extent that we had it. You would never see that in stuff that's made for kids. But are kids really better off now? Because like KP pointed out, kids have access to the internet, and now we have social media and all kinds of adult content online that's so easy to access. So I mean, how do you protect the kids from that? Our parents used to have parental controls they could do on the TV, so kids couldn't access certain premium cable channels where like all the sexual content was.
You never hacked your cable box.
Yeah.
But you get like, so point being, those parental controls, like we understand this as a child or teenager, especially. You probably understood the technology way better than your parents.
Oh yeah.
So like, you could go on some anarchist website and figure out how to like just unlock the dirty channels on TV, or how to take the blocker off the Internet Explorer so that you could access certain websites that probably were banned, were on like the blacklisted on the
Right.
like. So, and today's the same thing. Kids, you can, if you put a parental control or a child blocker, as they call it, on a kid's phone, give them 2 weeks. It'll still be on the phone, but trust me, if they want to get to something, they're getting to it. All they need is 2 weeks. 2 weeks, because their phone doesn't have a parental blocker. So they go on their friend's phone, they go to YouTube, they find some kind of tutorial for this stupid program, or they go to the dark web, depending on how old these kids are. Because you have kids 12, 13, 14, 15 years old who are very efficient at finding things on the dark web and using them and so on. So
kids are too tech savvy now. Like there's no way you could do anything about it. When I was a kid, I mean, I wouldn't have been able to figure out this sort of thing, but I didn't seek out adult content anyway, so my parents didn't have to. But nowadays, kids are too tech savvy. They would figure out a way. There's no way you can shield your kids anymore from this adult content. I don't think there's a way you can do it anymore.
So I think it was healthier to kind of a common thing you would see in one of these shows would be like a passionate kiss leading to a passionate kiss / makeout session. Then they get under the covers, and then next scene.
Right.
You don't know what happens after the passionate kiss, but you know something does, and that's something that's desirable. And eventually, when you figure out what the something is, by the time you're 16, 17, 18 years old, and your parents have had a proper discussion with you about the birds and the bees, because that's another thing that I don't think parents do anymore. I don't think I have done it, but I don't see I know a lot of my friends who are parents say, like, when you are, I ask you, have you given the kid the sex talk? And they'll be like, no. I mean, they'll figure that out. Trust me, they'll figure that out. Like, yes, they'll figure it out. But don't you think it would be better for them to find out about it from you without the myths, that without all the myths added that they would find if they found it out from Sydney, who sits behind them in geography class in the 8th grade, who she has no blocker on anything, on her phone, on the TV, nothing, and everything is there. So, like, and I don't think it is a goal. I don't think it's a goal to try to prevent them from finding that. I think it's I think the goal is to tell them what it is before they find it, and let them know that it is not meant for them at the age that they are. So, like the first time they see it, they should not be unaware of what they're seeing, no matter what that first time looks like, because that's the part that messes kids up. When you see it and you don't know what you're watching and it confuses you, that confusion then permeates to all facets of your life, because
Oh my God,
your very existence has been rocked.
One time, I had an experience like that.
In
where,
band camp?
One time,
In band camp?
What, Gaby?
In band camp?
No, not in band camp. Like when I was a kid, my dad did something really messed up. He went in my room when I was not there, and he used my VCR to watch some show that had a very adult scene in it. It was not, adult. It wasn't like, that kind of thing, but there was nudity in it. It was a sex scene in some movie. And he left the VHS tape in my VCR and forgot about it. I don't know why, but he forgot about it. And I turned it on and I didn't know what I was looking at. I was in like 4th grade. I was 9 years old. And I'm looking at the sex scene and I was horrified. So like parents need to be careful about that kind of thing. Like at least explain stuff to your kids young now before they find it. Because nowadays you're going to find it from your friends. They're going to find out from all kinds of other sources that didn't even exist when I was a kid. I mean, like it's going to mess them up. So it's better that I had a kid telling me stuff when I was in 2nd grade that her older sister told her about sex, like in 2nd grade. So that's the first I heard about it. And I went home and I was like, is this true? And it was all like really weird, distorted information. It's inevitable that kids are going to be exposed to stuff. So you're going to have to I don't know what parents can do now. Just start telling them things young in a way that they can understand, and try to protect your kids as best you can.
You try to keep them away from it. You try to keep it away from them for at least the first 10, 11, 12 years. And then, especially for a young lady, by the time she's 10 or 11, you definitely want to have the menstruation talk along with the sex talk, so that doesn't become like the scariest situation in the world.
Yeah. The problem was my mom was too embarrassed to even have that kind. She was one of those parents who was embarrassed to have that kind of talk with me.
Yeah. All of our parents were embarrassed. Oh, I shouldn't say all, but a significant portion of parents were embarrassed about it. And then every once in a while, I would visit another friend, like a friend's house, whatever, where their parents were just very, very open about the entire sex topic, and they'll be making jokes about whatnot, and I would be so freaked out. I'd be like, because I at the point in time, I understood the whole thing, right? But I'm just like, why would you say that to your mother? Or why would she say that to you? Why would you guys be talking about what is wrong in this house? You guys need Jesus. And run out and call like an exorcist. Like, listen, Father, let me tell you, they have sinned. Something is wrong. We need to get all of the holy water and go to 1444 Hibiscus Boulevard and sort the Johnson family out, because something is wrong. A demon has to exist there, because no possible human being would talk to their parents and vice versa in the way these people talk. But then you get to realize that no, that is a healthy way to do it. So that, again, you don't want your kids learning, finding sex for the first time from the internet, from some random person on the goddamn internet, or from some idiot friend that sits next to them in chemistry class. You do not want them to find out that way, because they're going to get bad information. They're going to get, in certain instances, too much information. They're going to get
Right.
skewed information. They're going to get manipulative information for people who think, you know what, a nice young one to groom. It's so beautiful. It's a great thing. We should, in a year or two time, we should probably try doing it together. Like, there's so much weirdos in the world. Like, I just, and I think, people always joke and say, to the men that are the most troublesome to women, that that are the players or whatever, always get daughters as a punishment, and they are not lying. They are not lying, because me and all of my male friends that were like that, like me, we got daughters. All I have a son too, right? My son is 5. My son is 5. I had I would say my son was a COVID baby, so that was fun.
Oh jeez. Yeah.
To be honest, it wasn't that bad. We have pretty good facilities here, and we didn't have as strict mandates, like with the what you call it, the mask thing and whatnot. We had the rule, but it wasn't as strict as like nobody went to jail for it. You know what I mean?
It had to be stressful, not knowing what's going on. Early in the pandemic, people who were pregnant, that was a scary time.
Well, we conceived during the pandemic as well. So by the time the baby came, or by
okay,
those things started to be like a thought.
Okay.
COVID was kind of ending.
Okay, so that's not as bad. In the beginning, we didn't know what the hell was going on, like how deadly it is.
If like March, February, when they started to really announce what was happening or whatever, if at that point you were already pregnant, you'd be freaked the hell out. You'd probably run to the nearest deserted island, build a big wall around the just stay on this deserted island until this baby comes out, and then and hopefully by that time they'd have sorted out their nonsense and you could go back to your regular scheduled life. But it was not that bad. I do know people that did have very, very bad experiences. Having kids, especially again the early portion of COVID, where we didn't exactly know what the hell was going on.
Yeah, there were like fathers who weren't allowed to go to ultrasounds with their, like they wouldn't even let the father go to the ultrasound with his own partner. Like, nope, you're not allowed. They could only have one family member, nobody else, when they were giving birth. Like, it was. I heard it was pretty crazy.
My wife chose to have her mother there, to have her mother and my mother there, but I was it was very important. It was very important for me to even think about entering that room, and that has been the rule since our first. That's the rule since our first child. So it's like, I don't really care to be inside there anyways. Like, call me, like send me a text, send me a WhatsApp message, like when it's done, and I'll come forward. Yeah, send me. I'm gonna go to work, or I'm gonna take the boat out, and we're gonna do some fishing. So when it's done, just hit me a text real quick, and I'll come through a little bit later with some flowers and some of your favorite stuff, and a little thing for the baby and whatever, and we'll have a good time, because I can't help you. This part of it, I cannot help you with.
Oh, come on, dude. Come on, dude. You're there for the fun part. I don't think so. I would not stand
No,
for that. You get to be
first
there
of
for
all,
the fun part. You're gonna be
first
there
of
while
all,
I suffer.
first of all, like me not being there was her, like that was her idea first, and I was like, well, I had no plans on being there in the first place. She's like, good. I was like, good, because
Well, then it was the
my
right fit. I would not take that. I would not be okay with that. That's me.
well, understand too. Okay, on TV it looks good. On TV it looks cute to have this man in the middle of this thing holding her hand, and she's squeezing his hand, and she's saying, "Oh, you did this to me, you dirty rotten bastard." Blah, blah, blah. You know, like that's a cute scene, like a sitcom or even like some sort of a drama. It's a cute scene, but in reality that doesn't happen. In reality, one, your wife is not your wife does not, or your girlfriend, whoever it is that you decided to impregnate with your seed, because people be committing, like I don't know if people understand, like when you make a child with somebody, like that child is yours until it dies, right? And you're probably gonna die before it does. So like this is a lifetime. You are lifetime connected to this person, no matter to this other person, no matter what. Um, so when people are afraid to get married, but they're totally okay to have kids, I wonder, like, I guess you did that upside it down, but whatever. Whatever.
That's kind of weird.
Nothing is little weird, but whatever. But like it's kind of a myth. I think that's a myth that women in general want their husbands in the room. Like women are very, very prideful. My wife doesn't want me to see like poo coming out of one area while the baby comes out of another area. My wife is very, very prideful. She would never want me to see that.
Well,
and I know that about her. Like she would not even want to talk about it. Like it's been twice. My first daughter is a stepdaughter, but twice we've had one together, and both times she's expressed, if I even pretend to be interested in coming into the room, this look of horror in her face would automatically make me know that, oh, no, I'm not going to be there, even if I really wanted to.
Well,
maybe
that's her choice. Yeah.
See it again?
Then that's her choice. Yeah.
Like,
up to the individual. So
most women, like both my sisters, preferred it that way. But in fact, both. There was a period of time they both were pregnant, so they had kids. One was born October 28th, and the other one was born November 29th. So they were just like a month apart. So for about 8 months they were both pregnant together, and
wow.
their mother is not. We have different mothers, right? But they were living at their mother's house, and they were so like just could not get along with their mother. Like they couldn't. These women were not getting along well at all during this. So like they would come to my house for a week, and then they'll go to my mother's house for a week. Then they come back to my house, and then every once in a while they go to their mother's house. But like they would just be between, because they just when I was so excited about it that I was totally willing at any time of the night to go to the pharmacy to pick up whatever nonsense they wanted, because like this is our first kids in the family, first kids in the family. This is going to be amazing. Two lovely girls. Yeah, great. But they those hormones, man, the kind of verbal terrorism that they enacted upon one another, and the collateral damage that that because every once in a while I'd get hit with a stray, my mom would get hit with a stray, my girlfriend would get hit with a stray, like every once in a while. So like they just would say wild stuff to one another, and
Oh wow.
and
Sprees.
it was just, and then half an hour later they're both hugging and crying in the corner on a couch watching Friends. So it's like, yeah, I am. You guys love one another, and so just like I will be a little slave for the hour, but you owe me. You guys. Yeah. So I'm still extracting. I'm still extracting from that promise. I'm still earning dividends on that promise. That like, I'm gonna do this for you, but you're gonna owe me. I'm still getting payments on that.
Yeah. Scott figured out how to make filters that would tune in HBO in high school. Cool. I remember people stealing cable. People could figure out how to steal cable TV and like, yeah. And I remember like we would buy pay-per-view movies and it would say like you're not allowed to record them. Well, how are they going to police that? That's ridiculous. Of course you're going to we are. Like you have a PCR, you're gonna record it. Duh.
You know that, you know what's that? You know what that's like? That's like buying a bootleg Aladdin movie from the guy on the corner, going home and watching it, and then as you put it on, you see the FBI little disclaimer, like, yo, yes, don't copy this, because if you copy it, you're gonna go to jail and you're gonna lock you up forever. So don't copy it. Like, for real, we're not joking. Do not copy this. Do not copy this and sell to the side of the road for $15. Do not do.
Yes, I remember it said the FBI thing on it. Oh my god, yeah, it said FBI. It was like warning you were going to go to jail. I remember when I was a kid being actually afraid that was going to happen. I was recording everything on VHS tape.
The irony of the FBI warning being on the thing that you're being warned about.
Yeah.
Doing exactly what the FBI warning is saying not to do, and then watching the result of it be that you now have a copy of the FBI saying to you what they told you not to do because you did it.
Yes, the ultimate irony.
Like, what the hell is this? This is insane. Why? Like, I mean, because that was, yes, let's face it, that was just there to scare you. Like, the amount of those cases that they prosecuted, you could probably count on one hand, right? And the guy probably got off with like 2 months of community service and an $1,800 fine. Because what else are we going to do with you? You know what I mean?
Oh, I found an example of it. This is like this always like it intimidated me when I was a kid because I constantly recorded stuff on VHS.
Yes, that is it.
That is it. FBI warning: federal law provides severe civil and criminal penalties for the unauthorized reproduction, distribution, or exhibition of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs. Criminal copyright infringement is investigated by the FBI and may constitute a felony with a maximum penalty of up to 5 years in prison and or a $250,000 You're gonna get a $250,000 fine or 5 years in prison.
Or both. You're gonna be a hardcore criminal. You know, listen. Do not get very very accustomed to holding that soap because you don't want to drop it. You wanna watch Aladdin, huh? You wanna watch Aladdin, King of Thieves? That's what you wanna do. but you don't want to pay for it. You wanna steal it from and you wanna buy it for, you know, you wanna buy it for 15% of the price from some Nigerian on the corner. That's what you're trying to do. You don't want to support the American film industry. No, you don't want to. All right, well, we're gonna lock your ass up then. Like, bet. Like, we know where you are.
Yeah.
And we know where you are. Like, look, we got this message to you, so obviously we know where you are.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
and you're there, and I'm there like, fast forward. Just fast forward. Fast forward. It's like, you could hear, no, you can't fast forward this. We're the FBI. What are you talking about? Why are you fast forward this? We lost another one. Damn, it never works.
Nope.
I wonder who has ever like gone and said, you know what, I'm gonna take this DVD, I'm gonna rip it, or I'm gonna take this VHS and rip it and make a bootleg copy and send it out to the world and make and set up a thing on the corner and sell my stuff and make some money. Like, and which one of those people that wanted to do that started to record and then saw the FBI warning and was like, this is serious for me. You know what? I'm going to stay on the right side of the law this time. Because that's what being a good citizen is. So I'm not going to break the law. I'm not going to illegally piratize this movie and sell it and make a bunch of money off of it. Legally, because I believe in the rule of law. Yeah. Like, absolutely nobody has said that ever.
Right?
Nobody has watched that and been like, yeah, you know what? I was planning to do it. But now that I see the warning, I'm like, I didn't know this was wrong. Shit, let me just listen. I don't want to be on anybody's wrong side. Let me just get this out of the VHS, the VCR player. Yeah. Like, just abandon this mission. This was stupid. I did not understand it. So, I'm not going to do it anymore. Don't worry about it. We're good.
How would they enforce this? Honestly, like, how would they even know?
They couldn't.
This
was the entire plan. The plan was not to like catch people. The plan was they're gonna see this, they're gonna see FBI, they're gonna be scared, and they're not going to do it. They're not going to do to make the rip. They're not going to record it, pirate it, and sell it for money. What?
Of course
that was the entire plan. That was their plan. They had no more plan after that. That was the entire plan. And when people started to do it, they were like, what is wrong? There's a problem in the Matrix. People are just ignoring the FBI warning. What is wrong? Don't we know that we killed a bunch of people? Like we killed Malcolm X. We killed Martin Luther King. We killed JFK. Why are they not afraid of us? Because we know that you can't track us because it's like 20 or 30 years before that technology exists. So no, today they can track you. Today, if you have an illegal, Netflix subscription, they can track you, come to your house and like be like, yo, we heard you have a thing. In fact, they don't even need to do that. They just block your IP address. Like, all right, unless you come through and like tell us what happened and pay off your arrears, like you're not. This IP address is just not connecting to that Netflix anymore. Sorry. Goodbye. Like,
now they actually have a technical way that they can cut people off. Back then, there was no way. I remember
the VCR is no way to track that, no way to check that, no way to know how many people watch that, no way to know where it is in the world, no way at all.
I bought so many pirated DVDs of Nickelodeon shows, mainly because no one was releasing them. Nickelodeon hadn't released it, and I couldn't get it any other way. So in the 2000s, I bought many.
There was no box set. There was no
pirated. Nope. There was no legal option. So I remember buying lots of pirated stuff when there was no legal option. And my friend used to download massive amounts of music from LimeWire, and I wanted to do it too, but I was too afraid I was going to get arrested for downloading music illegally. I was too much of a Girl Scout. I was too afraid of getting arrested, so I didn't.
Listen. I'm just as down the rest of you guys. But going to jail is a serious problem. Okay, you guys? It's a serious thing. Let's not rip this version of Beauty and the Beast that we really want to see, and let's just beg our parents to take us to the movies and see it, or whatever. And now our parents working 17 jobs, ain't got time to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Alice, it was a scare tactic. Indeed. Yeah, it was just a scare tactic. Yeah, I had to break the law for Nickelodeon, Panda. I did.
Mhm.
I had to break the law for my Nickelodeon. I bought Are You
It was
Afraid
so
of the
good.
Dark? I bought Are You Afraid of the Dark, Rocko's Modern Life, Doug, all on pirated DVDs because I couldn't get it any other way. So I was like, okay, well, I found a website that sold loads and loads of pirated shows, almost any show that you could think of. And I went back and tried to find it recently, and sadly, it was gone because I wanted to buy more pirated things, but it's gone now. But I mean, now you
Like they would
download torrents.
you could order like pirated VHSs and DVDs from them.
Yeah, you could they had so many like almost really obscure series like from the 80s, almost anything you could think of from the 90s, the 80s, old shows, kids shows, and you could get them on DVD. Random people would just create accounts on there. It was a lot like eBay, and they would sell them. Just anybody could make an account and buy and
And it
sell.
was a physical thing. It was the actual they would ship the DVD to you, or the
Yeah,
VHS tape to you, right?
yeah, I had loads of those. But now there are torrents, so we don't really need that stuff anymore because you can just download everything via torrent. And the whole concept of doing this is kind of interesting because we don't feel like we're doing anything wrong, breaking the law. We don't feel bad about it, but we wouldn't go into a store and steal a DVD. It's like you feel like it's okay if it's not physical property. It's weird. It's like, okay, we're only stealing what do they call it, intellectual property. We're stealing like files, but it's not, well, we wouldn't walk into a store and stick a DVD under our coat and leave.
Well,
It's
that's
interesting
like that was like
psychologically.
the advertisement where they say you wouldn't download a car now, would you? You wouldn't you wouldn't download and steal a car, would you? So why would
No.
you download and steal music? There was like an ad that was something that was kind of like that, but like
Yes.
you wouldn't steal a car, would you? So what piracy is the same thing. It's like
Right.
no, it's because I think I probably I don't know if I agree with you. I think the reason for it was because nobody was watching. I don't think it was because it was a digital medium. If there was a place where we could, because the proof is the fact that I bought a Aladdin and the King of Thieves cared. Nobody cared at all that I bought Aladdin from the side of the road from this Nigerian guy. Nobody cared. So
Right.
I felt no ways about buying it. But if it so you wouldn't go into a store and steal it, right?
Nope.
But you would go into a store and buy a $3 DVD, a DVD for $3, $5, because the actual DVD, the real DVD was like $59.99. So you'd spend $3 or $5 to buy the bootleg one because
Mhm.
so it was. I think it was mostly the fact that nobody was there to see you. Nobody was watching you. That is why it didn't do it. Not because like the DVD was harder to steal, or the DVD was like you pirate the DVD. You would buy pirated DVD just as easily as you would download for free the pirated DVD, the pirated
Oh yeah. But I wouldn't walk into a store. I've never stolen anything. I would never
yeah, you would walk
walk
into a
into a
store
store.
and like steal the box, the box collection for for Pete for Pete and Pete, or for Cowardly Dog. That was priced at $155 for the 7 seasons. You wouldn't
Right.
steal that, but you definitely press download on
Oh,
that
yeah.
torrent. Yeah,
You bet.
yeah, because like that, like it's a physical thing. And like people are around, and if you stole it, you'd have to hide it, and you have to. And then there's the little thing that makes it like that when you pass the thing, it makes a noise. So you have to figure out how to take that out. It's a whole thing. If you do it on the internet, you just press a button and all right. FBI, do your worst.
Yeah.
Figure. All right, FBI, I'm waiting for you. Listen, if you guys catch me, I'm gonna do my time. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do my time. I'll come back out and pirate again.
Yeah. I would feel too guilty stealing anything from the store. Like one time I accidentally stole a book from a store. It was in a pile of my own stuff. I was hanging out at a bookstore cafe, and then I accidentally brought a book home. And I was such a Girl Scout that I called the store and confessed. And I was like in my early 20s, and I said, I'm so sorry. I accidentally stole a book with my stuff.
Didn't mean to do it. Totally didn't mean to do it. Like, it was totally an accident. Like, I totally believe me. It was totally an accident. Like, I really totally didn't mean to steal this. Like, totally.
It was an accident. And they actually laughed at me, and they said, "It's all right. You can keep it."
It's like, yeah, don't worry about it, Shy. We good over here. We good over here. But I mean,
yeah. I don't steal things like that's how I am. Like I just couldn't. I
wouldn't steal a car, would you?
Yeah, like I wouldn't steal a car. I wouldn't steal anything. Like I've walked out of the grocery store with something by accident that I didn't pay for, and then went back in, made a special trip back in just to give it back.
Yo, something happened to me the other day. There are these little bite-sized Hershey nuggets that you can buy at like the counter of the pharmacy, and they're like $1. They're like, say they're 25 cents each, right? So I would usually pick up 4, one for me, one for like 4 or 5, one for me, one for like each of the children, and like one for their mother or whatever. And I'm accustomed to it being 25 cents, right? So I would leave, like, I know what I'm buying, so I know I have $1.25 change left. So I'll be like, yeah, keep the change and just give me 4 of those things, right? So recently I went to that same place, and I bought my regular stuff, and then I was like, yeah, I'll keep the change. I'm gonna just take 4 of these things, and I just 5 of these, whatever it was, and I just put my hand in the bowl, and I took the 5. Do you hear me?
I hear you now.
All right, good. Yeah, like this woman screamed at me and was like, "Sir, you didn't pay." I turned around and looked her in her face and said, "Like, what do you mean I didn't pay? I gave you $1.25." It's like, "Oh, there's 35 cents now."
Oh.
So you're gonna make a whole bunch of noise for 50 cents?
Right.
Well, just like, dude, I got so mad. And my daughter saw that I was kind of going ballistic, and she just grabbed me and she said, "Woosah, Dad, woosah."
Yeah.
I just started to laugh. I was like, whatever. And my daughter went and gave her $1, and like, because this is like, she's such a sweetheart. Like, my daughter never doesn't like confrontation at all. But if she has to confront you, she will. She just doesn't like it. So like she had like a fistful of dollars basically, and she just like went to the counter and like just put $1 back down and just walked away. And I was like, if you wasn't here, I'd beat up everybody inside that store. And she was like you may beat up like the first person, but like by the time the second, third person came around, like that right knee that you have there wasn't going to hold out. So let's not do that, and let's just pay for stuff from now on.
Yeah.
Like, what are you saying? Like, do you don't think I could beat people up? What the hell's wrong with you? Like, do you want to fight? Do you want to fight?
It's like that's a really ridiculous reaction to just a little bit of money that you owed them that you didn't pay by a mistake. And like it's like that in Home Alone.
And I literally
in
go
Home
there
Alone,
at least twice a week.
in Home Alone, Kevin buys a toothbrush and he doesn't pay for it because like, somebody scares him and he runs out with it, and then this cop chases him for like a while over a toothbrush.
Yeah, forever. Like you'd have chased him to hell and back if that's what it took. He'd have chased him to hell and back. Like, I'm getting that toothbrush back. Like,
he chased him across an ice rink. Yeah, for a toothbrush.
Home Alone is so good. Yeah, some of those movies, some of those slice of life type childhood nostalgia TV movies are just so comforting. You know, like there's something comforting about like having a nice ham dinner and then like sitting down on the like I have this sectional that but it rolls out into like a sectional bed, and it's like 18 feet wide. So it's like an 80. So it basically becomes like a big 18 by 18 bed. And we just park our tails there and watch stupid things on TV in this house. Like that is our entertainment on like because I've discovered that my children are like me. They don't really like leaving the house unless something is really happening. Don't make me come out the house for mediocre stuff. This like don't make me leave the house for mediocre stuff. I'm leaving my house, it has to be amazing. And they're the same way. So like if there's no amazing plans that week, we just bring some stupid especially Christmas Eve kind of time in. Let's eat some ham and watch Home Alone. Like watch Home Alone 1, then Home Alone 2, and then if everybody is still up, all right, we'll put Home Alone 3 in. And let's see what and just keep going. And then you have Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and we have all of the diehards, because I'm in the camp of Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Shut up, I don't care. That is a Christmas movie. There were Christmas trees, it's a Christmas movie. Shut up. Like, that's all the evidence I need to know it's a Christmas movie. So leave me alone. Every Christmas I expect it to play. I expect it to be on one of my channels every Christmas, or else we are gonna have a problem. TV people.
I've heard that it takes place on Christmas, and I've never actually seen that movie. But
oh my God, Jesus Christ in heaven!
It's another thing I've never seen.
I thought, I was afraid you'd say that. And true, man, I was just before you said that, I was like, wait, I wonder if she's actually seen Die Hard.
Nope.
Probably.
Never seen it.
When that first came out, I just loved that. Even there's a Die Hard where I think this is number 5, where he has a son and they are in his son is like in a Russian prison and he has to go over there to try to like get him out and whatever. Like it was such a weird convoluted story.
They've made 5 of those. How many have they made? Jeez.
I think 5. I think they kind of stopped at 5.
Wow.
I
I didn't know there were that many.
Yeah, they're 5. 4 is the one with Justin Long, where like he's like a hacker and like 4 kind of sucks. But 5, people think 5 sucks, but I don't. I love it because the action is awesome. And if I'm not mistaken, Mel Gibson is the bad guy.
Yeah. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
No. It's either Mel Gibson or Van Damme. Shit, I should Google that. Hold on, let me Google that.
Yeah, Panda Kalima. Yeah, I know the catchphrase, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. But I've never seen the movie. Of course, though, Samuel, I've seen Home Alone movies, but I've never seen Die Hard. Home Alone, of course. I mean, I grew up watching that a million times. I still watch it. Home Alone 1 and 2. The rest of them are crap. The third one is just decent, but if Macaulay Culkin isn't in it, then I'm not interested. It had to be Macaulay Culkin. And then they made a 4th one, which was, I never saw it. It looked even worse.
The third one was with Macaulay Culkin's daughter, right?
Oh, was it really? I don't know.
No. When I say not Macaulay Culkin, his brother. I think wasn't the third one with his brother?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because his brother's like a good 3 or 4 years younger than him. So even though he might have aged out, he might have been.
I know one of his brothers was in the original with him in a small role. One of his brothers played that kid that wets the bed that was drinking all the cans of Coke, and he was playing Kevin's cousin.
Yeah, that same brother. In fact, I'm a Google search that afterwards. I think that's the same brother.
Yeah,
who's the bad guy?
real cinema therapy. That's why I've never watched Die Hard, because it looks like a guy movie to me. It doesn't look like something I'd be into. It looks too much of a guy movie. Women are stereotyped. Okay, yeah.
I mean,
it just looks like something guys.
Women are stereotyped in Die Hard. Is that what you said? Like women are stereotyped in Die Hard?
I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to ask Lori.
How so, Lori? Like, why do you say that?
But just in general, the type of movie it is and what it's about, it seems like something that guys would like more. Like, women are into certain movies more than guys, and vice versa. It's like men don't usually like romantic comedies, but women do. It's that kind of thing. For me, that's why I never checked it out, because I think it doesn't really appeal to me. But maybe I will now.
I like me a good romantic comedy.
Do you really?
Yeah, Serendipity. Like there's a couple that hit hard. You know what I mean? You've Got Mail. Even Forrest Gump is kind of like, it's kind of like a romantic comedy, but it's more drama, but it's kind of a romantic comedy in a way. Although it's not very romantic at all. Like Forrest was treated so badly, but he still rose above it.
Hitch was good. Yeah, I liked Hitch. A lot of people didn't really care for but that was one of Will Smith's movies, but I think it was like actually a romantic comedy, and he didn't do many of those. I liked it.
Yeah, I do. When Hitch came out, I bought the DVD. I liked it that much. I bought the DVD. So that is a rousing sign of approval from me to buy the DVD.
Yeah.
I liked it that much. Yeah, despite his weirdness, Will Smith does have some amazing movies. But the best of them will always be Independence Day.
Yeah.
Do you agree
Do I agree that what?
that the best Will Smith movie will always be Independence Day?
I don't know. I mean, I liked Independence Day, but I liked Men in Black better. I know that's a weird joke, but I liked Men in Black better. I loved Men in Black. It's one of my favorite movies.
Well, they're both about aliens, so
Yeah.
you have that. They have that in common. So I could see it. And Men in Black was definitely fun to watch.
It's like I prefer Will Smith in comedies, and that was Men in Black was more of a comedy. I liked that better because Will Smith is naturally hilarious. That's how he became. I mean, he went from being an actor, from being a rapper in the 80s to having a sitcom, being the star of his own sitcom, and he didn't have any acting experience whatsoever. But that's how talented he is. He is a natural. He should be doing more comedy now. He gave up doing comedy, and that, to me, that was like.
Well, I think it's because I think it might be because he wanted to be considered as a real actor.
Oh yes, yeah. He switched to doing Oscar-worthy dramas, and then eventually he finally won his first Oscar, and it was the same night that he slapped Chris Rock.
Slapped him on the face. Yep. That idiot.
Yeah, he screwed that up for himself. But I still love him. Will Smith was just as much of a victim in that situation. I mean, I feel
he was
like
just as much of a victim. He was a victim to his wife, and Chris Rock was a victim to him. Because
I wouldn't go that far, but I do think that his wife. I think he had a toxic marriage with his wife, and he made a mistake. I don't think that he should be canceled forever because he made that mistake. I mean, it's not like he, severely injured Chris Rock. It was wrong. He apologized. The only thing that I do think is messed up, if any regular person had done that in a public place, they would have been arrested. But he wasn't, because he's a famous actor and he was allowed to stay and collect his Oscar and leave. Now that's not right.
He was allowed to collect his Oscar. He was allowed to collect his Oscar and leave. He wasn't allowed to, he didn't just. He went back into the crowd and then he had to leave. They let him come back to get his Oscar, and then he had to leave right away. And I think he's banned for 9 years or something. But he'll probably be back next year. Whatever nonsense he's making, whatever nonsense movie he's making over the next year or two, one of them going to be somewhat Oscar worthy, and he's going to be nominated, and they're gonna be like, you know what? So much time has passed, and let's get him back. We love him. I said we do love Will Smith. I mean, I don't think that was I think. Why is my phone doing this?
I don't know.
Okay, I have this iPhone, and it's on the StreamYard linky thing, right?
Yeah.
But if I leave the screen, or if I leave it alone for a minute or two without touching the screen, it goes a little bit dark. And if I leave it again for another minute, it'll go completely black, and it will cut me off from talking. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna come out of this one and see if I can log in on another browser. Hold on, I'm gonna jump off.
Okay. Yeah. So I think he got a 10-year ban from the Oscars.
he can't attend. He can still win an Oscar and be nominated, but he can't attend the ceremony. And I think it's enough. He apologized. It was Chris Rock's decision. I'm sure he could have probably had him arrested after the fact if he wanted to, but he didn't. So time to move on. I'm glad that he didn't get canceled forever over that. It was unacceptable. He should take responsibility. It was his doing. His wife, maybe his wife was pissed at him, and that's probably why he did it, but it's still his fault. I agree with you. I was so disappointed and sad to see it, because I've always loved his movies, his sitcom. I liked his stupid rap songs in the 90s. I mean, let's be honest, like it was kind of corny, Wild Wild West and the Men in Black song, but I loved them anyway. He had some better rap songs in the 80s, actually. Doc played us. Doc told me to look up this this song that Will Smith did when he was still rapping as the Fresh Prince. And it was, what was it? Nightmare on My Street. It's based on Nightmare on Elm Street. It was really good. It was creative. So I'll always enjoy his work. One mistake and bit of poor judgment won't keep me from still enjoying his work. There are a lot of worse things he could have done. Let's say that. I mean, but I love the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Absolutely love that show. I don't know how we got on all these subjects. KP came, that's how. We've just been talking about all kinds of random pop culture stuff tonight, I guess. But yeah, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is one of my all-time favorite shows. It always will be. I'm not going to stop liking Will Smith just because he made a mistake and slapped a guy. And, he made a mistake. He apologized. And, yeah, you move on. KP is back.
I fixed it.
Oh, okay.
I fixed it. I won't do that nonsense anymore.
Yeah.
It was annoying me. It was like, why is this doing this? All this damn technology.
Yeah, you'd go silent for a few seconds and then you'd come back in.
Yeah.
Every now and then.
I was going to wake one of these children up to be like, fix this. Can you fix this damn iPhone, child? But I figured it out.
Oh, I have an eternal battle with technology here. You can see me getting kicked off my own streams and constantly having problems. I had to shut my camera off because it wouldn't stop freezing, and I don't know why it's doing this now. It never used to do this before. Like, my face kept freezing, lagging. Damn it. It's so annoying.
We fight through it. We'll fight through
it. Yeah. My Wi-Fi was supposed to be faster now, but it's even worse. I hope it wasn't lagging as bad as last time, because I looked at my replay the last time I did a live on camera and my face was constantly freezing. It looked ridiculous.
Well,
freezing. I'm like, oh,
call your service provider and make sure that you sure you guys sped up my service, right? You didn't speed it down. You sped it up, right? Because like something's going on.
Yeah, this is weird. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I was just saying, I'm not gonna if somebody makes a mistake, I don't think they necessarily need to be canceled forever. So I'm glad Will Smith got his career back. At first, all of his projects were put on hold. Like, everything was put on hold, and it was crazy. Like, it looked like his career was over, and then 6 months or so passed, and everything was started up again. All his movies started production again. Did another Bad Boys movie. I've never actually seen the Bad Boys movies, though.
Oh Lord.
What did you say?
Dios mío. Pobrecita que hay. Pobrecita que hay. En serio, you haven't seen Bad Boys. En serio.
Nope.
Wow.
Nope,
That's
I've never
another
seen
one.
any of the Bad Boys movies.
We need to make a list.
Trust me,
We
I
need to
have.
track this. We need to do like a spreadsheet and track all the all the movies, TV shows, whatever that like you definitely should have seen but you didn't, and figure out and like go on a mission to fix that problem.
Yes. I have a long list that I keep adding to when people bring up movies and shows. So.
Well, we'll start with the basics. We'll start with like Mr. Bean and South Park and the Bad Boys, which like bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys. Like, don't worry. Don't worry. We will get you out of this dark forest.
Yeah, I got to come out from under my rock and see all of these movies.
Live a life, man. Live a life.
Yeah.
Don't wait till tomorrow. Live it from start today. Don't wait tomorrow. Start today to live that life.
Yeah. I think, I don't know, I always just used to watch sitcoms. I watched lots and lots of sitcoms. Roseanne, Cheers, Friends.
Alexa, lights off.
And even going back a long way, like I Love Lucy and the Andy Griffith Show and the Dick Van Dyke Show and
Jeannie.
I Dream of Jeannie. And then the newer ones like Frasier, Friends, Cheers. I watched a ton of sitcoms when I wasn't watching all these other things, I guess. Too many sitcoms.
Well, sitcoms are the comfort food of TV. Like if I flip my TV on right now and Seinfeld or Cheers or Frasier or Friends or any one of another billion like sitcoms that I like comes on, I'm probably gonna spend the 22 minutes and watch it because like it's just so easy. It's such easily digestible TV. It's not like Handmaid's Tale where it takes an emotional toll on you. No, it's very light. It's TV light. It's not extra strength. It's not overproof. It's not 150 proof. It's just light. You can do 22 minutes. You laugh some laughs. You sigh some sighs.
Mm-hmm.
You judge people a little bit for doing stupid things, and then it ends and you walk away.
Yeah, you actually you bring up an interesting point. I've done a complete 180 in the kind of TV that I watch because I used to watch the most comforting, unoffensive, light entertainment that there is, the sitcom. It was always sitcoms, romantic comedies, light stuff. And now I have a channel that's literally devoted to nothing but covering intense shows about people dealing with trauma. I mean, I'm literally covering The Handmaid's Tale right now. I'm covering The Last of Us, From, Severance. These are all shows about people dealing with trauma and trapped in some way. It's crazy. I've completely done a 180 with the type of shows that I watch, and it's weird. I don't know how I wound up like that, but
it happens. As you get older, our taste mature. I mean, we want more substance in our art now. We want our art to say something to us. We want our art to make us feel something real. And comfort food doesn't always do that. Comfort food is good for that, for comforting you. But sometimes you don't want to be comforted. Sometimes you want to be rocked. Sometimes you want to be visually and even verbally assaulted by a movie. You want to feel as though this like there's a series of movies that I've always really enjoyed, and I would imagine that it's not many men probably enjoy this series, but I Spit on Your Grave. Have you seen that by chance?
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. The title is crazy.
You've never seen I Spit on Your Grave?
No, I've heard that one's really intense though, like brutal. I don't know if that might be too much for me from what I've heard.
Well, I mean, trigger warning for anybody that's has been essayed or is sensitive to the topic of essay. But I'll just give you a quick synopsis of what it's about, because I think there are 5 of them, right?
Yeah.
But this is how it goes. The first movie, girl or girls, I can't remember, either girl or girls, but it could be, let's say, I think it's girls. Girls go to cabin, go to their dad, their uncle or whatever's cabin to have like a nice lake house, vibe for like the weekend, because exams are tough and like they're graduating and all this nonsense, right? It's like regular kind of a start to any college type horror. And she stops at the local gas station, and the local town harbinger tells them, "Oh, you looking for such and such? Why are you going up there? It's not good." Okay.
Oh
cool.
Yeah.
Right,
There's
so
always someone who says that,
And then they say, "All right, whatever, old guy," and they go.
It's such a trope. Yeah.
Yeah. First night is fine. Everything is fine. First night is fine. The day after that is fine. People are just you're seeing great so you have great views, and there's the lake and things are nice and you're happy and whatever. And then that evening, some kids, some of the people who were at the gas station kind of show up and just are like, "Y'all all right? What's going on?" Trying to make small talk, but they are holding weapons, right? They say they're hunting, whatever. So you could guess that these women do not want to small talk with these guys. Like, it's because they seem creepy, so they kind of cut it short and ran away.
Right.
And the guys got offended by that. Like, what do these big city bitches think that they can do blah 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 blah? Like, I'm not saying that this is what they say in the movie. I'm like, I'm not. This is what they say, and they plan to go back to the house that night and SA and unalive them.
Oh, geez.
For fun. And well, they do that, but one of them does not get, like, they think they got her, but they didn't. She's alive.
Yeah.
And it just so happens that she knows she has skills at doing things, and she finds, like, one of them left a gun or some kind of thing, and she knows the people that did it, and she just over the rest of the, so like, this is the first 20 to 30 minutes of the movie, and then over the next hour she proceeds to hunt down every single one of the people that were responsible for what happened to her.
Wow.
And kill them in the most dreadful ways. And they made 5 of these movies with pretty much.
Oh my God.
The second one is like a reboot, so it's almost the same movie but done more updated. And then like the third, fourth, fifth one have like a linked storyline. But really and truly, it's just the same trope over and over. But it is so good.
Wow.
Because the acting is good from the female lead, and it is, and like, you feel her rage, you feel her sadness, you feel her humanity, and then you also kind of get, because there's like an unwilling participant in the group of men. So I mean, he has to die too, right? But like, you feel it for him, and for him even, because he didn't want to be a part of this. He was coerced and forced into this thing. I don't remember if he actually essayed her as well. If he was just kind of standing there like, I don't want to be a part of this, guys. I can't remember exactly how it went, but that's basically the synopsis of like that. All of the movies are like that. It's just new and interesting ways to dispatch these people.
Yeah, I don't think that would be my thing. I don't think I would enjoy that one. Not my thing. Like, I don't like things involving SA. Now, I say this as somebody who's watched The Handmaid's Tale since the very beginning. And they literally, this is like the foundation of their whole society in Gilead. They SA the handmaids every single month, but it's not like they don't do the scenes in a graphic way. You don't see any nudity when it's happening. Like it's still horrible and disturbing, but at least it's not done in a graphic way and you don't see it much. And now you don't really see it at all. Like they only showed some scenes in the first couple seasons and then no more. So at least we don't have to constantly look at it because it would be too much. And there's all kinds of SA going on. They also have a brothel where they make some of the women live if they're not
the Jezebels,
Jezebels, yeah. So they have a brothel and they're forced to be prostitutes there, so they're experiencing that, but you don't have to actually see it, at least. So there's that. You don't have to see it, but there are also scenes where they get revenge on these people. The oppressed become the oppressors and they turn vengeful. I won't spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen the whole series, but there is a very powerful person who is guilty of SAing one of the characters, and they a bunch of women hunt him down and he gets murdered in kind of
like a dog.
A
dog.
They murder him. Yeah, they hunt him through the woods and they murder
a dog.
Yeah, and it's
they plan this is not a well, okay. Oh, look, shucks, we're in the middle of this forest. Oh, and he's here too. Now's our chance. No. They planned for him to be put in the middle of the forest. They planned to all be there. They planned to all be there with knives, and I don't think anybody else. I think it was just all knives, right?
And I think it was just knives, yeah.
And they planned to dispatch of him quite slowly and quite like Abby, in Last of Us. The plan is to dispatch of him as slowly as possible, as painfully as possible. Because he's done monstrous things, and not only had he did monstrous things, but he was going to do more.
Yeah,
that was more the reason, because she was kind of okay with him like escaping to Canada with the wife and just kind of chilling there, but he was like, nah, this is not for me. I'm going back. I want to do more essay. And when they heard that, they were like, all right, we have to get him.
So they took him out, and and unfortunately, it actually, you see the aftermath, it didn't bring the main character any peace at all.
I don't think she expected it to bring her peace.
She was still full of rage.
I don't think she expected it to bring her peace. I think she just knew that is what had to happen, because it would have been too sending. It is like sending it's like sending a terrorist back to Al Qaeda.
Yeah.
It's like sending their most brilliant, smartest, most competent bomb builder / plan maker, to do terrorism. It's like having that guy there, having him in your hands and not being able to keep him in your hands and see him slip away and having the choice. Okay, I can let him slip away and continue to terrorize us and people like us, or I could at least just get him out of the way. Yes, there are others. but like at least we could get this guy out because he's one of their big chess pieces. Like this is a rook, this is a bishop, this is an important piece, and if we get him off, it'll take them a while to find a guy to replace him. It will take pressure off of. It will take pressure off of a particular point in the system, and it will cause a lag in the system that could be the difference between between 10 women being essayed and 50 women being. If you send them back now, maybe 50 women get essayed, but if you don't, only 10 women might get essayed. Like essay is going to happen. But
sure. But he was one of the most powerful figures in the country.
He was basically becoming the leader, which is why he went back, right? Because he knew that he had, because of the fanfare that his wife and the new pregnancy, I believe the pregnancy was announced as well. So like all of that fanfare and whatnot got him to a level where he was like revered now. And when he went back, he would be going back as as almost as a conquering hero. Like, he got out. He went to Canada to do this, that, and the third, and now he's coming back for his rightful place. And I have no doubt that he would have been the leader instead of white-haired, cool white-haired glasses guy.
Oh yeah, Commander Lawrence.
The only one that has some kind of a conscience, like
he's getting screwed over really bad right now. Damn, I wish I could talk about this.
Why can't you? Like, we can talk about it. It is 3:00 in the morning. If anybody doesn't want to hear it, they can log off. If anybody it's 3:00 in the morning. If anybody doesn't want to hear it, they can log off. Right? Talk about it, man.
It's getting really interesting right now. I mean, it's getting really interesting. I've been trying to figure Commander Lawrence out from day one. He's so confusing, and
he is as advertised. He is as I don't think there's much of a. I don't think there's any mystery to him. I think he is as advertised. You don't?
He's very complex though, because he is the architect of Gilead. He's the one who came up with the whole idea for all of it, and he doesn't believe in any of it. He doesn't believe in the religious dogma. He doesn't believe in it. He just used it as a tool to get everybody to fall in line, because he believed this is the only way to address the plummeting fertility rate that they had. So he came up with this whole scheme to address the plummeting fertility rate that was a huge crisis around the world. And he doesn't believe in any of the religious dogma. He actually doesn't like all the abuse of women, and he doesn't participate in it personally. But, he created this whole thing, and then he realized, he was like Frankenstein who created a monster. He deeply regrets it. He tries to help wherever he can. He's helped June. He helped get June's baby out of the country. And now he's been trying to do reforms. With these islands, he's been trying to do reforms and get refugees to come back.
To come back to these settlements where you'll be able to live freely and you'll have access to your kids and etc. Nobody will bother you. You'll be able to get jobs. You'll be able to we will leave you alone. We promise we will leave you guys alone.
Women can read. Women are allowed to read and write there. They can't read and write in the rest of Gilead. They can reunite with family members who've been separated from them. And he's been thinking like an idiot. He's so naive to think that this could actually work. You cannot reform something that was built on rotting garbage. You can't reform a pile of rotting garbage. All you can do, the only answer is revolution. It has to be dismantled. And he thought that he could fix it. And he was trying to get the other commanders to listen to him, and eventually that he could spread these reforms nationwide. In his head, because he promised his wife before she died, she was appalled at what he created, and he adored his wife. This is why he's such a complex character. you know, he's not like a cartoonish villain at all. He absolutely adored his wife. He does regret being the architect of this place, and he wants to fix it from within because he promised his beloved wife that he would do it. But he just found out the other commanders are planning to stab him in the back. After all of that, they're trying to use his reforms as a trap. So sorry, spoilers for The Handmaid's Tale right now. I don't have anywhere else to talk about it, but
Listen, Julie, talk, because it's 3 o'clock in the morning. We've given 17 million spoiler warnings. I don't know how much people in the chat, but I doubt there's I doubt there's that many. If anybody doesn't want to hear about the Handmaid's Tale, log off now. Like, it's fine. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. You've had enough. You can go to bed. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
feel free to talk it. Come on. If you
Well-
can't talk at 3 o'clock in the morning, you can, like, what's wrong? Because I've seen it. I've seen the episodes.
So Commander Lawrence, he overheard the other commanders saying that they're going to use his reforms as a trap and put him on the wall. So they're planning on turning on him, using his reforms as a trap just to get people back to Gilead who had gotten away. And then they're going to roll back all his reforms, get rid of everything, and execute him. After all of this, so now he's finally going to come over to the side of revolution. It's about damn time. He's helping. He helped June and Moira, who snuck in there to, scope out a location where Mayday is going to bomb them, and he's helping them. He helped Moira get out. Now the latest thing that happened is really crazy, and I have been screaming this from the rooftops that this romantic hero of the story is not a hero. Commander Nick Blaine, is a selfish coward, and I was just proven right by the episode that aired this week.
Nick Blaine being
Elizabeth
Moss' boyfriend, right? That's
Yeah.
Nick Blaine is right. Just yeah.
Yeah. Nick Blaine is the one that June is in love with, and he's different than the other commanders. No, he hates Gilead, so everything's okay. Yeah, he's a romantic hero. No. He's a selfish bastard who's only ever stuck his neck out to help June or save June. What about all the other women who are enslaved and oppressed here? He never does anything for any of them. And he just proved himself to be the selfish, coward bastard that I knew he was, and he betrayed June and the Mayday movement. And everyone is all upset, like, oh no, June and Nick, oh no. Are you kidding me? You shouldn't have been rooting for June and Nick to begin with. He's a fascist. He's a fascist. He may not support this country, and he wants to work against it from within in little ways, but it's only to help June. He never does anything for anybody but June, the woman he happens to love. He's a coward. Yes, he hates this country that he's kind of trapped in now. It's kind of like joining the mafia, and then you're stuck. But what has he done about it? Nothing except stuff for June. And now he just basically betrayed her. He gave up all this information about their secret plan to bomb Jezebel's, and he thought June was going to run away with him. He was trying to convince her to run away with him to Paris. You gotta be kidding me. Right up to the end, he's a selfish bastard. And everyone's all upset about it. But it's the show's fault, because the show romanticized this couple like they're these star-crossed lovers. And anytime they have a love scene or a romantic moment together, there's this beautiful music swelling, and there's beautiful lighting and slow motion. And then there's maybe 360-degree pan as they kiss. Give me a break. Like, she needs to be worried about her husband, not him. She has a husband. And in this latest episode, she was hooking up with Nick, sleeping with him, while her husband was MIA in Gilead working on their mission for Mayday. She didn't even know if her husband was alive or dead, and she forgot he even existed, and just slept with Nick. It's crazy. So I'm gonna just go off in my video when I'm writing a script already, and I'm just gonna be screaming, "I told you so! I told you so! This is the way I said this character is from the beginning." And people just didn't want to accept it, and they still don't want to accept it. It's crazy to me. Like, this is not something you want to romanticize. This guy doesn't deserve it. He's a selfish bastard. Yeah, Debbie, did you see the latest Handmaid's Tale? Oh man.
Well,
yeah.
so let me push back on that a little bit. Okay, so on the topic of Nick.
Yeah.
Nick is as much of a victim as June and all the other handmaidens. Hold on.
No, he's not.
Hold on.
He's a man and he's a commander. Privilege automatically.
Hold on.
He's not been assaulted.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
What else? So this is how. Okay. A world that exists and seems to work is hard to unravel and destroy. Let's understand, because as I'm a big fan of the book series, big fan, and if there's one relationship I would say that the TV show doesn't do justice to, it is that Nick June relationship. Why? There is no promise in the book, at least. There's no promise on Nick's side to help. There's not even an admittance that there's a quote-unquote better way. As far as Nick is concerned, these little problems that June is always carrying on about, I'm not saying it from, this is not from my point of view, I'm just saying that this is how he kind of thinks about things in the book and how nuanced it is. What he's thinking about primarily is how do we continue our state? How do we increase the birth rate? How do I make sure that I have children? How do we make sure we have children? He buys into this system because it is the only working system that they have. And like, you can be upset as you want to be about the handmaids, but nobody has presented a better idea. Nobody. Right? Nobody.
Yeah, but no other country is doing it.
So one has to understand that if it is, you have a overarching goal which you believe is to literally save humanity and ensure that the world is, because there's some racist stuff here as well, right? Because there's a lot, and they've taken the racism out of the book, out of the TV show for the most part. We see the black handmaids being just as desirable as any other handmaids. This is not the case in the book.
Yeah, there's no racism in the show that I've seen.
Yeah, this is not the case in the book. In the book, it is very clear that they want children, but and if you are a black woman and you are fertile, yes, we will bring you in and we will impregnate you as well. But those children are second-class citizens.
No, that makes it worse. Jeez.
Those are, well, but this is, understand that if you are part of this society is built, it's already entrenched. what are we going to do? Are we going to break it down and then build another thing? Do you understand how long it took to build it like this? And this is working for the result that he believes is the main result, the continuation of the white race. That's what he believes is the above June and her desires, above his own personal desires. He puts that mission, the continuance and progression of the white race. He puts that ahead of everything, right? And if you believe, let's put you in a space where you really believe, because I think there is a want to say that it is not possible that he could actually believe in that. It's similar to like what a lot of Americans say about communism. Those people don't actually believe in that. They're just being contrarian. They're just being rebellious. They don't actually believe in this as like an ideology and want to give their lives. Like that's nonsense. This like it's not a good system. It doesn't work. So like they have to have sinister motives, which is why the America and Russia till this day can't have proper relations, because America looks at Russia and says, yo, you cannot possibly believe the nonsense you're saying and then be doing the nonsense that you're doing, because what you're saying and what the system that you say you want to implement, even though we don't believe it's a good system, is on top of that is not the same system that you claim to be implementing. So you're obviously lying to yourself, and therefore your only desire is power. That's what you desire. And the Russia, the Soviet Union before it, I don't know how much time they can say it. We actually believe in this shit. We think communism is the best way forward. We think capitalism sucks. We think our way is better than your way, and we're going to show you. Right?
Well, some of them do. They really do believe in that.
No, that's what exactly. That is. But Americans do not believe that communists really believe in that. What they believe is the leaders in this communist system are using communism to oppress everybody else and to enrich, embolden, and serve them their own selfish desires.
Well, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing in China. I mean, they are doing it in some cases in China. I mean, the problem is when you take a system like that and you implement it, like it could have good intentions, but then people can exploit it. That's what happened in China. They're using it to oppress people. There are good aspects of it, but they're oppressing people.
What do you mean China? How do we get to China?
The Communist Party. You were saying that the Communist Party, like
Chinese communism and Soviet communism is different, but because we don't Chinese.
The Chinese Communist Party, they're using it to oppress people. That's all I meant. But like,
even that is a little bit reductive, because it's not necessarily true. It's only that thing. Is that like
they censor everything.
That's right, but you see a problem in that. Understand that they don't. Right? Like,
well, I mean, who knows? Like, they're trapped in there, and you can't even unless you get special permission. You can't even choose to move out.
That is a misconception. Nobody's trapped in China.
It's only the wealthy though who can move out of there. They're very oppressed.
It's only the wealthy that could move out of America.
Anyway, but like
back to you understand? No, well, this is part of that, right? Because yes, to move out of China, you have to either get lucky and get get a scholarship and go to Harvard and get a job at some big firm, or you crawl up the system, and if you crawl up the system, you gather some money together, and if it is you want to leave and go to the United States, nobody's holding you back. Go ahead, go. Whatever. Like China is not China is not North Korea. China is not.
No, it's not as bad as that.
Oh, you guys can't leave. No,
it's not as bad as that. But they
how many?
They
last I kind of looked at it. They were saying that only 30% of Americans have passports, right? So that other 70% have no intention of traveling the world. Same in China. China.
Now, all I'm saying is they have an oppressive state. They commit human rights. KP. They commit human rights abuses in prison. That's documented. They don't have due process of law.
So does America.
It's way worse in China. They also censor the internet.
To say that Chinese, your fascism is worse than my fascism.
KP. Can you let me speak? Can you let me speak, please? Jesus. In China, they censor the internet, and they won't even let them access information like we can. They won't let them go on certain websites, certain social media platforms. So that's oppression. You can't deny that's oppression. But I don't know how we got on politics. Let's get back.
No, it's well that this is because there's sometimes a fundamental misunderstanding of people's beliefs. So when we see Gilead people doing these bad things, we think to ourselves, they cannot possibly believe in this system. The only reason they implemented this system is power. And what I'm saying is that is not the case. These people really believe in this.
Well, the guy who came up with it doesn't.
Power may be a byproduct of the system. Certain people getting a little chunk of power here and there may be part of the system. But if you believe that this system is the only way you could save your race, and you put saving your race above everything else, then if you understand that, then you could understand all the decisions that Nick makes. But the problem is, and this is why we got into America-Russia situation, because it happens between America and Russia all the time, where Americans do not believe that Russians and the people in power in Russia and the Russians in the streets, etc., the people, especially in the Soviet Union, America did not believe that the Russian people, the Soviet people, actually believed that their communist system was the better way to go. America believed that the only reason why they were using communism is to gather power and then use that power to make themselves wealthy and create this oligarchy that would then perpetually run the country. And that is part of it. But the bigger part of it is they actually believe in it. And so if you give them the respect of saying, okay, if this is actually, forget whether or not you like the belief or you don't like the belief. That if we say, okay, this is the belief that Nick has, that this is the best system that is available.
But he literally doesn't believe that though in the show. I don't know. They must have changed it from the book.
I don't.
He doesn't believe in it.
He does not have the level of nuance that he has in the book. No, they make it seem as though he is in the TV show. They make it seem as though he is just an unwilling participant in this thing, and he's just trying to keep his head down and not get his head chopped off.
But
every time he puts his head down every time he pops his head up to do something, he does some kind of awesome thing that causes him to rise up in the organization a step more by accident, basically, right? So because he became a commander kind of by accident. There was at no point do you hear him say, I want to be a commander. You know what I mean? He kind of became a commander by accident, because he was privy to some of this information. He did some things that they thought was, cool. And it was like, and we need another guy. So all right, you're the guy.
Yeah, but KP, I mean, don't you remember the big reveal we found out about him, that he was actually recruited before Gilead was even created? He was recruited to join the rebel forces that helped overturn the US government. And everyone was like, oh my God, when June finds out about this, is she still going to love him? And how is she going to deal with this? June didn't even care. I mean, she found out that Nick was part of the rebellion that overturned the US government and created Gilead. She doesn't even care. He's an eye. He was acting like he was just a driver for the Waterfords, but he was secretly an eye, meaning a spy for Gilead. And like, he was recruited as some young, dumbass, naive young man who didn't ever really believe in the cause. But I guess they kind of got, at the time, maybe.
I think that is what the show probably has. I think that is where the disconnect is, in that the show does make it seem as though it makes it seem as though he doesn't believe in the system at all. He doesn't see anything good about the system, and he's just trying to keep his head down so that he doesn't get his head chopped off, right?
But he's still guilty. The problem is complicity. The problem I have with him, even in the show, is he is complicit in this regime because he's not doing anything about it. He's rising up through the ranks and becoming a commander, and the only time he ever does anything brave to help anyone or save anyone is for June, because of his own selfish love for June. And that's the problem that I have with him. I mean, in just this season alone, they had June's husband and best friend, Luke and Moira, were trapped in no man's land between Canada and in Gilead. And they called Nick and arranged for June to go meet him in person, because that was the only way that they'd be able to convince someone to get those people out. June had to actually go in person to get a favor and go batter eyelashes at him. And he went and helped save her husband and best friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lifted a finger. This is the problem that I have with this guy, and everyone is always hung up on him. And I'm like, look, all he does is help June because of his own selfish love for her, but he's too much of a coward to ever help anyone else or do anything. Like, he just rises up through the ranks of this horrible regime. And yes, he doesn't believe in it, and he's kind of stuck, but he could have ran. He's a coward. There was a moment where he had an opportunity before he became an expecting father. Right now, he has a wife with a baby on the way that was kind of forced or thrust on him. But like, he could have run for Canada at one point, and he was too much of a coward to be as brave as June. And yet she loves this guy. He's not worthy of her love. She's so courageous. She's done so much to save so many people she doesn't even know. She's gotten loads and loads of children out of Gilead and reunited with their parents. Like, he's done nothing but try to help her because he loves her. And it's sickening. And now he just betrayed her. He gave up their whole plan, the whole rebel organization's plan that they were going to have to take out the highest commanders. He gave it up. And at the last minute, he was begging her to run away with him right before she found out the truth. And she was almost ready to do it. She's too smart for this shit. And it makes me mad. But I was right all along about him. It just vindicates what I thought all along about this guy. Yes, Scott, he's part of the atrocities. You can't get away from that. The guy chooses to go with the flow. That's not heroic. It's not. So I don't understand. Yes, Debbie, they reinforced the dumbass aspect this week. I don't understand why the show has been romanticizing the Nick and June relationship. I guess because it's this Hollywood trope of star-crossed lovers. They can't help that they happen to fall in love. But I'm sorry, like, it's just, I can understand June being having a weakness in her character that she falls for him because you can't help who you love. The problem I have with this show is that it's
Yes, you can, but
romanticizing
there's a difference.
their love scenes. It's romanticizing all of their romantic encounters, like, oh, with the lighting and the music and the slow motion, and the way the show portrays it is what irritates me. And that's what's gotten fans all into their romance too. Like it's something you get sucked into. But if you really open your eyes and look at reality, he's not worthy of her, and he just proved it.
Well, who is worthy of whom? I don't know. But what I would say is, if put yourself in a place where, put yourself in a world where you know for a fact that he believes that continuing his race is the number one goal of every human being inside of Gilead.
Yeah,
and it should be number one goal of every human being on the planet, really, but they only have control of Gilead. And if you put yourself in that place where you see him as having that as his number one goal, and still being loyal to that goal, not loyal to the system in particular, but to the goal, and understanding that at this point, this system that we have is the best system that exists.
No, it's not worth continuing the human race if you have to do all this stuff. And he doesn't believe in it anyway. He's just too much of a coward to do something about it. He doesn't believe
I don't like the word coward, because I don't see him as being cowardly. I think
what has he done that's brave other than help June because he loves her?
That I feel as though, do you believe? Forget the show for a while, let's kind of, I know you haven't read the book, but like this kind of go with my flow on this one real quick. So let's say for a fact, let's just say hypothetically speaking, that for a fact that we knew that this was what he cared about. Number one was continuing the race. And because that is his number one, then the system that they have thus far is doing that. And there is no alternative system being proposed by anybody to fix any to continue the race at all.
It's not worth continuing the human race if you have to do all these things.
That
Let
is,
the human race die.
That nobody would.
It's not
an option. That is the option for him, right?
It's time for the human race to end if you have to do this kind of stuff. It's the end. It's a wrap.
No, it's not. Like, we do worse things today. We don't. Human beings have done way worse things than what Gilead does. Like, I mean, there's a whole thing that happened in the 1930s and 1940s in this place called Germany that I would argue is way worse than anything that they're doing in Gilead, right? So I mean, this is not the first. This is not the first authoritarian state. This is not leading towards totalitarianism. This is not the first time that men have created a system that is authoritarian because they want to fulfill a particular goal. And
but I don't care what the motives are. It's wrong what they're doing. It doesn't matter if they think that this is the only way they can continue the human race. It's wrong. There's no justification for it. So,
well, their justification is their religion.
They don't. The guy who designed this entire system doesn't believe in any of it. Lawrence, Commander Lawrence. He's the one who came up with the entire thing, and it's bullshit. He made it up. Now the other ones, I think they do believe in the cult, but the guy who designed it doesn't even believe in it, which is crazy.
Well, when you say he designed it, right?
He wrote the book on it, literally.
This is what you're really saying. He codified it. So these ideas were out here in the ether already, circulating amongst these guys, right? Remember, all of these people were academics. Well, not all, but most of these people were academics. They were professors and researchers and so on, right? They were theory-driven academics.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's the same thing that happened when you took the theory of a society from the pages of your copybook, and you then copy and paste it onto real life. You see that it works a little bit differently, but does it work in getting the one goal that we want to get accomplished, which is in this case making more white babies? And the answer to that question, despite what you might think about the answer is actually yes.
So you're saying if someone thinks that they're doing a good thing, it doesn't matter what horrible crimes they have to commit against people.
That's not what I'm saying.
That could justify terrorism too.
You
could say, oh well, they're they think that they're doing a holy war, so terrorists are okay because they believe in it.
That is not what we're saying. That is not what we're saying at all. What we are saying here is, if you respect the fact that this guy actually does believe in this, then you can understand all of his decisions. Whether you agree with decisions or not, you can understand every single one of these decisions. So they left that part out of it where he actually is a true believer.
In the book, he's a true believer.
And so that is why I have a little bit of an upset about him and about the other, oh God, you just said his name, the other commander who's kind of in charge now, who codified the system.
Commander Lawrence.
Yeah. Right. Lawrence was the only one that was not a religious zealot. He was the guy they went to codify their system, because he was a social scientist. He was a social and political scientist, and he understood. Like I believe his PhD or whatever it was, his research was in society. It was in something like societal management and generation. Like how do you build a society from scratch with these particular goals in mind? And all he really did was he took the beliefs of his comrades and he put it in a structure that could work, because the beliefs were already there. He didn't create the beliefs. He put a structure to this thing that he believed could work and would also go with the beliefs of the religion, even if he didn't believe in the religion at all. Because for him, just like for Nick, the number one thing for them, despite what they might say in this show about, we don't like this, we don't like
different. Yeah, the show changed.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter what they say in the show about what is very, very clear in the book is that they believe that their number one thing is white babies, and this is all they have.
Yeah.
And you hear Lawrence say it, it'll get better. Once we start having more babies and the system starts working, the totalitarianism can be pulled back. We can pull it back. We can start to give freedoms. We can start. Once we start having more babies, we can start to give more freedoms. But if we don't have this rigid structure here, now let me say this first. Don't believe that I believe these things. I'm not telling you that I believe these things. I don't believe these things, not me personally. I'm arguing what they believe based on the book and some of the stuff in the show and some of the differences, because it helps you to kind of it's not to justify their decisions. It is to help to understand why they're making these decisions. They're not just crazy people. They're not crazy people. They're not cowards. That's not the case. Their belief system puts making white babies above everything else. If we have to do a couple essays to make some babies, now today, and when we do have that population boom that we're expecting, we can pull back on some of these barbaric practices, because they acknowledge that some of these practices, they acknowledge very well that some of these practices are barbaric, especially Lawrence. Lawrence waxed poetically in the book about how it is important to do barbaric things today, so that in the future we won't need violence. We have to be violent today so that we won't be violent in the future.
But KP, did you see the latest episode, how that backfired on him? How are you watching it? Because
well, yes, when the commanders were getting together, that will not end the way they think it will end.
So I mean, Lawrence thought that they could get the birth rate up, and then they could roll back these harsh measures and reform things. But these commanders, they're too drunk with power now. They have no intention of doing that, so they're using him and tricking him, and now they're plotting to execute him once they finish like convincing the rest of the world to work with them again. They're using Lawrence to improve relations.
They think they're using Lawrence to open up themselves for business in the world, right? They think that Lawrence is a guy that the world kind of likes, so they're going to use him to open up trade. And once trade and stuff is opened up,
but they lied. Yeah.
We don't necessarily need this dude anymore. We'll push him away to the side, and then eventually he'll disappear.
But the problem is absolute power corrupts absolutely, and so those commanders, they have too much power now. They don't want to give that up. Even if, they do believe in their religious cause, it's more about the power than anything else. Because if they were true believers in this religion that they claim to be so devout in, they wouldn't be hooking up with prostitutes at Jezebel's, which goes against their own religion. They're a bunch of hypocrites.
Well, yes, that shines a light onto hypocrisy in general. Like, there's a lot of hypocritical things going on in the Handmaid's Tales by a lot of people.
The high commanders going to, like, the only one who doesn't go is this guy who's now emerging as like a really, the most powerful one. He's the only one who doesn't go to Jezebel's. Like, the rest of them all go and hook up with prostitutes. So they're a bunch of
Lawrence is the most powerful one. Lawrence doesn't go.
Lawrence is not really the most. He just got promoted to be one of the high commanders. It's a group. It's like a brotherhood of high commanders that run the place. And
Lawrence doesn't go either. Right?
Lawrence and Commander Wharton, who's a new one this season, they don't go. And Nick doesn't go. But everyone else, it seems like everybody else goes, and they're like, "Why aren't you coming?" They pressure Nick and Commander Wharton to go, because all the other commanders do it. They do it in DC, they said. They do it here. They do it all over. So, yeah.
Because at the end of the day, human systems are very easy to corrupt. And it is almost treated, the corruption in and of itself is almost treated as a reward for service. That, okay, you could break this rule because you work so hard for Gilead that you could break this little rule over here. That has been a part of every single society. That certain people, because they work so hard for us, we allow them to break this rule. Like a fantastic example is members in Congress in the United States seem to be some of the best stock traders in the world. Or are they using insider information? More likely it's insider information, right? But is anybody really going to lift a finger to stop that? Probably not, because they don't get paid very much as senators. in the grand scheme of things, in the world where billionaires exist, where they rub shoulders with billionaires, $175,000 a year in Washington D.C. is no money really. But if you allow them to trade stocks on the side based on some little information they get here and there, and they can build up their wealth like that, then they could more focus on the work. So corruption in a system is often a feature and not a bug, because we want people coming. Imagine if the people that came to Congress weren't able to get rich. Would you be able to get the best people to come to Congress if they knew for a fact that I ain't gonna make no real money off of this ever? No, you have to put a path towards financial success for these politicians, so that they want to do this thankless job, because it doesn't pay. It pays just enough to cover your bills. So after you do your thankless job, then you go and you do speeches and so on, and you make millions of dollars doing speeches to people that don't give a damn really what you have to say. They're just paying you because, like, all right, you did stuff for us when you was in power, so here's some money. So yes, there's corruption inside Gilead, but I think to reduce Nick and Lawrence to cowards who are just following the herd for fear of being and not speaking out, or not speaking out, and not trying to make things better, in a more active fashion. And to say that and the reason for it is to say it's cowardice is not. It is to simplify the issue. The issue, cowardice is very low in terms, like, these guys are not cowards. Like, let's be like, Nick is not a coward. Lawrence is not a coward. You cannot be a coward and do the kind of things that these guys did, right? So what they are true believers in the goal above Gilead, because Gilead was formed for a goal. What is the goal? To create white babies. And it's, as I said, it is the only system that they have that works. And if you are telling me to break the system, all right, what are we replacing it with? Oh, you don't have another plan? Well, I guess until you get another plan, we're going to stay doing this. And you can be mad if you want to be. And because I'm talking as though Nick is talking to June, right? Like, if Nick was talking to June in the book and talking about this, they'll say, like, I am not trying to change the system. I'm trying to help you out and get your daughter and whatever, because I like you, because you're my friend. But, like, I'm not trying to change the system, because this is the only system we have that works. If you have an idea of a system that could be better, let me know. But until then, I am not interested in changing the system. I'll help you get out because you're one person, but we need white babies. And that is, if you understand that that's what they believe, then you can understand all the decisions that they're making. And then when we come to Commander Lawrence, let me tell you something about Commander Lawrence. Commander Lawrence is the smartest of all of them. So and we see that at least twice, right? Because he was considered to be a bit of a dope. Like, when he's first introduced, he's introduced as a bit of a joke. Not am I correct in that?
When he's first introduced in the show, he's enigmatic. You're not really sure what to think of him. He's reclusive. He doesn't participate in social events. He just stays in his house. He doesn't even have a handmaid. I think he avoided at first. He didn't even have a handmaid because he didn't want to participate in this system that he helped, that he basically wrote the book for. So at first you don't know what to think of him. And he's kind. Like, June gets sent to be posted in his house because they finally forced him to have a handmaid. And June, he doesn't want to sleep with her.
because he finds this repulsive, this whole system that he wrote the book for. But eventually, even June tells him, we don't have a choice. We have to. June like literally tells him we have to, because some people come and stand outside the door and listen. It's so disturbing. And he doesn't even want to do it. So he's a very complex character. Like, you don't really know how to feel about him. It kind of makes you uneasy because they make him sympathetic in some ways. Like, he loves his wife. He adores his wife. He's devastated by the fact that she's sick, and she's appalled by this society that it was like his Frankenstein monster that he spawned. And he's full of regret for that. And so when she dies, he comes out of being this recluse and he becomes this guy who's trying to fix it from within. But now his eyes are being opened to the fact that you can't fix this system. The only way to fix it is to dismantle it. There is no fixing something that's rotten to the core. And he's realizing that now, because they're going to turn on him and kill him. They're going to roll back his reforms.
Right. But what I was saying is, do you think he's a stupid man? Because they treat him like a dope. They treat him like a daft guy. He's like they treat him like the crazy professor. The crazy professor who, yes, 20 years ago he produced some really amazing scholarly stuff, but right now he's just caught in his own thoughts and whatever. So we tolerate him, because he did help us codify the system and whatnot, but he's not really a contender, right?
He's in this show. He's brilliant. I mean, he's got an office loaded with more books than I've ever seen in any office. Like, he's a very smart, clever.
But do they treat him like that? Do the other commanders treat him like that when you first are introduced to him?
No, they
treat him like a dope, right? They treat him like
they think that he's just this weird recluse.
He did his job. His job was to put together, codify the system. He did that part 20 years ago. Now, all right, he's kind of going a little bit. He lost his wife. He's a little bit of a recluse. He's a little bit local. He doesn't really come to meetings, whatever. I mean, we'll take care of him. He's our friend, but let's keep him in the back seat. Let's keep him in the back of the class. Let's not show him off, right? And he was okay with not showing himself off. But the point I'm making is they don't realize. They know he's smart, but they don't realize that he's also very cunning. So I not to give away this, because it will be a very interesting ending. I'd love to get your reaction of the ending. But let's just say that they will not be successful in the things that they're planning. I'll just put it like that. They will not be, and some of the people that are planning with them are not with them. And that's all I'll say about that. You will see in the next coming episodes, you will see how powerful Lawrence really is and how charismatic he really is, and how he's able to pull certain important people towards him, because he actually believes what he's talking about. And yes, for a lot of these commanders, they believe in the system, but they are more in it for the power that the system gives them. He is different. He actually believes in this system. He's like one of these communists that say, why communism hasn't worked? Because nobody has done it right. But if I do it, it'll work under me. Every communist leader has said that, right? Never worked out for that. The only place where communism worked out really is in China. And that was after they said, okay, we're going to be economically capitalist, but we're going to be socially communist. And in China, that makes sense. In the Western world, we would be how would I say? We would feel so like a fish in a fishbowl if we lived under the Chinese system, we wouldn't be able to survive. We would riot.
Yeah, no.
The people in the Western world would riot if they were
absolutely.
living under what China, like even like Hong Kong, when they tried to, Hong Kong is basically British. They tried to impose their Chinese CCP stuff on them, and they went buck wild, and they had to kind of pull back a little bit, right? So we see that in the real world, that these systems are
corrupted by people
created.
who want power. Like sometimes systems are good on paper and in principle, but then when people try to implement them, governments have exploited them for power for their own gain. So
Individuals in the government, maybe that's not individuals would exploit, and sometimes the individual is the leader of the government. But in this case in Gilead, I think the interesting part of it is that yes, you do have commanders who have fallen in love with the power. The guy who was most in love with the power is the one that he killed.
Fred. Yes.
He was the one most in love. He was the guy who was the guy who was gloating over the fact that we called a ceasefire, but like just like half an hour before the ceasefire, we're gonna bomb these people because that's a funny joke, it's funny to just bomb people.
He didn't even speak up when they cut off his wife's finger. Like Fred was a piece of garbage. He cut off his wife's finger, and then
Fred was
he was a piece of shit.
He became that because he actively participated in the system. He developed the system, and he actively, on a day-to-day basis, unlike Lawrence, he's fine with the system as it is. He does not necessarily care to change it. Like there are parts of it that he's not happy about. Like because the essay in this, do you think, for example, Fred or do you Fred especially? Let's say Fred. I think Fred is the best example. Do you think Fred actually enjoys his visits to the handmaiden's room?
Do I think he enjoyed his what?
His when he goes to have sex with June. Do you think he enjoys it?
Actually, he didn't really seem to enjoy it at all.
He doesn't.
What he did enjoy going to Jezebel's. I know he liked Jezebel's a lot.
But why? Because look, a lot of this.
His wife was watching him. I don't think they like doing this while their wives are in the room with the handmaid. I think that probably kills it for them. So they prefer to go to Jezebel's and hook up with prostitutes instead.
Okay, so that is a very it's a reductive way of thinking of prostitution.
No. But they're prostitutes, KP. I'm not putting down prostitutes. In this show.
I didn't say he was putting them down.
In the show, they're forced to be prostitutes, and that's what's wrong with it. In real life, I think it should be legal. I'm not damning prostitutes. Saying
I didn't say you were. I'm saying
in the show, they're forcing them to be there, which is disgusting. And these commanders are disgusting for going there and doing this while they're pretending to be so holier than thou and religious. This goes against their so-called religion that they believe in. It's bullshit. So that's the problem I have with that. They don't really enjoy these rituals with the handmaids. They don't seem to, because they have to do that with their wives in the room. And it's weird. Fred is a weird one. It's hard to even tell with Fred because Fred was basically impotent, and it's like he was just kind of embarrassed to have his wife there while he couldn't even he couldn't have a child for a long time. He was basically impotent. So it's kind of hard to judge
based on him. And we've never seen any of the other commanders if they were enjoying it, because we never saw them with the handmaids. But I do think they're enjoying going to Jezebel's, and we know almost all of them do it. And those are also women who are sexually enslaved. And it's like, but you know what's really interesting? So Serena has just agreed to marry this guy, Commander Wharton, and he says that he's different from Fred, that he'll never take her voice away, and he actually respects her and her views, and it's like, I find it just so gross, because it's like, he doesn't believe in extending these freedoms to every other woman, but he's okay with this one woman. It's just like a racist looking at one specific black man they like and saying, you're a credit to your race. But they don't like other black people, but they like this one. That's what Commander Wharton seems to be doing with Serena. He admires her. She's like the exception, but all of the other women shouldn't have any rights. But Serena can, and he's going to marry her. And
you are going to hate Warden even more going forward, because Warden is Warden is a honey trap. This is what Warden wants. So Fred, as we kind of just mentioned, Fred is kind of the closest at the point when Fred is trying to go back to Gilead. He's the closest thing they have to an actual leader, right? He's the closest thing they have to a leader, which is
the most influential of the Brotherhood.
Correct. He has the most influence. He has the most personal influence over over decisions. And if they were to set up a president type position, which is something he tries to do in the show, in the TV, in the book, he would probably be the guy who got it, right? Which is why June, which was the main. That was actually the main motivation for June and these girls getting together and killing him. Not all these other sentimental stuff. It was actually the fact that he's going to be, you're sending their king back to them, and their king is going to lead them well, because he's actually very, very competent. Right? He's very, very, if there's one thing about Fred, he's very, very competent. Right?
Oh yeah.
Right? So he's competent and effective in terms of like getting things done. And June knew that, and she knew that sending him back would be giving them back. That'll be like taking all the nukes away from Russia, or taking all the nukes away from taking all the nukes away from North Korea, and then just by the way you go back and you just say, you know what, maybe you can keep these two. Like, what have you just done? You've just created a situation where you've handed your enemy something that can kill you. So that's why they kill him, right? But
right, yeah.
What I was saying about Fred is, why I asked the question, why do we think that Fred likes going to Jezebel's that much? They make it very clear that yes, he enjoys the sexual intercourse, but he even more so enjoys the company, because it is a judgmentless company. Because he goes, from what I could remember, he goes with the same woman all the time, and he has this kind of pseudo relationship with her. This I mean, it's obviously a cosplay kind of thing going on. They're laughing, they're not really in love, but he can pretend to be a normal guy that enjoys the company of this other normal woman, and neither one of them are normal, and he yearns for that intimacy that he cannot have with his wife, and that he doesn't get from his handmaid. He yearns for that intimacy, and he can get it from this particular woman, and that's why he loves it. It's not that he's some kind of sex pervert. He likes it because he more enjoys the femininity and the pseudo relationship, the cuddling, whatever, that the discussions without judgment that he can have with they put I can't remember which Jezebel. I mean, they all call Jezebel. So
Yeah.
So
there's one in Boston that Fred goes to.
But the point is like the reason why he likes these places is not for the sex, but it's for he likes the company. He likes to be in a situation where he's just a dude who's yes, you're cosplaying at being in a relationship, but in the moment that fantasy is very, very valuable to him. So that's why he goes. Most of the other guys are just, gross old freaks. But like he's always been more in touch with his feelings than all the other commanders that you see, or at least you see him be in touch with his feelings. You don't see any of the other commanders actually wrestle with their feelings. You see them just kind of plowing through. They believe this, they want to get that done, blah 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 blah. Let's do it, right? So
yeah, and Commander Wharton, he's been really interesting to me watching him, like trying to figure him out because he's presenting himself like he's so different from the others, and June just confronted Serena on it, saying you're gonna marry this guy, you're basically you're going to subjugate yourself to him. He's not going to be different than any of the others. She's like, no, he's different. I think Serena is deluding herself. He says
100% she is.
He says he's different, but I don't believe it. I
don't think he believes it.
Like, it's crazy to me that he wants to give Serena a voice, and he said Fred should have never taken her voice away. And it's like, okay, well then what about all the other women? Is this the only woman in the whole country you think should have rights and be able to read? Step by step,
little by little, we'll get there. Small steps.
He's interesting. Like, I feel like he is like just like those racists who find like one black person they like and they think, oh, this black person is the exception to the rest of their race. That's what Commander Wharton is like with women. I think that's
he's worse than that. This is a game to him. What he wants, similar to I was going to say similar to Dune, but I forgot you don't really watch Dune. But I'll still use the example. Similar to Dune, where the guy who defeats the Emperor takes his daughter as his wife to legitimize him as being the new Emperor. If you take the wife of the most revered and the most revered, recently martyred Fred, who was first in line, he was a princeps, first amongst equals in a kind of a way. So if you marry that woman, then what do you become?
He wants her for her influence because she, for some
reason, winner chicken dinner.
She's become like an icon.
And he's relatively young and good looking, but apart from he's young, good looking, he's not as brash as a lot of the other guys. He seems to be, as you say, one of the good ones in a way. He seems to be one of the good ones. He seems to be a guy that really wants some change and is willing to help Serena to fulfill her goals, because he understands that she has goals, and that is the way to get to her, by telling her that, all right, you want to do X, Y, and Z, I can make that happen for you.
Yeah,
is for you to love me and be by my side. No, yes, all I want you I don't even really need you to love me. I just need you to be by my side so that I can say that no, that I'm the new Fred. That I would have, because I have you, and you are the wife of the martyr. Because remember, Fred is now a martyr. Fred is now considered
a martyr. Yeah.
Right? So you are the wife of the great martyr.
Not only that.
What does that mean, Nino?
Not only that, but Serena did something that was like next to impossible, which is
She went from needing a handmaid to try to have a child to seemingly miraculously having a child of her own with Fred. So that makes her even more of an icon in the place. Like
maybe she can give him a proper child.
He said he always wanted more children, and
that set him up for a dynasty. Understand, like there's so many more layers under these people that that's why I was like when you said that they were cowards, I was like, hold on, wait. There's a lot more going on here than you see it.
No, I mean, look, these are very complex characters. Don't get me wrong. Like, there are no cartoonish two-dimensional villains in this thing at all.
Oh, there are some.
But well, yeah. But like, in general, they're very complex characters. Yeah. All of them are. There's
Fred, Lawrence to Nick, go all the way back. Serena, all these people are very, very complex. Because let me tell you something. Do you believe Serena believes in the system still?
Oh, wow, 100%. Serena is a true believer. She's always been a true believer. And she thinks that she's...
Even after what she's been through, right? Even after what she's been through.
Oh, she believes it 100%. And she thinks God has put her on this path to come back to Gilead. She is hopelessly... Like, there's no convincing her of anything else. Like, she is...
Anytime anybody tell me that God sent them to do something, I automatically get scared. I'm like, I don't think he did. You might want to check back. You might want to check them real quick and find out. Just confirm that. Just like get email confirmation about that, because that might not be the truth. If you think God sent you here, you alone can fix these problems. That's usually when you have a crazy person. You have a crazy person in your hands, because when you have God as the person who tasked you with this particular thing, well, all bets are off now. There's absolutely nothing that is off the table. I should and am willing to do literally anything because God sent me on this mission. And if we look at Christianity, let's consider for a minute. I'm Catholic, but let's consider for a minute that Jesus Christ was not actually some supernatural person. He was just...
Oh, we better not get into religion stuff, KP.
No, this is not getting into religion.
Not real life religion.
This is not getting into religion.
Politics.
This is not getting politics either. We're making a very, very clear point. If we were to imagine that Jesus Christ was just a regular dude, understand that regular dude put himself in a position to be killed in the worst way, when he could have easily ran away, because of his belief. That is how strong belief is. People are 100% willing to die for it. So like when you see people doing things in Handmaid's Tale that will look very, very suspect and confuse you a little bit, don't forget that a lot of them, even the ones who are hypocrites about it, actually are true believers in the first principle, which is we need more white babies. That's the first principle. How we accomplish that, whether we use this weird pseudo-Christian type handmaiden framework system that we have, or we alter it a bit to make it more humane, and like as we have more and more children, we pull back and we allow more liberties because these things are getting easier now. That was the idea. That's what they meant to do. The intention was not to enslave women forever. The intention was that there are women who are out of the favor of God, who have sinned, and by bringing them in as handmaids, we allow them to not just to cleanse their own souls of their sins, but we also allow them to be part of the future that God is creating. So we're doing them a favor by essaying them and doing all these things. We're doing them a favor. And that is how sinister. That's how sinister authoritarianism and totalitarianism, however it shows itself, fascism, that's how sinister it is. It comes with good intentions.
Yeah. Yeah, that they're so brainwashed that, I mean, if you look at people like the ants, they even have women participating in this horrible system oppressing other women. They have people like Aunt Lydia, who is so brainwashed that she really believes that the handmaids are doing God's work, and that she calls all the handmaids her girls and she loves them, and then she like shocks them with a cattle prod if they say something wrong, or they like has them tortured, and she truly, like, the ants torture them, and they truly believe that they're helping them back onto God's path. Like, they are true believers. That's the craziest thing about it. Like, the way this cult even roped all these women into torturing other women and helping to enslave these other women. It's crazy. Oh my God.
Let me ask you a question. Because I think what is surprising you is that, as I said, like, I think we kind of resolved that situation. But I think before, what was surprising you was you didn't believe. I don't think you believed that, for example, Nick and Lawrence and certain other people, you didn't believe that they actually were plugged in and believed in the first principle of the system, which is creating white babies is the number one essential thing to do. And whatever framework we do it in, once we accomplishing that, we are making progress.
Well, in the show, Nick really doesn't believe in that, but I don't know how it is in the book.
Double portrait. I think they may. From what I see, from what I saw for the next couple of episodes, I think they are probably going to kind of bring that home, where they show you that, yeah, he actually is a true believer.
I don't know. I think at this point he's just too afraid of ending. He was afraid. Like, this guy was Commander Wharton was scary.
Afraid is the right word. Afraid is not the right word. I don't think afraid is the right word.
KB, let me finish. Commander Wharton has been trying to intimidate him the entire season. His father-in-law, and he was basically telling him, "You need to tell me right now everything." And I really think that it was cowardice that Nick gave up that plan because he didn't want to wind up hanging on the wall or anything like that. And this guy looked like he was ready to kill him if he didn't tell him the truth. I mean, anybody can just drum up fake charges and have someone executed in this society. I mean, Nick and Lawrence did it to Commander Putnam. They just came up with some reason to have him executed and shot him right in the middle of the,
right there,
like right on the street, like
everybody.
So,
and that by the way, that moment in the book is way more important. Is made to be way more important than, because they kind of gloss over that moment. But that moment is when Pompey. I don't know if you're familiar with Julius Caesar Pompey type situation. Are you familiar with how Julius Caesar and Pompey were fighting for Rome?
Are you talking about when Caesar was murdered, or
no? I'm talking about when Caesar came and he was calling himself dictator for life, and the Senate fled, and with Pompey, and he had to go and fight Pompey for leadership of the Republic. It was still the Republic at that time. But point being, Julius Caesar had one guy to beat. Like, he had one final boss, and that was Pompey. And Pompey ran away to Egypt, and the Egyptians killed him, cut his head off and presented him to Caesar, and Caesar was angry about it because Caesar wanted to find him, make him surrender, and then forgive him, and then parade him about as, look how nice I am. My worst enemy, the guy who stabbed me in the back, all that. I caught him and I forgave him, and now you know what? He's able to come back through and be my friend. It's like that moment of Lawrence of it was Nick killing Putnam was exactly the same as when Pompey was killed, and now Julius Caesar is the only show in town. He's the guy.
Oh, yeah, they didn't make a big deal out of it in the show like that.
At all, they did not. But
Yeah.
but they kind of showed it in like the way Lawrence was more swaggy, right? Lawrence was more swaggy. He was more quick. He always had those quick with the responses, but he was even more quick with it. You know what I mean? He was making threats. You know what I mean? He's like, listen, if you don't listen, I can't be held. If you don't do this, I can't help responsible for what happens to you afterwards. Like, you know, listen. He got a little more spicy after that death, because
That's true.
there is nobody at this point. There's pretty much nobody that, because it is going, the book eventually leads towards an executive president situation, so a king basically, and if they're going in that situation, in that same direction, there's nobody closer to that throne than Lawrence at this point in time. It was Fred, and then when Fred was killed, it was Putnam, and then when Putnam is, now it's Lawrence. He's the guy with the brains. He's the guy that put the thing together, and he's the guy that it seems doesn't want the job at all. It seems as though he just want, because this is another Roman thing. Like, Caesar Augustus had to be asked 7 times to become the Augustus.
That's right. I remember that. Yeah.
First princess. He would say, no, I'm not. I'm just a simple. Listen, I won those wars because I wanted to win those wars for Rome. I didn't want to win those wars to get some kind of big, powerful position. Come on. I don't want to be that. Like, and he denies them 6 times. And on the 7th time, he says, all right. But guess what? Every single time somebody asked him to do this, Agrippa would go to these people and say, you know, Octavian, or he would say Caesar would really appreciate it if you would perhaps say a couple words during this next Senate hearing. And you know what? If it is you want to say that you think he should be king, you think he should like rule the whole thing, say that. You know, that it would be a nice gesture. And they'd say it, right? Because he has a big army. So what you gonna do? Not say it? Right. So Lawrence is the Augustus of the situation, where he will deny them. They're going to want to put, because after they have a plan, it's not going to work out. That's the one spoiler I'm going to put on you. The plan is not going. No, I'm not going to tell you how it's not going to work out, but it's not going to work out for them as well as they think. Again, he is Lawrence. So much smarter than the rest of the guys, and because they don't fear him, he's coming like a thief in the night to take their jobs, to take their jobs and take their power away from them. He's coming like a thief in the night, right? And they're not going to see him coming. So when he does come, he's now the closest person to that throne, that possible throne. And there's nobody that would be able to stop him. But where we will then now going on, where we will then see some conflict, is inside of himself, wanting very much to tear down the whole system and rebuild something different, but understanding that politically and not politically and socially and like mortally, like for his own life. He can't do that.
You mean Wharton will want to tear down the system and build something else? Are you talking about him?
So what I said, what we will see as Lawrence gets closer and closer to that throne.
Oh, you mean Lawrence? Yeah.
Yes, as he gets closer to that throne, or whether they'll actually have a throne, right? Is I don't know if they're actually going to do it. They did something similar. They did an executive president thing in the book, but whether they're actually going to do it, I don't know. But there's no denying that he is, if not the most powerful, he's definitely tied for the most powerful or the most influential commander in this group. Like, yes, you might have commanders that are more senior, that have been around longer, but he's the guy that wrote the book. And just from that, and he's the guy that wrote the book, and he's the guy that doesn't want the job. And he's the guy that whose wife just died and everybody's sad for him, And then he takes Putnam out, and now he's taken a little bit more seriously. And as he gets closer to that throne and he gets more power, he wants to totally dismantle the system, just as you said. He wants to do that, to totally dismantle the system and build it over anew. But he knows that if he tries to do that, it would lead to his death.
Yeah.
And it would probably lead to and if he dies, none of the other guys are better, except for Nick, and Nick won't get it. Nick won't get to be the next guy. He's just not going to. There are too many old guys ahead of him. They're not going to just let him get it, right? And he probably doesn't want it anyways. So what you're going to see is Lawrence wanting to change the system, but understand that he cannot, and having to convince June of that, and having June have to make this come around where she has to accept that, yeah, if they just try to, if he tries to flat out just change the system, you're talking another civil war inside Gilead. You're talking about killing.
They need
5 million
revolution. It's the only way. I think they need revolution. They have to tear it down.
Well, it's
in the
easy
end.
to say that when the bullets of the revolution not going to hit you, right? Because that's what June will come to understand, that a revolution will mean a lot of her handmaidens dying. Like, because think about it. How do you see a revolution actually taking place? Like, are people going to go out in the streets and strike? Are they going to protest?
Well, I mean, somehow I do know that there's an epilogue to the Handmaid's Tale book, and it takes place in the far distant future. And in the future, there is no Gilead. So somehow it's going to be gone. Not in the show. We're not going to see it in the show because we only have 5 episodes. Not even. We have like 4 episodes.
I think they'll do a flash forward. I definitely think they'll do a flash forward to it.
Yeah.
Like the last scene of the last episode will be like a quick 2-minute scene where they flash forward maybe 50 years, 100 years, and June is kind of old, but June is old and her daughter's, middle-aged, and her daughter now has a daughter, and they're all living in Gilead. Well, in Gilead territory, it's not called Gilead anymore, and they have freedom, and they have, but there's still a level of, even though the women are free, there's no more handmaid stuff. They join together with Canada, and they use science to actually come to combat this infertility crisis more so than these handmaids. That they tried, that the religious insane people tried to do. So it's not that, because we see a lot in history where revolutions were prematurely commenced. They were initiated prematurely. And
right.
How do those end? Those end with a lot of the revolters, a lot of the rebels just dying. So if imagine if there was to be if there was to be some sort of riot in the middle of the little town that all the commander, like the town where Fred and all the handmaids and they were staying at. Imagine if there was like a little riot and people come on the streets and be like, who do you think would be the first victim of these riots? Who do you think they would line up and kill first?
Well, a lot of innocent people would die. I mean, like, look at what
The handmaidens would be the first set of folks that they line up and start to put to death, because more than likely they would know that is where a lot of the rebellion is coming from. It's coming from there.
A lot of innocent people would die. Like with what right now, they really don't have. This Mayday group does not have the resources to combat Gilead's military, and U.S. military. What's left of the U.S. military is shot. So now, what's left of the U.S. government,
the Canadian military has to kind of take care of some other threats. Right?
So now, what's left of the U.S. government in Canada is now relying on Mayday, which is not trained. They're just a bunch of random rebels who don't have military training.
Yeah, somebody gave a gun to and was like, "All right, go fix it."
Mm-hmm. And they're planning on bombing Jezebel's, and they didn't even have a plan to get the hit.
Make the bomb.
Get the poor women out. Like they didn't have a plan to.
Yes, it was. Again, amateur hour. It was amateur hour, right?
There would be a lot of collateral damage.
Exactly.
A lot of innocent people would die.
So now that we know that, you understand why. Even if Nick believed in like total revolution right now, you understand why he doesn't do it. You understand why Lawrence doesn't call for it either, because it would fail and it would just lead to a lot of people dying. So Lawrence has to get enough power. He has to become the Putin of the undeniable leader of Gilead before he could start to pull back on some of these restrictions that he 100% from day one wanted to pull back, but understood that if he did that, they'd kill him, they'd put a new guy in place, and that new guy would not be nice as he is. That new guy, whoever he was, would be a complete and total asshole and would have no problems not just keeping the system the way it is, but making it even more oppressive to the handmaids. So that is why a lot of people that you see not doing certain things right now, it's because if they were to do it, it would not end well.
Well, I'm not saying that I expect miracles from. I'm not saying that I think Nick should lead some kind of revolution. What I'm saying is he should have done something more than he's done for other women.
Look at what he's done.
No, but he's only ever helped June. He's worked wonders to help June.
He's only been around June.
Hold on a minute.
You understand too that these people's worlds are very small.
Hold on. He's not done anything to help anybody else, and at the very least, he could have gotten the hell out of there at some point, but he was too afraid to even try to escape to be with June and their child. And now he got himself stuck even deeper with a wife who's pregnant. And so I just look at him as very cowardly. It's just how I feel. I don't expect miracles from him, but
what part of this is because what do you expect?
He's not worthy of her love. Like she should stay with her husband Luke, who waited for her and adored her. And
well, that's her decision. That's not him. No, we're talking about him. What would you like him to do so that you would no longer consider him to be a coward?
Maybe help other people escape other than just June. I mean, he's only ever helped.
Who are these other people? Where is he meeting them, and how does he know he can trust them?
The only way that they were able to get his help to get Luke and Moira out of no man's land was by having June go to him in person. This guy Tuello he couldn't just call Nick up and say, hey, can you help get these 2 people out of there who are stuck? No. They had to send June because he loves June to sweeten the pot, and she got him to do it. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. He only does things.
Okay, what do you want to do apart from that?
Leave the country and be with June and their child. And he had an opportunity at one point, but he didn't. I'm not saying he should lead a revolution, but just do something other than stay there and be a commander. He's not worthy of her like ridiculous adoration. It doesn't make any sense for someone like her to want him over her husband. And right now she doesn't even know if her husband is alive or dead, and she's sleeping with him. And
but that
sounds
like a June problem. That's not a Nick problem.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying my problem is with the show, mainly having the show romanticize this relationship where you have this woman who's in love with a guy who's complicit with a fascist regime. It's like in The Sound of Music, there was a young German soldier in World War II. I can't say the word because the stream could get taken down. You know, there's a romance between a young girl and this young German soldier, and it's like, you don't want to portray that in a romantic light. It's just not a good look. I don't agree with the way The Handmaid's Tale is portraying Nick and June's romance, is my point. It's my issue is more with the show than anything else. June is just an imperfect person. She can't help who she falls in love with. It makes her a hypocrite, because June is supposed to be this revolutionary, and she's done so many incredible, courageous things. And Nick has only ever done anything for her. June has helped strangers. She's helped dozens of kids escape the country.
Saying that, right? But who else do you want him? I think one of the things that you don't get from the show is you don't understand how small these people's lives are. They don't talk to, like, the fact that he spoke to a handmaiden, the fact he spoke to one as a driver, as an eye, is a capital offense. He could have gotten killed for that, right?
Oh yeah, no, I know.
So, like, this is not so he took a huge risk. Even so like
he did that just because that's not an altruistic thing. He took a risk because he fell in love with her. That's selfish. He only ever has selfish motivations. Tell me one thing that he has done that has been for someone else, to help someone else other than June, because he loves her. You can't, because there's nothing else that he's done. Not in a single thing in the history of the show. He has only ever done things to help her because he loves her. He put himself at risk to be with her, to have sex with her, to meet up with her because he loves her. Big deal. It's selfish motivations. That's not courage. That's because he loves her.
I mean, the show does make it seem as though they have this big love affair. That is not necessary. That is not the case. It really is. The love affair part of it, the sex part of it, is really just companionship and both of them being very, very lonely. Right. And there's more of there's not really a love affair between them. There's more so a loyalty. And the
show romanticized it, though. It's different in the show.
Yes, that is 100% true. If you look at the show, you would think, they want to. You would imagine that they believe that there's a world in which they can run away together to Sweden and live happily ever after, and that is not true. That world does not exist, and if it does, it is not this world. Like there's no running away to Sweden for both of them and living happily ever after. Nick does not want to leave Gilead because that is his home. And he understand that he never thought he would have been a commander. He never thought that. Like, that's not something that he wanted. But now that he is one, he understands that now that he is one, and he's now connected to Lawrence, and they're now like this little team. Right, Lawrence is kind of the brain, and he's kind of the brawn. You know, he's the guy you can send out to get stuff done, and Lawrence is the guy that could come up with the plans. So, like, they're this little team together, And he understands that, yeah, I could run away, but then somebody else will just take my place, and that person will be a way bigger asshole than me. So that doesn't help anybody. That just helps me. I get to run away with my little girlfriend. I'm happy. That doesn't help anybody except me, right? So he's not going to do that. And he's not going to abandon his wife and his child. He's not going to do that. So then, and then on top of that, understand that the reason why he helped June was because they extraordinarily, this is not a normal thing that happens. This is an extraordinary thing. Extraordinarily, for whatever reason, they started talking and they became friendly. That is not something that is supposed to happen with a spy, with an eye and a handmaid. That is a capital offense.
Yeah.
So no, he's already made that mistake once, and he barely come out of it alive. Are you honestly telling me that you think the best way for him to bring about change is to try to do that a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth time and get 5 women or so out, when instead of that, he could work with Lawrence, follow Lawrence's plan, and over the next 50 years, you could see a world where Gilead is actually, but peacefully turns itself into a much freer society after they've solved the problem of more white babies.
But I don't think that's the show we're watching here. I mean, yeah, in theory, what you're saying makes sense, but that's not the way he's been portrayed on the show. He's never really been portrayed as having any convictions or he's never expressed any desire to do anything. Yes, Lawrence has, but Nick just kind of fell into his job as a commander. He doesn't seem to have any convictions that he hasn't said anything at all about wanting to change Gilead for the better over time. I haven't heard him say a word about any of that. So if he said that, I could understand. Maybe
he's never said it, and he probably will never say it. But
yeah,
you will see it in his actions.
If that's what he thinks, then if he thinks that he can reform it, I could understand.
But that's so. What
more.
I would say is, what is about to happen. The threat to Lawrence's life, right? That thing is about to happen, will act as a catalyst to him fusing himself closer to Lawrence and getting himself fusing himself closer to Lawrence and understand, and not just because he, at this very moment, he understands that if he wants a better world, which I think we can agree that he does want a better world. He may not have necessarily spelled it out and verbally professed that he wants to change Gilead for the good and blah, blah, blah. He may not have necessarily said that with his whole chest. But I think by his actions, you can see that he does believe and want a better world. Do you agree with that?
Not really. Honestly, he hasn't. Not by his actions. He just kind of fell into what he's doing. All I know is he definitely seems to hate Gilead. He did relish the opportunity to kill Putnam, and that was great. I liked that. That was like the one thing I've seen him do that was, I don't know.
How did that, June?
Huh?
Was that cowardice? Was that just to help June?
No, that's basically the only thing he's done that wasn't for June. Everything else that we've seen him do was for June because June asked him to do it. That was the only thing that was.
Him accepting the commander's post. Because, okay, so understand the position he's in, right? He's a spy, or an eye, as they say. He did not think he would ever be anything other than an eye. But he's an extraordinary man. He's an extraordinary, but I think we could kind of Agree on that. He's an extraordinary, compared to all the other men, he's an extraordinary man. He's competent, right?
He is, yeah. I mean,
Good.
he also rose up in their military ranks too. At one point, he was like, in charge of a military unit out west, and it's just like it's just crazy.
He's extra. He's a guy. He's a guy who can get things done. He's an effective operator. Similar to Lawrence, they are both effective operators, but he never thought he would be a commander. And I would argue that for this the entire last season was him suffering from pretender syndrome, basically, and not necessarily feeling like even though he was a commander, he didn't feel like a commander. I think in this season, though, you're getting to see that he now understands that yes, he's a commander, and that actually gives him great power. And I think he realizes that kind of after he kills Putnam. But it's kind of coming to his head now, where he's like, okay, because he didn't have a plan before, but now that he's in this position, you're going to see him play out a plan where he realizes that, okay, yeah, maybe I could help get one or two handmaids out. But in doing that, I could very probably get caught, because the last time I almost got caught. So I could get caught trying to smuggle 2 or 3 handmaidens out, or I could work with Lawrence closely and help to restructure this system, help to put this system in a more sustainable place, because it is not a sustainable model. Like, the model is not sustainable at all.
I think
you can't have generations.
No, I think the ship has sailed on this, though. I mean, like, June went to both Lawrence and Nick, and Lawrence now realizes that this reform is not possible anymore. He actually, like, they told Lawrence their plan that the commanders were going to be taken out, and Lawrence didn't give them up. Nick is the one who did it. She went to both Lawrence and Nick, and that's the difference between those two men. I have more respect for Lawrence than I do for Nick now. Lawrence didn't give up their plan. He kept his mouth shut. And Nick,
he didn't give up their plan to whom? To
Lawrence kept his mouth shut. He hasn't told anybody, at least as of now. I mean, it's still early, but he was gonna... So here, Nick is a selfish bastard who just wanted to have another night with June. Okay, so this is another problem I have with him.
That's not true.
KP, why? I don't know why you have like a hard on for Nick. Like, do you have like a man crush on Nick or what?
No,
are we because all night on Nick? Like, seriously, dude, what is it with you and Nick? You're obsessed with him.
No, I just don't like the idea of saying that he's a coward because he doesn't help 1 or 2 handmaids. Well, because there's a reason why he doesn't help them. Okay. If he can't help anybody else.
Well, let's look at what he just did.
And he realized that he could help way more people as a couple than he can smuggle people out.
But that ship has sailed. That ship has sailed. Lawrence tried that, and they're trying to kill him now. They're trying to put him on the wall. They're using his reforms as a trap, and they're going to try to kill him. So I don't think that's going to happen. It sounds like they're going to deviate from the book, from what the and look, this is my biggest problem with what Nick just did too. Nick just put June at great risk just so that she could comfort him and sleep with him after he killed a guy. He's feeling guilty because he killed a guy who was laying in a hospital bed because he had to cover up the fact that he's the guy who shot him so that he could get June's husband and friend out of no man's land. He killed the guy. He must have smothered him with a pillow. We just didn't see it. And now he feels guilty and he feels sad. And June winds up there with him. And he's like, no, wait, June, can you just stay the night with me? I'll take you back in the morning. She should have gone back. The safest thing for her would have been to go back to Canada or go back to Alaska or whatever with Lawrence and Moira. And instead, he made this selfish, once again, he's a selfish guy. He made this
So
selfish.
is June not selfish too for
Oh, I'm going to mute you because you're interrupting me too much. He's a selfish guy. I don't want to debate this all night with you. Okay. He's a selfish guy. This is my opinion, because he kept her there just for his own comfort. He loves her. I understand he loves her. If he loves her this much, he should have put her best interests first and sent her back with Moira and Lawrence to safety. Instead, he kept her there overnight and put her at risk, left her in the lurch. She was sitting in the backseat of a car all by herself. He wound up stuck in the house with his father-in-law, and he said, if I don't come out in a few minutes, then go to Serena's. That was a huge risk. He just put June at massive risk just so that he could have a night with her. And it was selfish. And yes, she's a grown woman and she didn't have to say yes. But I also have to say that I don't have any respect for the way he handled that at all. He should have insisted. No, if you were an honorable man and not selfish, he should have said, no, I love you, but yes, you need to get the hell out of here right now and not stay here there in the night and sleep with me. So that's again showing that he is selfish. He has always been selfish. I don't think he has any convictions or any desire to change anything or do. Honestly, I really don't. Like, he hates Gilead, but he doesn't seem to have any convictions at all. So I just don't have any respect for that character. I really don't. Anyway, Scott, yeah. I don't know if my opinion is the general consensus though, Scott, because there are a lot of people who are caught up in the Nick and June romance, and that's the fault of the show, because the show has portrayed them in like a Romeo and Juliet kind of way, and now they're all sad. Oh no, not Nick. How could he do this? I'm not surprised. So he made another selfish decision. This is just Nick's MO. Big deal. He was saving his own neck. His father-in-law looked like he was about to have him shot. So of course he gave up the Mayday plan. Like, this isn't a shock. People are crying. Oh no, Nick, how could he do this? They're in denial. They're saying, oh no, Nick must have some other plan. Nick must have some other plan. Like, he couldn't be doing this to June. No, I think it's pretty clear that he just betrayed her and her friends. I mean, it's just disgusting what he just did. I mean, he could have just given up his life. Even if that commander was going to have him killed, he could have given up his life if he loves June that much. Okay, how much do you love her? Let's see what your father-in-law is going to do to you if you don't tell him the truth. That was the test, and he failed, and that's why I say he's a selfish coward. He was too scared of his father-in-law, so he gave up June's plan. I don't see any justification for it. I really don't. You know? And I'm looking forward to making a video on it because, I can just let loose. Although I don't know. I know a lot of Nick and June fans are not going to be happy about it, so they might not be too thrilled with my opinion, but that's okay. I just watched it and I thought, I feel vindicated. Because this is what I've always thought of him. I'm not gonna lie, I got swept up in the romance of it too, because the show sucks you into that for a little while anyway. And then I just looked at him more closely and I thought, no, what has he done that makes him worthy of all this romantic adoration June has for him? Her husband is a lot more worthy than him. And I thought it was crazy how June cheated on her husband, not even knowing if he was dead or alive. That's on June. And June's an interesting character. She's no perfect heroine, and I like that the show is ambiguous. And you don't have a perfect hero, perfect villain. They're complex characters, all of them. It's great, But I think that the show is screwed up in the way that it's portrayed June and Nick as some kind of star-crossed lover thing. And it shouldn't be a centerpiece of a show that's about the subjugation of women. Like, why are we holding up this pair as this romantic duo? I don't get it. Like, we don't need that in a show like this. I feel like it's out of place.
That's the Hollywoodization of the story, because there is not this love affair is not that in the original story. In fact, it does cheapen these. You're correct. It cheapens the story to have it be to have his main motivation be this weird love affair that really and truly can't go anywhere. Right? This is not a love. This is not a love affair that can actually go anywhere.
No.
Like to have this be the thing that is preventing things from happening, or is the catalyst, the reason why he is doing certain things, is kind of lame. Yes, I agree with that. But the actual character, and maybe we have to allow for the Hollywoodization of the show, because in a show like this, the Hollywood formula says you need some kind of boyfriend girlfriend thing to happen, right? That's just a show, like that's just the way they write shows. You have to have some boyfriend girlfriend thing, because there was some, I can't remember, I was recently watching a show, and I can't remember what show it was, but they had specifically put people together. They had put people. It was a biopic, but they put two people together simply because, not because in real life thing, these two people are just passing ships. They have no significant relationship. They're not lovers. They meet. They do a mission, and they go their separate way. They already have lovers, like in their real lives. They meet on a mission. They do their thing, and they go. In this show, but in that show, instead of that happening, they made the love be the reason why they will fight. They started to fight and rebel and whatever. And they even did it with Hunger Games. Like the idea that Peter and oh god, the girl, I can't remember her name, Jennifer Lawrence. The idea that both of them actually were in love it seems to be what it seems like the movie is actually pitching that as like a true thing. And in the book, you would know that they both have significant others back in their village. They are partners trying to win this thing, and because of that, they get a particular kind of fame, and that fame knows them as a couple, so they feign being that in public, because that gives them a kind of power. The fact that they're together and they're this magical couple that love one another, that perception that the public has of them gives them power, and it allows them to then, well, Peter doesn't go anywhere, but because of that, it allows Jennifer Lawrence to then eventually become the head of the Mockingbirds and basically take down Snow and the whole rotten cabal of people that are causing this nonsense to be perpetuated. So yeah, like a lot of biopics do this nonsense where biopics or book or TV shows based on books. They, for whatever reason, the love affairs, the love interests and whatnot that are already in the books are not, those are not enough. They need the big stars of the show to fall in love with one another too. like for whatever reason they need that as well.
Hollywood, yep.
Yeah, but like you see it happen a lot in TV where in movies where they put people together that even like if like it confuses you because he's like, so they stop a war so that they could like sleep together and try to go back to the war the next. So like they didn't have like to patrol or nothing that night. They could just he was on the bad side, she's on the good side, and they just like abandoned ship to like so they could bang one night. Oh, that's not like, I mean, people are horny, but then like when it comes to like life or death situations, we kind of forget about horniness and we kind of focus on like surviving. Most people don't risk their lives for some poontang. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like, yeah, it is dumb the way they exaggerate and, like you say, glamorize and glorify this seemingly cute, but when you really look at it, it's very kind of sinister and weird love affair that makes both parties look bad.
Mhm.
Both parties look bad. So yes, it kind of corrupts the story a little bit. But I believe that when the thing that when the attempt to take Lawrence down fails, I think I hope they will start to then use that and make that be the epiphany moment that Nick realizes, all right, here's what my best way of like sorting things out over here is if I stand up and I like give Lawrence my loyalty and I stay being his right hand man. I protect him because Lawrence is a frail guy. He's not a fighter. You know what I mean? He's not a fighter. He's not a he's a cunning, smart guy, but he's not a fighter. He's not
No, not.
to hold, like you don't pass him the gun and say, all right, we're going into the build. No. He needs to stay outside. He will be a liability in the gunfight, not an asset. So yes,
Right.
so he will understand that Lawrence needs a guy like him at his side at all times, and he will understand that if he does that and he helps, he's able to protect Lawrence and help Lawrence. That is the closest path to ending and removing some of this oppressive pressure that's in this society. I think I hope they will actually show him make that decision on the show. And if they do and they do it well, it's going to be a really awesome thing. It's going to be I think you will really enjoy seeing how it plays out, and it will make things start to make sense a little bit more, because the shoehorning of these two people together is very, very weird. Did you ever watch Rome, the HBO series Rome?
No, I've heard it was great though.
It's fantastic, but so in Rome, in that TV series, there is a love affair between Octavian's mother. So that's Octavian, who becomes Augustus. His mother is called Attia Balba. They call Attia the Julia in the TV show. And there's a love affair between Attia and Mark Antony, right?
Mm.
That is so far from the truth. Attia was considered the ultimate. Attia and her daughter Octavia, after her, were both considered the epitome of what a good Roman woman should be. Take care of your family, have produce a good amount of kids, take care of the kids, and allow your husband to go out and defend the the Republic and the Empire, the Republic and eventually the Empire. But because it is known that Mark Antony is a licentious character, I mean, this is fact, this is historical fact. He likes the ladies, and they wanted a reason for, they wanted to create a reason why Mark Antony and Octavian, why Mark Antony and Octavian would have tension. Well, if Mark is banging my mom, and on
Right.
that he's refusing to give me the money that my dad, not my adopted father, Julius Caesar, has left to me, the billions of dollars that my father is left to me, and he's banging my mom. Like, well, he's now my enemy. Like, he's my enemy. Like, that is tension. You're going to have tension there. You're not giving him, you're banging my mother, and you're not giving him money. All right, okay, cool. That is drama. That is a reason for them to not like one another, right?
Yeah.
But in real life, the reason why they didn't like one another was because Mark Antony thought he should have gotten, in Caesar's will, he thought he should have gotten what Octavian got. And he was mad about that. And because he had physical control over the money, he decided, you know what, I'm just not going to give it to him. So, like, yeah, I could give him, like, if he wants to take the name Julius Caesar because he's now Julius Caesar's son, all right, he can take that, but I'm not giving him the money. And that is what created the tension in the first place. And then what Octavian did was, he said, oh, you're not giving me my money? All right, cool. Everybody knows that Caesar left me trillions of dollars. So here's what, guys. Can I borrow a couple $1 billion so I could give the plebs their money, the money that Caesar promised them? And they said yes. And he gave the plebs their money. And you know what that did for Mark Antony was, it made it look like, well, Mark Antony, you were supposed to be our guy, but how come you didn't give us money? But he did, but you control Caesar's money. So why, when Caesar left us all this money, Caesar left the equivalent of 3 months' pay to every citizen of Rome. So that would be like, imagine leaving 3 months' pay to everybody in Manhattan, or 3 months' pay to everybody in Rhode Island. Like, that's a chunk of change, right? But that's what he left, and Mark Antony refused to give it to them. But Octavian went and borrowed the money, sold some of the properties, that because he only had the physical money. Mark Antony only had the physical money, but the properties that were left to him by Caesar, he sold some of those properties, got the money together, and gave the plebs their money. And now you put Mark Antony in a position where he now looks like the bad guy. He looks like the guy who was trying to prevent the small folk from getting their little shekels, and they turn on him. But that is a lot. There's a lot to kind of to pass out. So guess what? Let's just say he was banging his mom, and that's why they don't like one another, and that explains it. Right. Don't, never mind that kind of totally destroys the reality of what Attia was, and now you have like a fake character who's not really the character who is supposed to be Octavian's mother. It doesn't matter, because you know what, people don't even really know the story anyways. So like they'll just think they'll think this is why this makes sense enough. So yeah, they do it all the time. Sometimes it's cool. Sometimes it's cool, sometimes it's nice, but in this instance, but sometimes it doesn't make sense, because in certain situations you don't feel lovey-dovey. You know what I mean? Like, if you are trapped in the middle, like I hate when they do like a movie where people are like, trapped at sea, or they trapped in the middle of the desert, they trapped, and like, all of a sudden they decide, you know what, I want more than water or food or like, a plane to come and rescue me. I want to bang you. But I have
Yeah.
almost no strength because like we haven't eaten in 17 days and we haven't had any water in like 3 days. But like
Yes.
let's still try to bang. Like, no, if we try you think we're not banging, we're not doing anything.
Exactly. I hate that. I hate that too.
So yeah, like they do it a lot, and it does devalue the character of Nick, and it does make him seem very shallow. It does. I understand what you're saying. It does make him seem shallow, but I hope that they understand that they can't land this plane with Nick's number one and perhaps only motivation being, well, I like this chick. Like that just does not work for what has to happen coming up next. So if they don't change it, yeah, I think people will be like, ugh. But I mean, the plane is a nice plane and you got it off the ground well, but like, didn't the landing crash? Everybody's dead.
Yeah.
It has.
That would be a shame, if they can't land this well. I think it's been a phenomenal series. I really do. Like I there's a lot to praise about it. I have my issues with the way certain relationships have been portrayed, and I don't really like the sympathetic way they're portraying Serena Joy, and like I have my criticisms of it, but it's a brilliant series, and I hope that they can land it in a satisfying way. I don't think it's going to be as satisfying as people might hope. We're not going to see this whole thing topple over, and Revolution will be successful, and we have like 4 more episodes and then the series is over. It's not going to happen. So, and we know we're getting a spinoff. There's going to be a spinoff already in the works based on the sequel book, The Testaments. So we know that they're not going to end Gilead by the end of this series. We know that. So I just wonder.
Yeah, because Testaments is kind of like it's written as like a memoir of, I can't remember the guy's name, but it's kind of like the tale of how Gilead ends.
Right. Yeah. Like it would be. It's frustrating to me knowing that the book does not describe exactly. It doesn't depict the actual revolution, because I would love to see these bastards get what's coming to them. I would love to see these women be liberated. I would love to see how it ends. And if all we get is some kind of epilogue 100 years later, some professor, in the book, like 100 years later, some professor is teaching about the fall of Gilead. To me, it wouldn't be as satisfying, but that might be all we get, and at least we'll know it's going to end. We won't get to actually see the revolution, which would have been satisfying to see. We won't get to see a satisfying revolution happening, because they'd have to go on for several more seasons. There's just no way it can happen now.
Yeah,
there's no way.
You're correct. And there's a interview somewhere where the author, she talks about why she doesn't describe the revolution, and the answer is basically, well, it's not going to be fun.
Yeah.
I think she was saying, I think people understand that the revolution, as much as it may be needed, it's not going to be fun. People are going, it's going to be dirty, and people are going to die. People are going to be hurt. People are going to be forever PTSD'd. It's not something. She's basically saying, I don't want to glamorize what the quote unquote, what the good people end up doing.
Oh.
To what the quote unquote bad people are. And I don't want to glamorize that, and I also she does not want to even paint a picture to say that these are the good people and these are the bad people, but like these good people did a bad thing for a good reason, and these bad people did a good thing for a bad reason. And so like she just didn't like the idea of that. What she wanted it, she wanted to end it in a realistic way. And okay, and the revolution that is pushed for, because we really have no idea what a revolution looks like. All we
Yeah.
know is
Doesn't even describe it at all, huh?
Yeah, all we know is like we get an idea of what society looks like post revolution, and we get an idea of which people are still alive after the revolution.
Right.
So that and from that you could kind of gauge how good or bad the revolution was in terms of like killing people and whatever. And was it a hot revolution, or was it a kind of a cool revolution where it was kind of like a palace coup when this guy left and this guy negotiated a good terms to leave. He went into banishment, and then somebody else comes in and this guy fixes things and she didn't want that book. So she didn't want to glamorize the idea of some of these things that the good guys, June's team, end up doing, and she didn't want to turn some of these commanders and other people that may end up on the wrong side of a noose. She didn't want to totally demonize them. She didn't want to turn them into victims, because like when they killed Fred, there was a small place in the internet that was like, oh my God, that was so bloody. They're becoming what they always feared.
Right.
They're oppressors, blah 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 blah. That is
it kind of took away from it. It did kind of make them. It kind of like debased them. It kind of lowered them to that level, though.
It shine out of their boot. Yeah, it took somebody. But it's realistic, right? It's realistic in that. Now they don't. Again, I don't like what they make the catalyst, or they make what the reason behind doing that, because in the show it's just vengeance. The show it's simply just vengeance. They don't talk about the fact that he'll go back home and he'll become the leader, and like he's really competent, and it's like handing them the bullet and the gun to shoot you with. She says something like that in the book. Like they don't talk about that at all. But if you think about it, that is more of a reason to kill him. But that is more of a constructive and intelligent reason to get Fred done with, and it's also a good way for our good friend Nick to move a step up in the organization as well. So even the idea that he only does it because he loves her is like, he also does it because it actually like it tangibly benefits him almost immediately, right? Almost immediately he becomes more important after Fred's death. They make him responsible for responding to the deaths, right?
That's true.
They make him responsible for like putting together a plan to like get back at the rebels or whatever. And he kind of uses that as a way to instead of getting back at her, he kind of uses that as a way to help his little girlfriend do stuff. But yes, they did they did give a very thin kind of underwhelming explanation for his behavior, for his behavior and his motives that are not exact. That if I were to just be watching the show, I would probably have the same opinion that this is kind of weird. Like he doesn't seem. This does not seem like a reason. It doesn't seem like this guy would want to give up this, that, and the third for this girl, and it doesn't seem like this girl would want to do that for this guy. So like, why are they doing it? So I understand like like hearing you talk about it, I understand why you feel the way you feel, because they presented the story the way they presented it.
Yeah, they gave it. I think it's like the Hollywood treatment that they gave it. That it's just like you were saying. They feel like Hollywood feels like it needs to thrust these romantic pairings on us, even in situations where it doesn't make sense and it shouldn't be their priority. It drives me nuts when that kind of thing happens when in survival type situations. I mean, it wasn't long at all when they crashed on the island on Lost before they were already like lusting after each other like a bunch of teenagers. That was crazy.
Exactly.
That made no sense.
Like 5 seconds in, and they're all like, baby, what are you? 5 seconds in, and they just crash landed. Nobody did a physical exam on you or nothing. You ain't checked to see if you have bones sticking out or nothing. You already walking over to people, but oh baby, what's going on? Can I help you? And to pick people up on the beach, like nobody's in the mood to be picked up on the beach. We just crashed. We just crashed, bro. Like we just crashed on an island that we don't know why we crashed. Like, why are we still alive? This is weird. Like, people don't crash. Planes don't crash and people just survive. Like, this is weird. Why are we here? Instead of doing that, they get to people start to want to bang one another, and maybe I don't know if that's how they get down in Hollywood, but over here, like if I'm in a life or death situation trying to climb out the desert, I am not trying to stop and use my energy to bang you. I'm trying to get out of the goddamn desert. We can deal with the other stuff afterwards.
Yeah, right. It's crazy. Like you're in a crash landing, and you have no idea if you're gonna be rescued. You're running out of food and water, and people have died in the plane crash, and it's like it makes no sense for them to already be flirting with each other. They'd started early. I remember. I mean,
From
early.
episode 1.
Yeah.
They were giving one another eyes and so on from episode 1.
Yeah, when Kate was stitching up Jack, Jack got some wound, and they were already having a romantic moment, just looking at each other, and she's stitching him up. Give me a break! It's so ridiculous.
But we have to always remember that these are fantasies. These are fantasies, and it seems as though crashing on a desert island with a bunch of women and then picking them up and having your way with them is probably the fantasy of one of these guys that wrote this goddamn thing. So they just project that onto the page without thinking that after I just crash land and I realize I'm alive, my first desire is probably not to try to go over to this random person who I do not know and make small talk with the intention of banging her later that night. Like, that is just not how human beings work. Human beings feel safe before they could bang.
Yeah, like Scott.
You have to feel like, okay, I have a roof over my head, so like if rain falls in the middle of the night, I'm not going to get wet and die from pneumonia. I have food for tomorrow, I have food for tonight, I have food for a couple of days going forward, so like I don't have to go and rush on that. I have I have my fire over here that's hot. I have my things over there. Like, okay, I'm in order. All right, maybe now I feel a little bit randy. Let's get down to cooking. Let's get some business going. But before you get some things together, nobody trying to do nothing like that.
No. Like it's like Scott said, they were instantly in rut. There's something called Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and you need your basic needs to be met before you have higher order concerns that you can think about and worry about. And your basic needs are your basic needs for survival. That's what you're going to be focused on first. And if you don't have that guaranteed to you, you're not going to be thinking about anything else. You're not going to be thinking about romance or whatever. You're going to be focused on what do I need to survive? Food, water, medical supplies.
We supply water. Do we have a couple? Do we have Do we have some tools to help us to cook the food and to eat the food and to hunt for the food and to find the food? At once, and then when we have that sorted, then we can kind of get to some other stuff. But until then, like, you can't be banging, and you just on this island. You don't know if they're lions, tigers, or bears in the island, and apparently they end up being some kind of weird monster on the island that people. But if you don't even know what kind of monsters you have on the island, you just start to bang. Like, one of y'all gonna die. Like this, how many times that happened in a horror movie where two people in a very creepy place that they probably shouldn't be, and they start to bang, and then the serial killer comes in and just chops their heads off. Like, it happens all the time, because guess what? This was not the right time for that, and because of that, you died. Because you should have had your head on a swivel, looking around, checking things out, making sure the place was safe before you came on and started to do your horizontal mumbo.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I know Sawyer is hot, and I would be lusting after him too, but not right away. I wouldn't. Maybe adjust to life on the island first. Once they get settled in and they have their needs met. Okay, maybe then I could understand it. Sure, you're stuck there. What else do you have to do? But not right away. They jumped into that too quickly. Yeah.
Right.
But oh, I should get off of here. It is 5:35 in the morning.
Yep, I'm gonna take a shower and head out to the office real quick.
Yeah. It's been nice to have the opportunity to talk about this show, because I watch it by myself, and I make videos about it, but hardly anybody comments or anything. And I don't
It's a
huh?
it's a very, very nuanced piece of literature. The author is a fantastic author. She really like she put a lot of thought into this, like into this, like she wanted to realistically show how society would break down. Like, she didn't want to just press a button and dystopia. No, she wanted to show kind of step by step, which you don't really necessarily get that either, because like from the TV show, you don't really understand. I don't think you understand what happened between. Okay, you had the United States of America as all 50 states, and they were all together, and everybody was happy. And now you have Gilead succeeding, and people not having babies, and we have no idea what happened in between there that caused that to happen. We have no idea what this Gilead rebellion. We have no idea what that looked like, if you're just going according to the TV show. Or am I wrong? Do we have we seen anything about what that? I know we got some clips that shows that Nick was involved in it, but like all of them were involved in it, right? That's the reason why they're there now, because they were all involved. Because it didn't happen like 50 years ago. It happened like 5 years ago. Like this is a very, very recent usurping of the government. Like, 5 or 10 years ago is when it happened. Well,
I think it's roughly around like 14 or 15 years, because they're saying that Hannah. Oh wait, no, not that long, because Hannah was like. So if you go based on how old Hannah is, she's now like 14. She was maybe 4, so it's probably been like 10 years.
Yeah,
probably 10 years
around there.
Yeah.
So which is just which in terms of like politics and whatnot, that's just the other day. Like, 10 years ago, 10 years ago, Obama was president, right? That's just 10 years ago. That's just the other day. It's just the other day, right? So, yeah, like it at some point perhaps they may give us a little bit of a better glimpse into what actually happened there at some point, hopefully, and like what the revolution actually looked like, and what they actually did. Like what was the catalyst for? Was it just the input? Did people just start to be infertile, and this is how Gilead, this is how people on that side of the country decided to deal with the issue, and this, like, what happened? In the books she does explain almost in a step-by-step kind of way what happened to that made Gilead into this thing it is. And what the revolution looked like, and what the motivations for the revolution was, and whatnot. And she also kind of makes it kind of clear who are the true believers and who are the people, who are the opportunists, who are just using this newfound religious zealotism, this newfound religious zeal to achieve power for their personal use, and to build their wealth. There are some people who are very plainly just in it for the money, but they have power. So like they do add something to the group, they do add something to the movement, even though their motivation is just money and power. Yes, there are those people, but most of the people we meet in this show are actual hardcore believers. So like, and this is my last thing I'll say, because you said you don't understand why they're treating Serena in such a glorified way. You said that, right? Something
Yeah.
to that, right?
Yeah, I think they're portraying her in too sympathetic of a light. I know that she's suffered herself, but I just think that the show is a bit too sympathetic toward her. That's all. The way that they're portraying her.
The way I see it is she's portraying herself as being the loyal wife, the epitome of womanhood, the epitome of womanhood in Gilead. She's because her husband is dead. Because her husband is dead, because she's now seemingly pregnant by her now deceased husband, so that child is kind of important, and because she makes this speech that people rally around, which is the reason why, like, there's a little mini plot that when she comes back for the funeral, they set somebody up to kill her. But at the funeral, she makes her eulogy, gets this massive kind of support and applause and whatnot. Very similar to, like, I think because she did do a eulogy and she did get a clap and whatnot. But the focus was on the TV show was more on like her stepping out with her daughter and being seen there as like the grieving mother, the grieving wife of the dedicated husband, and that by itself is enough to make like that other commander, Warner, whatever his name is, want to like have her, because he realizes that with her reach and her popularity and her being considered to be the wife of the person who was the most not the most senior, but the most influential commander, him jumping on that is a great opportunity for him. But I see the show as not. I don't see the show as portraying her as that. I see her portraying herself as that to kind of build a protective shell around her, such that they won't be able to kill her. when like they won't be able to attack her, and it works because after she makes the speech in the book, they call off the hit because they realize that it's going to be obvious that they did the hit, that it was them, right? And they didn't care about that before. It was like, yeah, people know whatever, who cares? But now that she has so much support, and they see how much support she has, and they see how the crowd goes wild after she makes her speech and whatnot, they realize that, killing her would be a horrible idea. You know what? Let's use her instead. Let's use her to push certain things forward. And Lawrence is the person that actually puts that seed into their head. That let's use her, this newfound power and this newfound popularity that she has. Let's use that. And like, why are we killing her? No. Let's leave her alive and let's use that. Let's reward her. Let's make people look at her as a example of what she went to Canada. They treated her nicely. She could have stayed there and chilled, but no, she chose to come back here and come back to the trenches to be with us and to be with us in our struggle. Like, how do we kill her now? No. We have to use her for propaganda. We have to use her as an example, And so I don't think. So that's the way I see it. I don't see it as the show saying that she's glamorous, that she's going to show it. I see her glorifying herself, her portraying herself as a leader, as a shining beacon of what a woman's supposed to be, knowing because she knows what they want out of a woman, so she could pretend to be it, right? And she still honestly does believe in the mission. So what she wants is to be able now to enact change on her own merit. And if she has to invoke the name of her husband to do it, no problem. If she has to invoke the fact that she's the only person, she's the only woman of means to get pregnant in Gilead for the last X amount of years, and this is a miracle in her, that adds an additional amount of protection around her. She becomes too valuable to kill because they would know it was you and they'll riot. Because the people of Gilead, one thing they make very, very clear in the book, and I'll go on this last one, is that the people of Gilead are not mindless drones. They are willing to protest. They are willing to push back against the commanders and some of their stupid ideas and stupid plans. They're willing to do that. So, and the commanders know that. So they can't, certain things that they just randomly decide to do. Like, for example, the fact that everybody knows where Jezebel's is insane, because Jezebel's is a secret. Right. So like the fact that that Serena even knows where Jezebel's is not according to like what the book is, because it makes it seem as though they're doing it in front of you. No, they know very well that they need to do this in a far off place, far away from things, right? So they have a place, they call it a country club, no wives allowed, and it just happens. This is where they kidnap women and bring them, women who are not fit to be maidens, but who you can't really marry because they're kind of they are lesser women. This is a good place to put them, and they could work out. They could pay for their sins by they can repent for their sins by doing obeisance in this place. So even that is a kind of where the fact that everybody knows where Jezebel's is and what Jezebel's is kind of that is supposed to be a secret, and it's it's like a properly held secret, because this is they control everything. There's no way for you to leave where you are and go and just randomly find where the Jezebel's is 2 hours away from you. You have so many checkpoints along the way that like eventually you'll get turned back. They won't let you pass beyond a certain point because you don't have the credentials to do it. So yeah, and it's Hollywood doing Hollywood things, but
Yeah.
it makes sense. I think they'll tie it up nicely in the end, and I hopefully um, hopefully that kind of explains a little bit of why. But do you agree with that thing about Serena though? That or do you see the possibility of that perspective that oh, it's not that the show's glorifying her.
I
She's
think
putting herself out and trying to glorify herself in the presence of Gilead. The
there's no
people
doubt.
to try to gather power to be
There's no doubt that she's doing that, of course. She's definitely doing that. And she's portraying herself as some kind of she really believes that she's some kind of like anointed one
some
chosen by God to
some new Mary, kind
yes,
of a new Mary. That
she really
yeah,
yeah,
she
but
does.
I think that I just think that it's also something else that I do think is going on here is that the show is kind of portraying her in too sympathetic of a light, like but I will say I like how this season they did make a point to write in a scene where she and June were on a train together and Serena was trying to paint herself as kind of a comrade of June, like they're
And
both
she got shut down. Like no, that's not what you are.
like, no, we are not the same. We are not the same. Like, yes, Serena suffered, but nothing compared to what June suffered. So I liked that. That was
Exactly.
good.
Exactly. So yeah, I think they'll land the plane. So in the event, let me head out to work. You guys, everybody have a good day, and we'll talk soon. Cheers.
Okay, bye, KP. So, yeah, Dieter, I don't know how you yeah, I don't know how you did that, Dieter, when you weren't did you do that earlier? Because I didn't even see it. Um, I didn't see it. Has that been there this whole time? I don't know. I didn't see it, but, Dieter, you're too funny. Yeah, another half-assed Hollywood view. This show has potential in the beginning, but that would be hard to do. Nothing easy is worth doing most times. I agree, Scott. I think the Hollywood treatment kind of, uh, unfortunately screwed with what the show could have been. I think that it's undermining its own message really, in a disappointing way. Um, I I mean, there's still time for them to turn it around a bit, but it's kind of too little too late to go back and fix certain things that I think they screwed up by giving it the Hollywood treatment. Yeah. Anyway, and Serena it's just sickening. Like they're sending her on some kind of a redemption arc. Um, yeah, 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 KP left. Uh, um, yeah, so Dieter's technically been on stage this whole time, but his mic and camera are not connected. So that's how he was able to upload those things. I see. Um, thank you for posting that, Dieter. My friend Koala T Reacts channel here. My new friend, if I can call him a friend, but I mean, he's been so kind. I'd like to call him a friend. Um, he's been amazing with supporting me and my channel, and I finally made it to one of his live streams a few days ago, which was awesome. Uh, I've been missing the last few. I just couldn't seem to catch him because he goes live at weird times, like in the late morning or early afternoon or something. And I kept missing it, and I finally caught it. And when he saw I was in the chat, he was like yelling my name out, and that was cool. Like I felt like I don't know. He just made me feel special, like good about myself. He just makes people feel good about themselves. He makes people feel seen and valued and it's so sweet and kind of him. The way he anytime he sees anybody who's in his chat who sounds like they have a channel, he looks to see if they have a channel and then puts it up on the screen. I've never seen anybody else like this kind of thing. I never saw anything like that. So shout out to Quality Reacts. He's the best. He's my new favorite rap reactor by far. I mean, he's my new favorite reactor to anything in general, but I don't really watch any other reactors at the moment. That like in terms of outside of rap, I watch mostly rap reactions. I don't really watch reactions to TV shows right now. But at any rate, he's awesome, and he's been so kind and supportive and giving advice. Um so yeah, if you like rap music or anything related to hip hop culture, he talks about all kinds of issues in hip hop culture and YouTube, rap reactor, news, all that kind of stuff. Check out his channel. He's hilarious. He's so funny, and honestly, he's doing the world a service with how funny he is. Like laughter is medicine. Laughter is healing. He's so goddamn funny. He's so funny. So Kendrick Lamar, he's a huge fan of Kendrick Lamar, and he's definitely Team Kendrick all the way. So if you're not Team Kendrick, you might not be on board with it. But I mean, how can you not be Team Kendrick at this point, or at least appreciate what Kendrick did, and Kendrick's music? Anyway, that's Koala's channel, so check that out. If you like that kind of stuff, if you're into this kind of content, he's easily my favorite reactor now. Anyway, I am gonna look into getting a ticket. Yeah, Dieter made this. Oh my god, that's so weird, Dieter. My face looks a little I don't know, it's kind of freaking me out. It looks like it's like if I had a sister or something, maybe. I see like the resemblance, but it's like it's a little weird. It's a little weird. Is that the area where you think I should be sitting, Dieter? Is this where I should be sitting? Because oh my god, so is that what their chairs look like? Is that actually what their chairs look like? Interesting. They look like hard plastic. Yeah. I don't know if I can handle it. It scares me. I don't know, Dieter. Um, yeah, it's definitely my face is definitely different than that. It's definitely different than that. It's still cool though. That there's like a resemblance, similar features. Um, my eyes are lighter brown than that, for one thing. Those are very dark eyes. Um, but yeah, that oh, okay. Okay, yeah, yes, for Gillette Stadium. Um, yeah, I figured you would go closer than that. Um, I'm scared. I don't know. My pain has been standard stadium chairs, so they're all like hard plastic, I'm guessing. Who's that like it's supposed to be me, Panda Kalima, but it doesn't really look a lot like me. It's AI. It's AI. Um, I don't know. I'm scared because my pain has been horrific lately, and I'm scared that like I don't want to spend an enormous amount of money and not be able to enjoy it at all and suffer. Yeah, I know. I could suffer at home or at Kendrick. That's true. That's true. Um, and they do allow you to bring a cushion, so I could bring a cushion to sit on, which I would need, and I would need to get up and walk in between, you know, every certain amount of time and stuff like that. Um, so I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm gonna do it, but it scares me. Yeah, I could look into the wheelchair thing. I could look into that because um I don't know what it's like to even get out of a stadium full of that many people when they're trying to all leave at the same time. Um, I think it would probably take a really long time to get out of there, and it would hurt me too much to stand there in a long, long, long line of people trapped in a crowd like that. That worries me. Maybe he says, "Wait, is that Julie B. Deep Dives? Finally, I get to connect to the Julie B. Deep Dives." Yeah, like Scott McCord said in the Cameo. Thank you, Scott. You've been amazing with all of this. Like, share, subscribe. Thank you so much. Thank you for all your support. Wheelchair, but you're gonna find one. And does she need papers? If not, buy a ticket if possible near the hallway or aisle. I need to make a phone call today. When the office opens, I need to make a phone call and ask them some stuff about all this. So I'll wait. They should be open around 8 a.m. customer service. Although I'm not gonna lie, I am really tired. I did not get enough sleep yesterday. I got like maybe 4 hours of sleep. I am so tired. So I'm definitely not gonna last as long as I usually do. In terms of staying awake. I'm gonna be going to sleep earlier than usual for sure. I am exhausted. I can't get by on so little sleep anymore. And Dieter also made this, which is so funny. I love it. I love it. The helicopter dance. It's Tony Teflon. It's Tony Teflon. And you even got the lettering right on his shirt. I don't know how you did it so well, because I've heard that's not easy to get the letters right either. You'd think that would be the easiest thing, but AI screws up lettering a lot. This is so funny. So funny. Yeah, Tony popped in the chat earlier. That was cool of him. He uploaded. What do you mean you uploaded the logo? Oh, okay. You just uploaded the logo to the AI. I got it. Yeah. That's great. It would be cool if it could you were trying to animate it and make it move. That would be funny if it could actually be animated. That would be even funnier. I need to drink more water. I'm so tired, you guys. Oh my god. I'm so tired. I miss the days when I could get by on just a little bit of sleep. Yesterday, I oh man. Yesterday I've been working so hard on content that hardly anybody watches, and it's really discouraging. It's not like I'm in this for views, but it's discouraging when I feel like I peaked at the very beginning, and everything I've covered since has gotten less and less views. So it's like I got the most views on From, and then Severance, I got a bit less, but still did really well. I was happy with it. Then The Last of Us, way less. Handmaid's Tale is a little bit more than The Last of Us, but that's because people are pissed off at The Last of Us right now. Um, and it's like, why am I working my ass off on these videos right now that hardly anyone is gonna watch? I don't know. It's disheartening sometimes. I've been trying to take Koala T's advice. I know. I know it's not me, Panda Kalima. I appreciate it. It's just that it's slim pickings right now. It's 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 slim pickings. People are pissed off at The Last of Us right now, and so everybody is taking a hit. So I'm kind of mad at the show for pissing off the viewers so much, because like the content creators suffer too. I looked around and it's not just me, it's everybody. Everybody's Last of Us videos took a huge hit from episode 1 to episode 2. Huge hit. You would not believe the difference. Like I'll show you like the difference between on my own channel. But like I looked at Jeremy Ice and Fire's Last of Us content. I looked at like Geek Academy's Last of Us content, and it has it has really changed a lot. Like, their views have gone down a lot. It's not just me. It's because people are really mad at the show and they're jumping ship. But I hope that they come back. Maybe they'll come back. So, like, if you look at, I got to get off of here, but I am wrapping up. I know, famous last words. I'm wrapping up, but I really am. In fact, I'm going to take this link off of here so nobody joins because I got to wrap it up. So if you look at this, my Last of Us videos, this was my first one. Ellie versus Abby, The Last of Us Season 2. 416 views. That was my first video on The Last of Us. That was before Joel died. And I got 416 views, which I was very happy with as somebody who's new to covering this show. That's really respectable for somebody who's brand new to it. And I was happy with it. I was satisfied with that. Then if you look at my next video on The Last of Us, I was really lucky to even manage to get over 100. Initially, I couldn't. I was like going on Discord and asking people, could you throw me some views so I can at least get over 100, because I was stuck at like 85 views. I was stuck in double digits. That's after Joel died. 129. So that's about a quarter of the views my first video got. So it went down by 75. That's a 75% drop roughly. And then what I did is like Panda Kalima here said, I've been clipping pieces out of live streams. Thank you for that. I got the idea from Panda Kalima. I'm not Panda Kalima. I always freaking call him that when I see your name on screen, Panda Kalima. I get him and I get Koala T and Panda Kalima messed up because Panda sounds like a bear too. Panda. So, anyway, I got the idea from Koala T. Koala T clips pieces out of his live streams all the time and he makes them into content. And I thought, okay, I'm going to try this too. Because why not? It's easy. Well, right now it's not so easy because I'm getting used to it. It's new to me. But once I get the hang of it, it will be an easy way to make content for the channel and have more videos out every week. So these two things are just clips of live streams. These are things I take sections out of my live streams that I really liked and I edit out parts I didn't really like and make it into a highlight video. This one got over 100 views. I'm just now seeing this. Wow. And this didn't take that much effort. I'm new to it, so I'm still getting used to it. Once I get more used to it, it'll be a lot easier. And this is I didn't have to make a script for this. This was just me talking, and then all I had to do was screen record it and then edit it together and re-upload it as a clip. And I got over 100 views on it. Why You Shouldn't Quit on The Last of Us, and it was with Smitty Snippets. So and then I made another one, which I was able to release two within the same 24-hour period. And this one only got 57 views. But look, it like Smitty Snippets. Oh my god, I can't even think straight, guys. Like Koala T said, you know, work smarter, not harder. Find ways to make content quicker, make more videos quicker with less work involved, and then when they don't do that well, you don't have to feel so discouraged. So this one only got 57 views. Well, you know what? I think it's a pretty damn good video, but so what? At least I didn't have to put an enormous amount of effort into it. It didn't take me that long. So I'm trying to take his advice. And bit by bit, I am taking his advice. So, you know, it's just the shows right now. I'm covering shows that a lot of people really don't want to watch content on. The Handmaid's Tale, it's tough to get people to watch Handmaid's Tale videos. I have done well enough, I guess. I've released only 2. I'm behind right now. So I need to get on it, actually. I need to get off of here and get back to work, as a matter of fact. I have 2 more videos on it. Wait, is it 2 more? No, I have 3 videos on The Handmaid's Tale that I need to release, that I need to produce and release in the next few days. 3 videos. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I've gotta get back to work on that, and so I'm gonna keep grinding away, and hopefully we get some From news soon that'll revitalize the fan base a bit. That'll be nice, and it's the time of year. Spring is here, Julie. People will watch. Well, Scott, I hope so. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, I don't know what show I'll cover next after The Last of Us, but maybe I can find one that's less polarizing and fans won't be too angry to watch content about it. The Handmaid's Tale is difficult for people to swallow, so a lot of people don't want to watch content about it, and I understand that too. But I didn't intend on discussing The Handmaid's Tale so much in this stream. It just kind of turned down that direction, and KP had a lot to say on it, and so we had a bit of a debate, but hopefully people didn't mind it too much. I was surprised to see some people in the chat had actually been watching the show. I'm not going to be doing official live streams for The Handmaid's Tale, but it was nice to at least get a chance to talk about it, because I watch it by myself and then I make my videos, but I don't really have people to talk to about it, so it was nice. I'm not going to do live streams for it specifically though. So yeah, I can download like an easy way to clip it, like yeah, like I can download the live stream, but if it's a gigantic live stream, then it's hard. I don't know if I can download it. It would be a huge file if I had to download like a 7-hour live stream, you know. Like I know how to download YouTube videos. I can, and it's my video, so I can download any of my own videos. I don't even need to use a third-party website, but it's too big of a file. I don't know if I could download it, but I could try. Good night, Scott. Thank you so much. I'm wrapping up too. I'm wrapping things up. Thank you so much for being terrific and being an amazing mod, asking for likes and everything. I can't thank you enough for everything you've been doing, Scott. Thank you so much, and I hope everything's going well with you, and have a good rest of your day. I don't know what time it is for you there, or rest of your night, day. I don't know what. It's 6 a.m. in the morning here. But anyway, thank you, Panda Kalima. Yeah, I'd like to know how other people do it. I've been using an app called X Recorder to screen record my phone, and then from there I upload the video directly to YouTube, but I make it private. Then I download it from YouTube to my laptop, and I edit it and upload it back to YouTube. So it's a lot of steps. It's a lot of steps to it. The editing is a pain. At first, when I was uploading it from the computer, like when I was uploading it from my phone, at first I didn't know any other way than to upload it straight to Google Drive, which takes forever. But then I just found another way. I realized I could upload it straight to YouTube privately, because I don't want to release it till I edit it. And then I download it to my computer and edit it. Then I upload it again to YouTube. Anyway, but I don't know. Maybe there's a better way. I've been using Clipchamp. That's what I've been using. I screen record it on my phone with X Recorder. I upload it to YouTube privately. Then I download it directly from YouTube to my computer, upload it from the computer to Clipchamp, edit it in Clipchamp, download it from there to my computer, and then upload it back to YouTube. Now, how's that for a lot of steps? So I'm not going to lie, this isn't exactly that easy, but it's not, I mean, once I get the hang of it, hopefully, if maybe I'll find an easier way. And if not, when I get the hang of it and I'm used to doing it, it will be an easy, quick process. I can just get content out more regularly, get more videos out per week. I gotta go soon too. Dieter. I need to get going. I need to get going. I'm really tired and I need to actually release my next Handmaid's Tale video this morning. I have it done, but I think I fell asleep right after I finished editing it. So it's all ready to go. My Handmaid's Tale episode 4 deep dive is ready to go. I just fell asleep right before I could premiere it yesterday. So this morning I'm going to be releasing my Handmaid's Tale season 6 episode 4 deep dive. I am currently working on my episode 5 and 6 deep dive scripts to get both of those out by the time the next episode comes out on Monday at midnight. So those videos will be on the way for anybody interested in Handmaid's Tale content. Or if you know someone who is, please pass my videos along. So maybe I could, find people who do watch the show. If you know anybody that's into it, I'd appreciate it. Sharing the links. And, if you don't watch the show, also just giving it a quick view, 30-second view and hitting the like button, that helps. And throwing a comment in with an emoji helps trigger the algorithm so that people who do watch the show can find it. So that's really helpful. If anybody has time to do that, I would appreciate it. It's difficult being a streamer covering a show I've never done before. The algorithm doesn't recognize me. Hope you didn't press a button while falling asleep. Glug Z on the screen. No, I didn't. But I have actually fallen asleep and woken up and found a bunch of gibberish on the screen. So my fingers will just land on the keyboard and type a bunch of gibberish. So I've woken up to that before. That's happened. Thank you, Dieter. I really appreciate that. I always open your videos once in a while and spam the comment section. Thank you. And I noticed that you dropped comments in there, even on shows that you don't watch, like The Handmaid's Tale. I really appreciate that. That's great. Every little bit helps. Anyone that has the time to just open my video, let it play, even just let it play in the background for a few minutes, that would actually help more than playing it for 30 seconds. It is a lot better for YouTube channels to have a few minutes in there. Just throwing it on in the background, even if you're not watching it, you can press mute. You don't even have to listen to it. And hitting the throwing an emoji in the comment section, and boom, you trigger the algorithm. Then people who do watch the show can find my videos more easily. So I appreciate that. What in the world? What is this? What is this? What does this mean, Dieter? What in the world? Anyway, so Panda Kalima, yes, Panda Kalima, I was just thinking about this. I really wish I had thought to clip streams a long time ago, because of me, of all people, I should be doing this, because my streams are so long and there are so many great moments that I've had in live streams that are now buried in hours and hours, and who knows where I'll be able to find them in these streams now. I wish I had thought to do this a long time ago. I could have had so much great content from my channel that came up during live streams, and easy content too. But now going forward, I'm going to keep this in mind. And if there's a great point or a great moment that I really want to remember and clip later, make a note of it. Yes, I just thought of that the other day. I'm going to do that from now on. So yes, Panda Kalima, thank you for the suggestion. So the text you type when your heads fall asleep on your keyboard when you sleep, Dieter is an asshole, it says. Kind of. That's what I thought you were trying to say gibberish language, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, J. Dean, I'm wrapping up now. For real, I am wrapping up for sure. I'm really tired, and I had KP on here, and we were chatting away for a long time. And I used the treadmill while I was live. People could probably hear the treadmill in the background. It's kind of loud. I needed to do that. I've been eating. Like over the course of this live, I ate a bowl of chicken soup. I did an hour and 15 minutes on the treadmill, and I ate some chicken pad thai too. You're gonna explode with From season 4. Oh, from your lips to God's ears. That would be great. I don't know. That would be really cool. Maybe my viewers will come back and my views will go up again with From. I've heard conflicting things though. One streamer told me that it's really good to cover more than one show and you don't want to pigeonhole yourself with just one show. But then someone else told me that if you start covering other things and the algorithm doesn't recognize you for the original thing that you covered anymore. So I hope it doesn't wind up hurting me when From comes back that I've covered all these other shows. I don't know. Need a wrap. She has loads of them. Yeah, Dieter. I've got loads of wraps. You know it. Yeah, I had chicken pad thai again and chicken soup earlier before that. So I've been eating. It's just the off season right now. True. Yeah, but you know, I want to make sure that I'm covering other shows to keep the channel healthy and not just From. It's not just a From channel. But I built the channel on From, so you know, I built it on From initially, and so I mean the vast majority of people subscribe to me because of From. So it makes sense that I'd have a little bit of difficulty getting an audience with other, for other shows. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, so for the next few days I'm going to be rolling out several videos. Oh my god, it's a lot. Yeah, I need a manager. You're basically already my unpaid manager, Teeter. Oh, so damn tired right now. So somehow I've got to roll out 4 videos over the next few days. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I've got to try. I shouldn't have been on here for 8 hours. That's going to make it more difficult, but so this morning I'm going to release my Handmaid's Tale episode 4 deep dive. I'm working on my episode 5 and 6 ones for the Handmaid's Tale, and The Last of Us. I'm working on a deep dive for The Last of Us episode 3. That one shouldn't be too difficult. Not a whole lot happened in that one. So it's just a matter of getting these things all out in the next few days. It's going to be tricky because The Last of Us premieres on Sunday at 9 p.m. and The Handmaid's Tale premieres Monday at midnight. So something like that. So it's kind of down to the wire. It's going to be difficult, but I'm going to try to get them all out in time. Anyway. So, yeah, you can evolve into a channel about great shows. Well, that's the hope, Panda Kalima. That's the hope. That's been my goal. Severance did really well. I was really happy with the way Severance went. I didn't get as many viewers as I did with From, but still, I was very happy with that. It was a lot better than I expected it would turn out. So it's just a matter of finding the right shows, and right now it's slim pickings, to be honest. I haven't done a Lost watch along, Jadine, but I'm watching Lost for the first time right now, and I'm in season 5, but I can't seem to progress very quickly because I've been so busy with this channel. It would be nice to have people to watch Lost with, though. watching it by myself, it's not as much fun to watch things alone. And so it's more fun to have watch parties. That's why I love doing watch parties for all the new shows that come out. Yeah, it would be great to have people to watch Lost with. I'm just in the first few episodes of season 5 right now, really enjoying it. Really enjoying it. Yeah, Dieter, yeah, you're not getting paid. Yeah. 4? Wait, what 4? First that ticket and then ring the internet company. Yeah, Dieter, I know. I gotta wait till the place is open though. Oh, you'll watch it with me, even if it's just a random episode, because I'm already on season 5, Panda Kalima. It would be nice to have someone to just watch with from where I'm at, so I don't have time to start from scratch. Yes, Dieter, 4 videos. I have one that's already done and ready to go now, so that's 3 more then. That's 3 more in the next few days. I'm gonna try to get my Handmaid's Tale one out by Monday, and my last Handmaid's Tale one, and so then that means another Handmaid's Tale one and a Last of Us episode. I want to get those out by Sunday, and then so today will be the episode 4 Handmaid's Tale deep dive releasing this morning, and by Friday morning I should have my either Last of Us or Handmaid's Tale breakdown out, one or the other. I think I might just prioritize the Handmaid's Tale because people hate The Last of Us too much to watch videos right now anyway, so screw it. I'll do the Handmaid's Tale first. And then, so I could have the next Handmaid's Tale video out Friday, and the Last of Us video out maybe by Sunday, and then my episode 6 deep dive on the Handmaid's Tale by Monday. That's the goal. So that's the goal. I don't know if I can say. I think I prefer From over Lost. It's hard to judge because I haven't finished Lost and From is not done yet. But in terms of just being unfinished in both of them, because I haven't finished Lost and From is not over yet, I do prefer From over Lost, but I do think they're great shows, both of them. I love both of them. So, yeah, the watch party. We're doing a watch party tonight for Monty Python and the Holy Grail at 9:30 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. If anybody wants to join, the link to the Discord is in the description of this video. So you can join us. Doug Hughes will be watching with us, From's Man in Yellow himself. Oh, you downloaded it. Thank you, Dieter. I appreciate it. Thank you. Cool. Okay. So that's tonight at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I've never seen it before. Looking forward to that. And then Friday night. So Friday night, we are not going to be doing The Residents. We're going to take a break from that because I'm so backlogged on my video content. So instead of doing The Residents watch party and covering The Residents in a live stream, we're going to push that to next week. Next week, we'll finish The Residents episodes 7 and 8 and do a live stream that Friday night. This week, we're going to take it easy on ourselves and start the live stream later on Friday, maybe like 11:30 p.m. Eastern. That's what I'm thinking right now. 11:30 p.m. Eastern on Friday, we'll do the next live, and we'll just greet the chat and talk From theories until Doc comes on around 12:30 a.m. Eastern, where we'll do FROMACADEMY with Doc, the segment that he has prepared on mystery solving techniques. So that'll apply to both From and The Residents. So Doc worked really hard preparing for that. So I'm looking forward to see what he put together. That'll be Friday night. Okay. So no Residents this week. I had to take a break from The Residents this week. We'll we'll finish that up next week. At least I think next week, unless anything too crazy happens next week. But for now, yeah, Friday night we're gonna take it easy and start around 11:30 p.m. Eastern for that live stream, and just chill out for a while, talk some check in with each other, and then Doc will join us and do From Academy starting around 12:30 a.m. Eastern when he joins. Sunday night, we're going to do our watch party for The Last of Us at 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord when the new episode drops, episode 4 of The Last of Us. So join us if you want to. If you want to watch with us, again, you can join the Discord in the description of the video. That's every Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern when the episodes drop is when I stream them. Then we have a voice chat. And last Sunday, it turned into something altogether different. It was great. We watched it. We watched The Last of Us. Then we did a voice chat. Then we wound up watching Dead Silence, which is about a haunted ventriloquist's dummy, and a few other things. We watched a bunch of things to turn into an all-night watch party. So you never know where the watch party is going to lead. They're a lot of fun. Last Saturday night, we watched A Nightmare on Elm Street 1 and 2. That was a blast. I loved that. I loved both of those movies. See, this is why I'm so backlogged on my videos. I'm doing all these watch parties, but I needed the fun. It was really fun. I enjoyed it. So yeah. So we do a lot of movie and TV watch parties. And Saturday nights we tend to do the movie watch parties. Not every single Saturday, but we've been doing them a lot lately. The next ones we do will probably be for A Nightmare on Elm Street 3 and 4. We might do it this Saturday. I'm not 100% sure. It depends on how much I can catch up on my video content. I don't know. We'll see. If I can catch up with what I need to do enough, then maybe we'll watch A Nightmare on Elm Street 3 on Saturday this week. I'll announce that in the Discord so everybody will know in advance. I'll tag everybody and announce it. Yeah. I hope to have so much free time one time more people can stay in the watch party. With kids, it's not easy. Well, I know it's tough with kids. I wish you could be there more too, but the next watch party will start at 10 p.m. I don't normally start them as late as I did last Saturday. So the next movie watch party on Saturdays, like that will start at 10 p.m. Eastern, not midnight. Last Saturday I started it later than average. Anyway, but tonight's watch party will be at 9:30 p.m. Eastern for Monty Python and the Holy Grail. So we'll announce the next watch party in the Discord when we know for sure what we're doing and tag everybody. So possibly Saturday night we'll do another movie, maybe the next Nightmare on Elm Street movie. And then of course Monday will be The Last of Us live breakdown with Smitty Snippets joining again, I'm pretty sure, and probably Infinite Umbra. And that'll be at 10 p.m. Eastern on Monday, breaking down episode 4 of The Last of Us. And yeah, that's pretty much the schedule. Next week, we might, if Doug is able to join us again, and then next Wednesday, we might do that instead of the From Rewatch, because I've been pretty overwhelmed with trying to cover all of these shows at once right now. Until we finish The Residence, I think we might just have to wait on the From Rewatch and just do From Theory chats instead. Just woke up. Hey, TJ. Good night, TJ. I'm just wrapping up now. Yeah, every little bit helps. If you'd like to support the channel in any way, even if it's just a little bit, we appreciate it. You can donate to this link. It's in Dieter's name because Dieter fronted the funds so that I could get a functional laptop, a really nice laptop that I needed, and it's making working on the channel much easier. So the link to that is also in the description of this video. If anyone is so inclined, every little bit helps, like Dieter said, and you can see the link to that in the description of this video too. Under to support, it says this PayPal link. There's also a Cash App and a Venmo. So anyway, so that's there. Thank you, Dieter. Thank you for doing this giveaway for us. We really appreciate it. I appreciate it. Dieter's the one who paid for the Cameo giveaway for this stream that we did earlier, and that was so generous of you as always. Thank you so much for doing that. And congratulations to Compassionately. I was so happy to see her win. She's a lovely person. And so I'm going to announce that so everybody knows, people that had to leave early. And yeah, and if you want to get a cameo from Doug Hughes, you can click on that link. I'm going to add that to the description of this video when the live ends. So anyone that wants to order your own, you can get your own Man in Yellow or Doug Hughes cameo. Most likely will include the mini Man in Yellow, and it starts at only $30, which is really affordable and well worth the price. I promise you that. And that's it. So thank you again, Dieter, for doing that for us, for me, and thanks, TJ. Yeah. Thank you for catching the replay. Appreciate you. I'm going to get to sleep sooner than usual. I did not get enough sleep yesterday, and I'm very tired. But I have more channel stuff to do first. So, yeah, I'll be interested to see what Kimberly's going to ask for, what kind of cameo she's going to request from Doug. So, so yeah, support our awesome From actors like Doug Hughes. If you, if you're so inclined and you want a cameo, personalized message, it's well worth it. I love all of mine. I treasure mine. And they also make great gifts if you know a From fan. So some of them are really cheap and others are not as cheap. But they're always worth it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Honestly, I love when Koala Tea goes live, but I'm so tired. I gotta get to sleep before too long. But first I need to get back to work on a Handmaid's Tale video, and I need to roll out the one that I just finished. So not too long after the end of this live, you're gonna see a video premiere for the Handmaid's Tale episode 4 deep dive. Yes, I'm behind, 2 weeks behind. I don't know how that happened. Somehow when the first week of the Handmaid's Tale happened, which is the first 3 episodes dropped at once, somehow I was able to get a video out on all 3 episodes put together that same week. And yet I've fallen behind now, and they've only released 1 episode at a time every week after, and yet somehow I'm backlogged. I don't know what happened, but anyway. $1,200. What, Samuel? What? Whose cameo is $1,200? I don't know what that's about, but all of these cameos are very affordable. Some of them cost more than others, but worth every penny if you're a diehard From fan or you know someone who is. There's David Alpay, Hannah Jeremy, Avery Conrad. And I'll play mine again from Doug. I'm not actually signing off yet. I'll just play my Doug cameo for you as an example. Where is it? Here it is.
Hey, Julie B. The Man in Yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY. We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts. We know you're going through a rough time right now, but you will get through this. And in the meantime, if you ever need to talk, you know where to find us. Anything you'd like to add? Yeah. Hey! Listen, kiddo. Like the man said, we're here for you, 24/7. Anything you need, you just get on the blower. And hey, don't take any crap. Anybody gives you any grief, you just tell them. They're going to have to answer to this guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Take care, sweetheart. We'll talk soon. See you later.
See, yeah, that is just amazing. I absolutely love that. Yeah. It was so funny and sweet. I love that. And oh, Kevin O'Leary charges $1,200. Save your money. Yeah, it's crazy how much some of these people charge. They're nuts. Like Dieter shared a link to this earlier. Some of these reality stars charge a fortune. There's this, I don't even know who some of these people are. This one, Kevin O'Leary, actually, it says he charges $1,500. And Tiffany Franco, I don't even know who she is, charges $5,000 for a cameo video. Caitlyn Jenner, $2,500. Chef Shipra Khanna, $1,500. I don't even know who she is. Like, I don't even know who these people are. These reality stars, $1,000, $1,000. Like, this is insanity. Absolute insanity. Why would anybody spend this much money on a video from these people? It's nuts. Now, the From actors are very affordable and it's worth every penny. I guarantee you that. These people, I don't understand the appeal. Dog the Bounty Hunter is on here, guys. Dog the Bounty Hunter for $500. I thought he was in jail or something. I guess maybe he got out. Anyway, yeah. It's ridiculous. Some of these people, I don't get why anybody would fork over the money, but our From actors, it's a whole other story, and it's a lot less money too. Oh, Boy George is on here, $400. Oh, Ted Nugent, boo. No, thank you. God, I cannot stand Ted Nugent. Anyway, that's just some of the insanity that could be Cameo. Santa is on it. Yeah, I wonder how long the videos are, Dieter. I don't even know. And they aren't even nude. Yeah. Inflation and price gouging for that extra 300. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Anyway, good night, TJ. So that's gonna do it for me. I need to get back to work. I should have gotten off of here a while ago, but when KP gets going, it can get hard to get out of the conversation. And it was nice to actually get to talk about The Handmaid's Tale, which I don't usually get to do. I've never been able to really get into it in a live stream before, so that was cool. Kendrick should make a song about Ted. He has song lyrics too. Yeah, Kendrick should make a song about Ted. Ted Nugent. He's a tool. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Anyway, Dieter will post the links he said to the people, the actors on From, to their cameos. And it's a great way to show support for them. They're not like these, filthy rich, privileged celebrities like the ones I just showed. Like, these are just regular people. The vast majority of them are just regular people, except for Harold, but Harold isn't even on Cameo. Harold is a whole different caliber, in terms of celebrity, but the others are just, they're working actors, and it's a good way to support them, and it's also just an awesome gift for yourself or for somebody else. Anyway, I'm gonna get off of here now. I almost said I'm gonna get off now, and I gotta stop walking into those traps. Say after having to say pause every other line. Good night, Panda Kalima. Thank you for all your support. Thank you so much to Panda Kalima, Scott earlier, Dieter, Samuel, everyone else in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. See you later, TJ. Good night. Thank you for watching the replay. Appreciate the replay, gang. And again, tonight is the watch party for Monty Python and the Holy Grail in the Discord at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, and Doug Hughes will be watching with us, so that'll be fun. And we'll be live next around 11:30 p.m. Eastern Friday night to do our next From Academy live with Doc. Yeah, there is sun now. There is sun. Maybe I'll actually go to sleep soon and I can wake up while the sun is still up. That would be good. So don't pause. 45 likes. Yeah. 45 likes. That's great. I don't have the latest Discord compilation because I couldn't upload it. Oh, but Dieter did it. Never mind. Yeah, I have the one that Dieter put here, so I can share it. 45 likes. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate all your support. And everybody else and everyone who's just listening, thank you so much. Appreciate you. And keep an eye out for my Handmaid's Tale deep dives and my Last of Us deep dive if you're into either of those shows. Also, to support Doug Hughes, you can order a Cameo from him. He puts a lot of time and effort into them. I'll put the link to that in the description of this video. If you want to check out any of Doug's plays, those links are in the description of the video too. Playscripts.com, where you can find his play Deadline. Highly recommend. I read it. It's amazing. You can read a 32-page sample free online, so there's that too. So you'll know if you want to keep reading. And then there's also a link to the website where his first 4 plays are, where you can order copies of them. And a website where you can see all of Doug's other information, his own personal website. All those links are in the description. So, oh geez, Samuel, look up Jailbait by Ted Nugent if you dare. Ugh, why am I not surprised? All I'm going to say is birds of a feather flock together, and I know the type of people he likes to associate with, so I'm not surprised that he'd be a creeper like that. God, what a pig. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to head out now. Have a good night or a good day, everyone. Appreciate you guys, and until next time, keep on deep diving, and let's see what we can uncover together.
Julie? Hi, it's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi JulieBDeepDives, it is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlett of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi Julie B. Julie B, Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B Deep Dives.
Julie B. My child. It is I, Father Khatri. But Julie B, I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a Fromily, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Hey, Julie B. The man in yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY. We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4.
Father Khatri thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor, who couldn't be here right now. But he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.
Listen, kiddo. Like the man said, we're here for you 24/7. Anything you need, you just get on the blower. And hey, don't take any crap. Anybody gives you any grief, you just tell them. They're going to have to answer to this guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Take care, sweetheart. We'll talk soon. See you later.
Don't stream and drive.